Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. You must have killed many people. How many people in the party support you? I mean the parliamentarians who are willing to withdraw with you and form a new group with you. Su Pingan stared into Alman's eyes. About 20 people, Alman told the truth. Those who support Alman are people who have been excluded from the core. They support Alman just because they hope that Alman will redistribute the profits after his victory. Alman, I have to say you are stupid, Su Pingan said while leaning against the sofa and looking at Alman expressionlessly. Alman's face became even gloomier. Su Pingan's words deeply hurt Alman's heart. When he was about to speak, Su Pingan waved his hand and stopped Alman from speaking. Arman, I believe your competitors also have people in the parliament. You can unite with them to kill Bowen. Why can't you contact them to completely end the election and solve the parliamentary issues? Even if you can't completely solve the parliamentary issues, at least you can fight in different halls. At that time, as the mayor, you will have a lot of resources to call on. Is it difficult to win over some people? You can't think of these because you lack the heart of a leader. Do you think you still have a way out now? Su Pingan stared at Arman's eyes and his tone was very calm, but the meaning of his words was not calm at all. Arman was completely stunned. Sitting there with a frown on his face, thinking, Su Pingan's words opened another door for his thinking. Su Pingan did not disturb Arman's thinking, and picked up the teacup and drank the tea slowly. Now everything needs Arman to make his own decision. If Arman has this determination and dares to fight, Su Pingan doesn't mind supporting him. If he fails, it's nothing more than losing a sum of money. If he wins, the benefits will definitely not be less. It's worth a risk. You're right, I'm really stupid, Arman said, looking into Su Pingan's eyes, and completely understood what Su Pingan meant. Su Pingan smiled, picked up the teacup and looked at Alman. Alman also picked up the teacup, and the two of them drank it in one gulp. With their heads down, the two began to discuss seriously. Alman told them many things that Su Pingan didn't know. In an open and honest conversation, the two of them perfected the plan step by step. An hour and a half later, Alman left Su Pingan directly. The South Pacific storm has begun. Star Spirit's voice sounded in Su Pingan's mind. Ha 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 ha. Su Pingan laughed and went to rest. The next day, Su Pingan took a car to inspect the institute. Bruce did not accompany him, but left with a check from Su Pingan and went to Alman's manor in the suburbs. The two acted separately. Su Pingan inspected various projects accompanied by Barry. Last year, the institute made considerable progress. During the research of various projects, up to 360 patents were applied for, all of which were relatively practical. Among them, 122 patents have been authorized to the outside world, with a revenue of €210.2 million. The authorized companies are all over the world, including Europe, Asia, and America. Barry made this point and made Su Pingan very satisfied. The new high-temperature and corrosion-resistant coating project led by Dr. Best has made the greatest progress and is not far from the final completion. Once this achievement is completed, it will also bring considerable benefits. This kind of coating is very much needed in hypersonic aircraft, rockets, missiles, satellites, etc., and it is definitely possible to get a considerable amount of authorization. Maybe this year the institute will not need Su Pingan's investment. This is due to Barry's calm guidance. The progress of several major projects is all in Barry's mind. According to Su Pingan's orders, the progress can be adjusted at any time. Most of the time is spent on patent licensing negotiations and daily material dispatch of the institute. There is not much work to do and it is easy and comfortable. Barry now has no loans and his family maintains a high quality of life. His wife is satisfied and his children are happy. He is very satisfied. After the year-end bonus is issued this year, Barry's bank account will have a balance, and life will be easier. Su Pingan is very satisfied with the progress and directly invites all professors, doctors and researchers to have dinner together, have a good drink, and rest today. Everyone has no objection. The big boss has spoken and must cooperate, not to mention that the salary is not reduced. Barry shook his head and smiled. The boss was so willful. He arranged for someone to book a hotel directly. A large group of people drove over. Many people asked if they could bring their families. Barry asked Su Pingin and said that they could bring as many as they wanted. In the end, there were about 400 people having a dinner. From time to time, they would say cheers to the boss. A group of people accompanied Su Pingin to drink a big cup. Su Pingin really drank a lot. In the end, Kent carried him back with a smile. This incident was reported by the local media in Dresden without exception. The most popular Big Boss reported in detail the news that Su Pingin invited guests. This lunch cost Su Pingin €240,000. After the media reported it, it aroused the envy and jealousy of many researchers in the research institute. More general managers and bosses of the research institutes could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. Su Pingin was young and could play willfully. At the same time, the Apocalypse Group also had money. They couldn't afford to play like this. Even if they had the funds, they couldn't play so willfully. After a year, the funds were tight. They wished that they could spend $2 for $1. They envied the wealth of the Apocalypse Group. Su Pingin stayed in the hotel for 5 days. On this day, the newspaper reported Almond's statement, officially withdrawing from the original group and forming a new group. Dresden's reform must continue. 2 days later, according to the media's interviews on the street to collect data surveys, Almond's support rate rose sharply. The public generally believed that Almond was a responsible person and worthy of trust. Su Pingin shook his head and smiled after reading the newspaper. Another day later, a big news broke out. Almond's competitor Lalem announced that he would join Almond's group and declared that he admired Almond's courage and was willing to withdraw and support Almond to be elected mayor. This king bomb shocked everyone. After Lalem withdrew, Almond really had no opponent and became the only candidate. Under the promotion of Almond and others, the official voting will begin next Monday. Almond is now busy and energetic every day. He is carrying out internal integration. He doesn't know that the star spirit has sorted out his body. Otherwise, Almond will definitely be exhausted. 2 days later, at Almond's manor, Su Pingin and Almond each held a red wine glass and gently touched it. Everything was self-evident. The two drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, and Almond picked up the bottle and filled it up again for the two. Su, thank you. If it weren't for you, I think I would have been knocked down by Bowen. Almond sincerely thanked Su Pingin. We are allies, Su Pingin said with a smile. Yes, we are allies. If you need me to do anything, just give me a call, Almond said and touched the wine glass with Su Pingin again. This promise was not made in vain. Once it was breached, the consequences would be very serious. What do you plan to do after being elected? Su Pingin asked with a smile. It's very simple. First, cancel the 2 policies that the people are very disgusted with. Next, it's time to have a good talk with our police chief. Almond's eyes flashed with a gleam. The police station is a violent institution. It will definitely make people feel uneasy if the control personnel are not Almond's people. What's more, the current chief is still someone who opposed him in the original team, so there is no reason to keep him. You can abolish one first, then deal with the police station, and then deal with your opponent after dealing with the police station. At this time, abolish the other one, and the people will recognize you more, Su Pingin said with a smile. Su, are the CEOs of large companies like you so wise? Fortunately, you don't play politics, otherwise, many people will be killed by you, said Almond with a smile. Ho. Su Pingin laughed for a while and said, I'll take this as a compliment to me. Follow the plan. I believe that in less than half a year, you will have full control of Dresden, my mayor, Su Pingin said and clinked his glasses with Almond. After resting in the hotel for a day, Su Pingin left Germany and went to the last stop in Europe, the United Kingdom. After inspecting the British Renewable Resources Research Institute, he will return directly to the Celestial Empire. It has become a routine to inspect once a year. As usual, Gilbert arranged for someone to send a car over. After Su Pingin and others got on the car, those people took a taxi back by themselves. Anyway, the company reimbursed them, and these people had no objection. Su Pingin stayed at the Royal Horse Guards Hotel. As an old customer, there are still many discounts. There are 6 standard rooms and a large suite. After Kent checked it, Su Pingin officially checked in. He went to take a shower and relax. Now he is a little annoyed with flying. After drinking a cup of tea, Su Pingin leaned against the sofa with his eyes closed, communicating with the star spirit in his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes with a thoughtful expression on his face. After a while, he picked up the phone and started dialing. Boss Neil's voice came out. I'm in London, please come over. I have something to discuss with you, Su Pinggan said calmly. I will leave immediately. I believe I can see the bus tomorrow, Neil said with a smile. Send me the flight, I will arrange someone to pick you up. Su Pinggan talked to Niels with a smile, and hung up the phone after a while. Immediately afterwards, Bruce and Kyle all received calls from Su Pinggan. Without exception, they asked them to come to London to discuss something. Both of them said they would rush to London tomorrow. He stood up and walked to the door, notified Kent to come over. Gave Kent the phone numbers of Nils, Bruce, and Kyle, contacted them, and arranged a room. Kent nodded and turned to leave. He sat down and drank a sip of tea, picked up the phone and continued to dial. Soon, a woman's voice came over. Sue, you haven't called me for a long time. Chapter 202. Will those people let me go? Tina, you know, I've been very tired recently, with too many chores, Su Pinggan said with a wry smile. He met Tina in Iceland. Tina worked for Dayco Headhunting Company, the key account manager for the European region. The two chatted happily, and several senior executives of the company were completed through Tina's hands. You need a qualified assistant, how about I contact one for you, Tina said with a smile. As the key account manager of Dayco Headhunting Company, she knew very well how to track business for herself. I'm looking for you this time because of this matter. One is not enough, I need two. You know my requirements, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Let me guess your requirements. The assistant you need must be a woman, and she must not be old, must be young and beautiful, and must have an angel's face and a devil's figure, Tina said one by one, making Su Pinggan couldn't help laughing. Tina, I feel like you are talking about yourself, Su Pinggan couldn't help but say. Ha ha ha, Tina's laughter came from the phone, and it can be heard that Tina is very happy at the moment. Sue, I found that you have become a better person, not as dull as before. Where are you? If it's convenient, I'll show you some information in my hand, Tina said with a smile. I just arrived in London, Su Pinggan told the truth. What a coincidence. Which hotel are you staying in? I'm in London now, Tina asked. Tina had just completed a big case in London, poaching the vice president of a British company for a French company. She originally planned to leave after 2 days of rest, but now Su Pinggan called. Room 1505, Royal Horse Guards Hotel. Su Pinggan smiled and told the hotel where he was staying. Sue, I think I have dinner, Tina said with a smile. No problem, I just came from Germany, and a friend there gave me a bottle of good wine. Let's finish it tonight. I'll let you know after I book a restaurant, Su Pinggan smiled. See you tonight, Tina said with a smile, and said a few polite words to Su Pinggan before hanging up the phone. Inviting Tina to dinner? Ordinary restaurants are definitely not okay, but I am not familiar with restaurants in London. Who should I ask? After thinking for a while, I picked up the phone, flipped through it, and dialed it directly. Hello, Mr. Su, the voice of Stone, a lawyer from the target law firm, came over. I have encountered a problem, and I think only Stone can help me solve it, Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face. Really? What is it? Stone became interested. Something that can make Su Pinggan feel embarrassed must be no small matter. I want to invite a lady to dinner. I am not familiar with restaurants in London. I think about it and find that only Stone can help me. Su Pinggan spoke very politely. Stone slapped his forehead, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He called a woman to ask about the restaurant. Inviting another woman to dinner, even if it is an ordinary friend, will not be in a good mood. Don't you know that women are very jealous? It must be not an ordinary woman who can make Mr. Su care so much. Can I know who it is? I am just curious, Stone asked. Tina from Dayco Headhunting Company. I need her to recruit a few people for me. It's not easy. I can only bribe her first, Su Pinggan said half-truthfully. I understood what Su Pinggan meant. He must be talking about some secret things, and he needed a quiet place. Ordinary places really wouldn't work. No wonder he called me. Ordinary people definitely couldn't choose a good place. I asked about the location of the hotel where Su Pinggan was staying, and introduced Su Pinggan to a high-end restaurant. The environment was good, and the most important thing was that it was quiet, with not many idle people. Thank you, Stone. I'll treat you to dinner later, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Mr. Su, if you really want to thank me, how about doing me a small favor, Stone said directly. What's the matter, then tell me, Su Pinggan said very straightforwardly. In a few days, I think Mr. Su will not leave the UK recently, I'll call Mr. Su in a few days, Stone said seriously. Okay, you can contact me at any time, Su Pinggan agreed, and said a few polite words to Stone before hanging up the phone. Stone slowly put down the phone, sat there alone and thought for a while, picked up the phone and dialed directly. Stone, what's the matter? Stone's boyfriend Ruth's voice came over. Ruth, I'm asking you formally now, do you really have to join Apocalypse Company? Stone frowned and asked. Boyfriend Ruth retired very suddenly. In recent days, he vaguely proposed to Stone that he wanted to join the security company of Apocalypse Company and asked you if Stone could help. This made Stone's keen feeling a little abnormal. With Ruth's qualifications, joining any security company in the UK would be a rush. Why must he join Apocalypse Security Company? Ruth explained that the treatment and benefits of Apocalypse Security Company are very good, and things are simple and easy. This excuse does not pass. Stone is a lawyer and a careful person. Although he has doubts, he did not make it clear. Her boyfriend's previous work unit is very confidential, so Stone can't help but think about it. Stone, the benefits of Shanky Security Company are very good, and there are not many things to do. We can spend more time together. I made this decision for us, Ruth said, rubbing his head. Okay, you prepare. We will invite Su Pinggan to dinner in a few days. He has already arrived in London, Stone said calmly. Thank you, Stone. Believe me, I am doing this for our future, Ruth said very seriously. Stone frowned and hung up the phone. Sigh a long sigh. You are such a fool. Don't you find that you have behaved abnormally? Su Pinggan is not a fool, Stone said to himself. The next day, in the hotel, Su Pinggan's room, in the bedroom, Su Pinggan was still sleeping with Tina in his arms. When he first saw Tina during the interview with Niels in Iceland, he was attracted by Tina's mature charm. According to surveys and analyses in more than 80 countries in Europe, America, and Asia, young people are often the most irresistible to young women with such charm, temperament and excellent figure. However, Su Pinggan would definitely not be favored by Tina at that time. Su Pinggan was definitely in a state of having the desire but not the courage. In the end, he was too busy to care about it. Later, they basically contacted each other by phone and did not meet again. Today, the two met again, and I have to sigh. Tina had only been working for more than 2 years, and could only start with small orders before she had a cooperative relationship with Su Pinggan. So many years have passed. Tina became a senior employee of Decad Hunting, and Su Pinggan became the boss of a multinational group. Tina's achievements are not small. And Su Pinggan's achievements are even more terrifying. In addition, this time she completed the poaching and received a large bonus. Tina was also very happy. When she had dinner and drank with Su Pinggan, she let go. Under the stimulation of alcohol, the atmosphere between the two became ambiguous. Too lazy to move, let the hotel send breakfast up. The two had breakfast in the room, changed their clothes and sat down to drink tea. Tina, those documents are not good. We need talents at a higher level than them. My assistant can't just be a vase. Su Pinggan looked at Tina and said slowly. I will screen them at the headquarters, but the price is much higher than that of the talents of the same level, Tina said, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. The price is not a big problem. It won't be long before my industry will expand further, and high-quality talents are needed, Su Pinggan said after taking a sip of tea. You want to expand again? Tina said a little surprised. Yes, there are several research breakthroughs at the institute. Combining these results together will be a good industry. Expansion is inevitable, Su Pinggan said calmly. Tina frowned and thought for a while. Su, I hope you can postpone the expansion. Your Apocalypse group is big enough now. Although I don't know your strategy, I think it is necessary for your Apocalypse group to be quiet for a while. I have heard many people comment on your Apocalypse group. Many people admire it, and even more people are jealous of it. Many people stare at you. It is not good for you to make too many enemies, Tina said meaningfully. When profits reach a certain level, superfish oil cannot be your trump card. You have acquired an arsenal in Italy. As far as I know, many companies have sent investigators there. If you don't intervene in the arms market, there may be no action against you. Once what you say is different from what you do, the attack from the arms group will definitely happen. Keep quiet for a while, increase your strength and then expand, Tina added, and Su Pinggan frowned. Su Pinggan didn't speak while drinking tea. After 3 cups of tea, Tina, even if I stay quiet now, will those people let go of this piece of fat meat of mine? Su Pinggan had a bitter smile on his face. No, the reason why your Apocalypse Group is still safe now is inseparable from your several decisions. Many people are a little afraid of you. If you do the same as other Xianchao companies, I believe that your Apocalypse Group is definitely not a private enterprise now, but has become a joint stock company. You are right. You will not let go of this piece of fat meat easily, Tina said with a smile. As a senior executive of Daco Headhunting Company, he was in contact with the bosses, directors, presidents and general managers of large companies. He was very clear about their thoughts and wanted to take a bite out of the Apocalypse Group. However, he was afraid of Su Pinggan's rogue methods and did not take any action. If he changed to another company, he would have been swallowed up without leaving any residue. If he wanted to expand in Europe, he could forget about it. The rogues in Europe and the United States are passed down from generation to generation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 America, there is a challenger on this planet. It didn't take long. Tina left the hotel and drove away by herself. Su Pinggan took a car to the Renewable Resources Research Institute and began to inspect. Gilbert and his deputy were waiting in the parking lot. After Su Pinggan got off the car, the two shook hands and went directly to the front line for inspection. The researchers of the institute were busy with their own affairs. What the company did last year made everyone understand that the company was not a good thing. 11 researchers who breached the contract are still in prison. They were sentenced to 11 years in prison for multiple crimes. The two research institutes compensated the Xianqi Renewable Resources Research Institute for £3 million and settled out of court. This matter has come to an end. They dare not play any tricks. They focus on research. In 1 year, 879 patents were generated. Many projects have made great progress. Gilbert also received Su Pinggan's reward. Now, after technical exchanges with the Renewable Resources Research Institute in the Celestial Empire, there have been breakthroughs in recent months, which makes Gilbert feel a little incredible. According to the current progress, there is no need for any guidance. Accompanied by many people, Su Pinggan communicated with many project leaders. He stopped the inspection at almost 12 o'clock and returned to the office. Su Pinggan's office is only used once a year. Gilbert, resources can be recycled into plastics and paper products into high-quality pulp. These two projects are inclined. This time I go back, I plan to start a pilot project for garbage disposal, Su Pinggan said after taking a sip of tea. Boss, do you need guidance? Gilbert asked. Guide of progress, and the patent application should not be delayed, Su Pinggan said. Hurry up and answer the phone. Why don't you answer the phone? Su Pinggan's phone rang. Su Pinggan picked up the phone and looked at it. It turned out to be a number in the United States. After thinking about it, he answered it directly. Hello, that person, Su Pinggan asked. Su, this is Mike. Mike's voice came over, and Su Pinggan smiled when he heard it. General, I didn't expect to receive your call now. I thought you gave up my product. Su Pinggan smiled and made a silent gesture to Gilbert. We will not give up on good products. The Pentagon delegation will go to China in 4 days. You bastard got rich this time, Mike said very unhappily. It was hard for Su Pinggan, a bastard, not to get rich this time. General, I'm in London now. I will return to China in the near future, Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face. He felt comfortable all over, which was stronger than the pleasure Tina brought him last night. Ambassador Mitterrand will contact you. That's it. Mike hung up the phone unhappily. Although he got what he wanted, thinking about how much Su Pinggan earned, Mike was very jealous. If he hadn't retired, he would probably have cheated Su Pinggan. Ho ha ho ha ha ho ha, Su Pinggan laughed out of jealousy. With the amount used by the US Navy, it must be a lot of money. Gilbert, book me a plane to China 2 days later, a charter flight, Su Pinggan said directly with a wave of his hand. Congratulations, boss. Gilbert didn't hear much, but he could still analyze what happened by adding up the bits and pieces. Book a restaurant and have a drink with me, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Gilbert nodded and started to make a phone call. Su Pinggan was extremely happy here, but many people in China had the idea of jumping off the building. In 5 days, the stock market fell from more than 5,000 points to more than 4,000 points. Too many people were terrified and confused about the situation. Jizu Ai was watching the stock market report in the company, and she was also scared. Fortunately, she withdrew in advance, otherwise, she would have lost a lot of money. According to the current trend, the decline will not stop and will definitely continue. If the loans were not recovered in advance, there would probably be many repayment defaults. This year, let alone making money, it would be good to be able to keep half of the capital. Jizu Ai thought about it and suddenly froze for a moment. Did Su Pinggan know about this in advance? The time when the funds left was too coincidental. He had just cleared his positions and recovered his debts, and the stock market plummeted not long after. Is this really a coincidence? Jizu Ai began to think deeply. The current stock market crash must be wrong. There must be something wrong. Jizu Ai didn't know what it was. This level of destructive power would definitely cause a thorough investigation by the country. A day later, Su Pinggan talked to William, John Ash and others on the phone. After explaining the reason, they all expressed their understanding and congratulated Su Pinggan. The representative of the U.S. Pentagon was going to China. Even a fool could guess what was going on. In the evening, he met with Stone and his boyfriend Ruth and had dinner together. Ruth went directly to report to the Black Fox in France. After passing the assessment there, he would be sent back. Stone and Ruth thanked him again and again. After returning to the hotel, Su Pinggan called Buck and told him about this matter. Buck, Ruth must be strictly examined. He has been working in a British security company, but now he wants to join our apocalypse. I am worried that there is a problem here. Don't worry, boss, I will strictly examine it. What if he really has a problem? Do I need to control him? Buck asked. Report to me in advance, and I will call you then, Su Pinggan said very calmly. I understand. Buck understood what Su Pinggan meant. You arrange people to secretly examine the personnel recruited by the security company locally again. If you find anything, don't take any action and notify me directly, Su Pinggan said directly. I will arrange it immediately tomorrow, Buck said seriously. After a night's rest, at 10 o'clock the next morning, Su Pinggan took a chartered plane back to China, and Kent and several others followed. After Su Pinggan arrived in China, they flew back to France. China, the U.S. Embassy in China. Mitterrand hung up the phone, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't expect that it was the result of purchasing super paint. DuPont was silent and didn't express any opinions. Su Pinggan was really lucky. Mitterrand was very clear about what happened in the country. The generals worked together. To do this, they must have reached an agreement with Su Pinggan in advance. Otherwise, the generals would not work so hard. Without sufficient interests, the generals would not fight so hard. Mitterrand didn't know when the agreement was reached. Now there is only this explanation that can explain this matter. There is no other possibility. He really underestimated Su Pinggan. When the delegation boarded the plane, Mitterrand informed the relevant departments of China that the delegation came to discuss the purchase of super paint with Shianqi Group. There was no other purpose. He hoped that this matter would be kept confidential for the time being before the result was reached. The top leaders received the notice, and many bigwigs smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They were all playing with the business, but who was as resourceful as Su Pinggan, who even had connections with the U.S. military? If domestic companies could have half the skills of Su Pinggan, the government could save most of its energy to develop people's livelihood. So many companies were blocked by the EU and the US, and all kinds of benefits were not done, but when it came to the Apocalypse Group, there was nothing. Why is the gap between people so big? The arrangements should be made according to international practices. After the relevant departments received the instructions, they began to make arrangements. The next day, the plane landed in Beijing, and Mitterrand drove to pick up the 3 people. Overnight, the embassy arranged 3 cars, and the relevant departments arranged 2 cars for escort. The 3 cars escorting Mitterrand set off from Beijing and headed straight to J-City. Y Province and J-City had already received the notice. A police car was already waiting at the highway intersection of Xinchi. When the convoy arrived, it was responsible for leading the way. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan also arranged people to wait at the junction of J-City and Xinchi, while the 2 big guys waited in the city. Mitterrand, I didn't expect that the road surface in China is so smooth now. It was not like this when I came here 8 years ago. China is developing so fast, Nibble said slowly while looking out the window. Nibble, The development speed of China is definitely beyond your imagination. I have been in China for 6 years and witnessed their development speed. The resilience of the Chinese people is really too strong. Among the 4 ancient civilizations, only China has continued to survive. This terrible resilience is very important. Mitterrand also looked out the window and said absent-mindedly, "Mitterrand, you don't have to worry. The strength of the United States is not so easy to surpass. The world is different from before," Nibble said with a smile. Mitterrand shook his head and disagreed with Nibble's view. China is not as good as the United States now, and it is not as good as the United States in many aspects, but China's development speed is too fast. If it continues to develop at this speed, it will reach the level of the United States sooner or later. In 2 years, his term of office will be up, and by then he must make a detailed report to at least let the White House know that the United States has a challenger on this planet. While the two were chatting in the car, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were also talking in the office. The topic was Su Pinggan and Apocalypse Group. The two were really unpredictable about Su Pinggan. This year, it was Wu Sike and Hong Minghe who came to see Chen Qingshan, and Su Pinggan was deliberately avoiding them. This was Chen Qingshan's feeling. In the past, Su Pinggan would personally talk to Chen Qingshan about such matters, but now, Su Pinggan did not show up. "He is growing too fast," Wei Dongshuo said with emotion. "He will grow up with more experiences. So many things have happened in the past 2 years. It's normal for him to grow up. If he doesn't grow at all, that's a problem. The problem now is that we can't figure out what his real thoughts are. He goes abroad frequently and he must have seen bad things abroad. The security company is a ready-made example, 3 batches of people. According to intelligence, pensions have been issued to more than 20 people." Chen Qingshan sighed and closed his eyes. Chapter 204 Everything is perfect. What I'm wondering now is why the country said nothing about what he did. Did they just let him do whatever he wanted? Wei Dongshuo said with a frown. This is his cunningness. With super fish oil, super paint, and domestic mobile phone systems, his international influence is growing day by day. Even if he keeps a low profile in China, the international status of Apocalypse Group will not be affected at all. Be careful not to use the right weapon. Another thing is that Apocalypse Group has been promoted as a banner. If something happens, we will be slapping ourselves in the face. 6 billion euros in research and development expenses a year. Medium-sized state-owned monopoly enterprises only make this much in a year, and basically have no scientific research investment. Private enterprises have more or less increased their research and development efforts under the influence of Apocalypse Group. If Apocalypse Group has something at this time, I'm afraid those companies dare to cut their research and development expenses in half directly, and the good situation will be ruined. It will not be possible to restore the current situation in a short time. Su Pinggan, his influence is too great, Chen Qingshan said with a frown and a serious face. I heard that Cao Jingwei resigned as the chairman of Dream Group because of him. Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin had to work hard to appease him. Otherwise, those research institutes and the other 2 companies would have been hit hard. We will study it later and increase the support for him. Hongzhou has given more support than us. If this goes on, Su Pinggan's heart will inevitably tilt towards Hongzhou, Renewable Resources Research Institute. It has been a year. I really don't believe there is no result. With so many top talents and such high-tech equipment, if there was no result, Su Pinggan would have jumped up long ago. This kid must be holding back, Wei Dongshuo said bitterly. I remembered one thing. Why did this kid acquire the weapons company? Chen Qingshan said with a frown. This matter has not been concluded yet. According to the notification of the relevant departments, the purchase price of 5 million euros is far below the actual value. There must be other transactions involved, otherwise, the other party would definitely not sell it to him at such a low price. Let's discuss this matter after we have a conclusion. To be honest, I have the idea of arranging nails to the Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan's actions make me very uneasy, Wei Dongshuo said helplessly. As a local leader, he can't even control an enterprise in his own territory. Everything is clearly placed in front of you, but you feel like you are looking at a fog. This feeling makes Wei Dongshuo really uncomfortable. Old Wei, what we can think of, the superiors must also think of it. It's better for us not to intervene. Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo and said meaningfully. I understand. Wei Dongshuo nodded and said. Dang dang dang, the knock on the door sounded. Come in, Wei Dongshuo said. Wei Dongshuo's secretary Hao Weidong pushed the door and came in. Senior official, The convoy will arrive in the suburbs in 10 minutes. Let's go to the Apocalypse Group and see our big entrepreneur who can make everything happen, Wei Dongshuo said with a look of irony. Chen Qingshan also shook his head and smiled bitterly and stood up. Soon, a convoy of more than a dozen vehicles set off, heading for the Apocalypse Group. Su Pingyan was drinking tea in his office at this moment. The matter had been settled long ago, and everything now was just a formality. However, this matter could not be discussed with Mitterrand and others in the room. For the time being, he could not reveal that he knew there was a surveillance camera on the roof. Once it was exposed, he would not be able to use the surveillance camera to counterattack. It would be better to talk outside. Thinking of this, Su Pingyan picked up the phone and started dialing. Mr. Su, please give instructions. Chen Qilin's voice came over. Qilin, bring a few trustworthy people to the headquarters. I am talking to the Americans in the garden pavilion and don't want anyone to disturb me, Su Pingyan said calmly. I'll be there right away. Chen Qilin was not vague at all and handled Su Pingyan's instructions as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Su Pingyan called Feng Xia again to explain, then hung up the phone, slowly sipped the tea, and his face returned to its original calm. The design of the headquarters of the Apocalypse Group is like a garden, with several pavilions. The largest one has begun to be decorated. Feng Xia personally led people to start decorating, laying carpets, pulling wires, arranging tea sets, soft seats, cushions, and cakes. Just after the decoration was completed, Chen Qilin brought people over, talked with Feng Xia for a while, and directly took over the protection of the pavilion. More than a dozen big men were spread all around, controlling the pavilion and the surrounding areas. Not long after, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan came. Su Pingyan went downstairs after receiving the notice. The three shook hands and talked meaningless words in the reception room. Soon, the motorcade drove into the Apocalypse Group. Su Pingyan, Wei Dongshuo, and Chen Qingshan, the three of them left the reception room and came outside. Mitterrand led the three of them in front, and there were many people guarding them around. Su Pingyan smiled inexplicably when he saw this scene. Mitterrand smiled and took 2 quick steps away from Su Pingyan, and shook hands with Su Pingyan. Su, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. He was very enthusiastic. Mr. Ambassador, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Welcome to your arrival. Su Pingyan was also very enthusiastic. When everyone was about to go to the office building, Mr. Ambassador, how about we talk somewhere else? Su Pingyan suddenly said. Change the place. Mitterrand had a look of astonishment on his face. The same was true for the others. The guests came, but they were not even allowed to enter the door. What the hell was this Su Pingyan doing? One of the staff members accompanying Mitterrand narrowed his eyes at Su Pingyan. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were also astonished, and they didn't understand what Su Pingyan was doing. We stay in the office every day, which is disgusting. How about we go to the pavilion over there to talk? I'm ready. Let's chat while drinking tea and enjoying the sunshine. How about it? Su Pingyan said with a smile. Okay, to be honest, I also have an extreme aversion to offices. Staying there all day long really makes people feel depressed, Mitterrand agreed with a smile. Everyone, let's talk to President Su alone. Please wait a moment. Mitterrand turned around and spoke to the accompanying staff in English. This scene was really subtle. He spoke Celestial Chinese when communicating with Su Pingyan, and directly spoke English to other people. This was a naked contempt for others, without any disguise. Even if you are a local government official, you are not taken seriously at all. Please, Su Pingyan said, and walked towards the pavilion with Mitterrand and others. Looking at the backs of several people, one of the accompanying staff members had clenched his fist, and the blue veins on it had already appeared. Mitterrand's unconcealed behavior was unacceptable. A person next to him patted this person on the shoulder and walked towards the reception room expressionlessly. Qilin, don't let anyone disturb our conversation, Su Pingyan said with a smile. Chen Qilin nodded and guarded around with others. Everyone came to the pavilion and sat down. How is it? The environment here is okay, right? Su Pingyan said with a smile. It's really nice, but it's a pity that I don't have the money to enjoy it, otherwise, I would definitely set one up for myself, Mitterrand said with a smile. The ventilation here is all around, and the breeze is blowing. Drinking tea is a unique flavor, which makes people feel relaxed. Su, let me introduce you. The people around are General Nibble, the plenipotentiary representative of the Pentagon, This is General Eric. This is General Dari. Mitterrand introduced Su Pinggan. Welcome, generals. It's my honor. Su Pinggan shook hands with the three generals one by one. Taste the tea I brewed. I think we have plenty of time today, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Mitterrand and the other four all laughed. Mr. Su, we have plenty of time, Nibbles said with a smile on the side. It was actually in the Chinese language. Su Pinggan was even more satisfied. Obviously, the United States had made careful arrangements. The four people drank tea and chatted about other things. They didn't talk about business at all. It was not until Su Pinggan brewed the third pot of tea that Mitterrand stood up with a smile. Su, you guys talk, I'll go and keep them company, otherwise, they'll get impatient, Mitterrand said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Ambassador, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and sent Mitterrand out of the pavilion. Su Pinggan returned and looked at Nibble. Generals, I think we can relax a little now, he said, unbuttoning the top button of his shirt. Nibble and the other two knew what was going on and relaxed a lot. Mitterrand returned to the reception room, and everyone was surprised. No way, even Mitterrand was excluded. He thought so in his mind, but still had a smile on his face. He was not an ordinary person, and he had this ability. I'm old, and my energy can't keep up, so I came back to rest, Mitterrand explained to everyone, and regardless of whether everyone understood it or not, he sat down and leaned against the sofa and began to close his eyes and rest. This old fox, this is what everyone thought. In the pavilion, Su Pinggan and the three generals were talking and laughing, eating cakes and drinking tea, chatting and laughing, and no one knew what they were talking about. Su, this is the plan, what do you think? Nibbles said to Su Pinggan. The general's plan was very simple. Everything was done at the normal price, because the purchase price had to be checked. You had no room for trickery. If you wanted to make up the difference, you had to find another way. The amount on the books was €3,500 per barrel. And the actual price between Su Pinggan and the generals was €3,100 per barrel, with a difference of €400 per barrel. The generals set up an environmental fund, and Su Pinggan deposited the €400 difference in the name of charity. When the transaction was completed, Su Pinggan paid enough funds, and the foundation disappeared inexplicably. Of course, a huge amount of money also disappeared. Everything was seamless. Chapter 205. He had already started planning this. I don't think there will be anyone who is blind enough to investigate this fund, Su Pinggan said with a smile. No matter what organization it is, if they dare to investigate this fund, it will end up in nothing. If there are really blind people who are looking for trouble, we will deal with it, Nibbles said with a smile. He understood Su Pinggan's meaning very well. Su Pinggan was not responsible for the cleanup, and the generals needed to solve it themselves. This matter was not a big deal for Nibble and others. Those who dared to challenge the Pentagon would not have a good end. I wish us a happy cooperation. I believe this is not the last time. We still have the opportunity to cooperate. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he raised his teacup. Nibble and others laughed and raised their teacups to clink with Su Pinggan. Then the four people began to chat about love and romance. It ended too early and did not reflect the hard work of several people. They all understood this and did not need to say more. They all knew what to do. Su Pinggan also called someone to send a bottle of red wine in an ice bucket. The four people began to discuss the quality of red wine. As a general, he tasted a lot of red wine. After a conversation, Su Pinggan really learned a lot. The four people talked for more than an hour before they finished. They asked someone to notify Mitterrand and others to come out. Both sides said goodbye in a friendly manner. Evacuate everyone in the pavilion, and let others do what they should do, Su Pinggan said and returned to his office. After arranging for Mitterrand and others and the staff of relevant departments to stay, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan returned. Wei Dongshuo did not go to his office, but went to Chen Qingshan's office. Chen Qingshan told his secretary Chen Zhang not to see anyone and not to let anyone disturb his conversation with senior officials. After making 2 cups of tea, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan sat down and felt a wave of fatigue. Americans are so damn arrogant, but why are they so polite to Su Pinggan? Is there something wrong with this? Chen Qingshan said with a frown. It's nothing. Didn't you see that the accompanying staff clenched their fists? Mitterrand did it on purpose. What I can't understand is why Mitterrand was excluded from the negotiations. This doesn't make sense. Moreover, I think Mitterrand doesn't want to participate in this matter and wants to avoid it. Wei Dongshuo also frowned and said, "This is easy to understand. The US military is an independent unit, which is very complicated. There must be a lot of money involved in this negotiation. Mitterrand is protecting himself. It's better not to know some things. The darkness of the US military is world famous. There are too many dirty things they have done. If you get involved, you may disappear secretly at any time." Chen Qingshan snorted after speaking. So, Su Pinggan must have a secret deal with the US military this time. How dare he? Isn't he worried that the Americans will settle accounts later? Wei Dongshuo frowned even tighter, and couldn't figure out what was going on. Su Pinggan went abroad, only to European countries, and never to the United States. How could he have such a deep relationship with the US military? Just to purchase super paint? It's unbelievable. Forget it, don't think about it. No matter how much we think about it, there is no evidence. Without evidence, we can't do anything to Su Pinggan, Chen Qingshan said with a long sigh. That night, what happened during the day arrived at the desks of the bigwigs. Looking at the report, everyone frowned. It was so confidential that even Mitterrand was excluded from the negotiations. I'm afraid no one would believe that there was no insider trading. The meeting place was changed by Su Pinggan temporarily. Without any information, many people began to frown and think about this matter. Su Pinggan was on the balcony of his house at this moment. The person he was talking to was Song Zinayu. At noon the next day, Su Pinggan invited Mitterrand and Nibble to dinner together. The wine they drank was naturally Jiananchan, which Su Pinggan liked. He drank a lot during this meal and was helped back home dizzy. On the third day, he took a day off. On the fourth day, Su Pinggan met with several people again to discuss holding a press conference. It was impossible to hide this matter. It was better to announce it openly. On the morning of that day, the administrative department of Shaanxi Group notified all major media outlets to hold a press conference in J-City. 3 days later, there was a major news announcement. The media that received the notification immediately began to arrange elite troops to go to J-City. Every time Shaanxi Group held a press conference, it would cause a stir. It was definitely the embodiment of traffic, click-through rate, and sales. Those media that were not notified also sent personnel to J-City. In just 2 days, Chen Qingshan looked at the report in his hand. All the larger hotels were full, and some smaller hotels also had a lot of people settled in. Moreover, the number was still increasing. Some people even started to resell rooms. Chen Qingshan felt very uncomfortable. The city spent a lot of effort to hold the tourism festival and Tai Chi annual conference, but there were not so many reporters coming. Some of them were not paid to come. Now the Apocalypse Group has only issued a notice, and you are running here so fast. According to statistics, many of you have not received any notice but have come here only after hearing the news. Do you think it is fun to flatter Su Pinggan like this? The influence of the Apocalypse Group is so great that even as the mayor, I have to be restrained when dealing with the Apocalypse Group. When there were no big companies, I was looking forward to big companies. Now that there are big companies with such a big influence, Chen Qingshan's mood is like ice and fire. Ding 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 ding. The phone on the desk rang. A red phone. Chen Qingshan took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan said politely. Mayor Chen, I'm from the XX Financial Department. Just now, a sum of $38.5 billion has entered the account of the J-City Apocalypse Paint Company. A female voice reported the matter. Thank you, I understand, Chen Qingshan said, controlling his emotions. He hung up the phone slowly. $38.5 billion. Su Pinggan's deal with the Pentagon was actually completed. Chen Qingshan began to pant heavily. Suddenly, Chen Qingshan was stunned for a moment, and immediately opened the drawer and took out a document to look at. Asshole! Chen Qingshan couldn't help cursing. It was clearly written on the document that Shaanxi Paint Company began to implement a new tax exemption policy last month, with a tax reduction of up to 30%. Wu Sike was responsible for negotiating this matter with the city. There was a big seal from the city on the document, and a big seal from the provincial government for approval. This matter was set in stone and could not be changed. Not only that, as a national high-tech product, Poseidon Branch, Shaanxi Paint Company obtained the policy of the Ministry of Science and Technology, a 6% tax exemption on national taxes, which was a special approval and would be implemented from April 1 this year. As an outstanding entrepreneur and philanthropist recognized by several directly affiliated departments, Su Pinggan's personal tax was reduced by 5%, which would be implemented on April 15. "You actually plotted against me," Chen Qingshan said to himself with a dark face, and the scene of negotiating with Wu Sikai appeared in front of him again. Wu Sikai started to take action just after the Chinese New Year. During that period, he asked Chen Qingshan for policies every day. "Ordinary companies can enjoy 23% tax exemption, but why can't our Shyanki company enjoy it?" Chen Qingshan was so annoyed that he couldn't do anything. "Chen Qingshan, if you can't give us fair treatment, we will move the headquarters away," Wu Sikai said very impolitely. "Lawyer Wu, the boss of Shyanki Group is Su Pinggan, right? You don't seem to be able to be the boss of this family," Chen Qingshan said nonchalantly. "I can't be the boss of this family, but if we, the senior executives, unanimously oppose it, President Su must also seriously consider it. What's more, it's not that we don't have a place to go. To be honest, President Su considers this as his hometown and wants to give back to his hometown, so he placed the headquarters in J City. But if J City can't give us fairness, we will unanimously request the relocation of the headquarters. After all, the conditions given by other cities are very tempting," Wu Sikai said indifferently with his signature smile. The city even held a special meeting for this purpose, and assigned someone to negotiate with Wu Sikai. In the end, it was decided that the tax rate would be given to Shyanki Paint Company first, and the others would be discussed later. Now it seems that Su Pinggan did it on purpose. He was behind the scenes, and Wu Sikai was in the front. He had already started planning this, Chen Qingshan reacted. Shyanki Group, Su Pinggan's office. Su Pinggan put down the phone with a smile on his face. $38.5 billion were credited, which is 35 billion euros in euros. He picked up the phone and called Nibble's room. After talking for a while, he put down the phone. "The press conference will be held as scheduled tomorrow. The world media will be waiting to be flooded with this news." At 9 o'clock the next day, reporters from all walks of life began to gather at the gymnasium. There were too many people who signed up to participate. More than 800 people, and the company's press conference venue could not accommodate them. Many companies adopted live broadcasts, and there were a lot of equipment, so they could only rent the gymnasium for one day. Su Pinggan took Aubrey to the stadium. Mitterrand, Nibble and others also took a car to the stadium. The two sides met in the backstage. It was not time yet, so they sat down and chatted. Su Pinggan and Mitterrand were talking and laughing. The protagonists of today's press conference were Nibble and Aubrey. Su Pinggan and Mitterrand were accompanying them. Su Pinggan was even going to be a guest host. He looked at the time and it was almost time. Everyone started to walk to the front. Nodding to everyone, Su Pinggan strode to the front desk. There was a flash of lights below. Outside, many people turned on their computers to watch this press conference to see what Su Pinggan of Shyanki Group would do. Su Pinggan came to the front and bowed to the reporters below. The etiquette was in place. Then he pressed his hands down, and the scene instantly quieted down. "Thank you all for coming to the media. We are old friends. Today's news will definitely satisfy you," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and many people in the audience smiled unconsciously. Chapter 206 I am nothing in front of him. Today's press conference is actually a signing meeting. Because the other party is a heavyweight, we arranged this press conference. Please welcome General Nibble, the representative of the U.S. Pentagon. Please welcome Aubrey, the general manager of Apocalypse Paint Company. Please welcome Mr. Mitterrand, the U.S. ambassador to the Celestial Empire. Today, we will witness together the signing ceremony of the U.S. Pentagon's purchase of Apocalypse Super Paint. The purchase amount is $38.5 billion. Su Pinggan said and started to applaud directly. Many people in the audience began to applaud. Nibble, Aubrey, and Mitterrand began to go on stage. Nibble and Aubrey sat in front of the stage that had been set up. There were beautiful models holding two documents in front of them. The flashlights in the audience began to flash, and the barrage on the internet began to appear densely. $38.5 billion. The U.S. military actually purchased Apocalypse's super paint. Is it wrong? Many people felt incredible. On the stage, Aubrey and Nibble exchanged signatures, and immediately a model came over with 4 bottles of champagne. Su Pinggan, Mitterrand, Nibble, Aubrey, the 4 people raised their glasses and clinked them. This scene was recorded by the reporters below with their cameras. This was a historic moment. Americans had to admit that the super paint of Apocalypse Group was the best in the world. The press conference was very short, but the news was really shocking. It might not have a big impact today, but it would be different tomorrow. It would definitely have a world-class impact. The official website of Apocalypse Group would definitely release this news. Many people paid attention to the official website of Apocalypse Group. With the reports of various media, this news would soon spread to the whole world, and a new round of envy, jealousy and hatred would soon appear. That night, Su Pingyan once again entertained Mitterrand and Nibble and his party. It was considered a money deal. They would leave J-City tomorrow. This dinner of wine allowed Americans to see the wine culture of the Celestial Empire. Derry was drunk and fell under the table, Mitterrand fell in the bathroom, Eric lay on the table and did not move, but Nibble persisted to the end, and like Su Pingyan, he was carried away by the people around him. The next day, Mitterrand and his team set off at 1 p.m., and everyone still felt uncomfortable in their stomachs. You must never drink with Su Pingyan in the future. He doesn't have so many tricks, and his routines are one after another, Mitterrand said, rubbing his head. Nibble smiled bitterly on the side. Fortunately, he had spent many years in Northern Europe and had trained his drinking capacity. Otherwise, he would have to lie down. The drinking culture of the Celestial Empire is considered an experience. The front-page headlines of some mainstream media in Europe and the United States today are that the $38.5 billion purchase has completely swept the screen. The Americans are really willing to spend it, and more people feel incredible. First, DuPont actually gave up the U.S. military purchase so easily, which is unreasonable. Second, how did Su Pingyan get through the relationship with the U.S. military? Many corporate chairmen were thinking about this problem in the room. Why is Su Pingyan's way so wild? They all felt that Su Pingyan was shrouded in a layer of fog, and they couldn't see through it. They must be cautious about the Apocalypse Group in the future. The enemy that cannot be seen clearly is the most terrible enemy. The matter of calculating the Apocalypse Group must be postponed again, otherwise, it may be oneself who suffers. People outside do not know that this is the credit of the U.S. generals. A bucket of €400 in kickbacks is not a small amount. This time, the United States played very secretly, and various transactions were limited to the top. Everyone who knew the inside story kept their mouths shut. The military, the White House, and the bigwigs of both parties in Congress were all involved. If anyone leaked the secret, they would definitely face a devastating blow. Many companies in China were confused, and the top executives of Huawei company were also confused. How did Su Pingyan play it? The company spent so much money and still has not entered the U.S. market. Now Su Pingyan has captured the U.S. military. Song Zemin was looking at the news on the computer in his office. $38.5 billion. He couldn't make it in his whole life, but his daughter was smart enough to hang Su Pingyan first and take it slowly. I really hope that my daughter can take Su Pingyan down earlier, so that I can feel at ease. Song Zemin was also confused at the moment. Sitting alone in the office, he felt powerless. He had worked so hard for such a long time, but he only earned so little, and it was all because of his connections. Su Pingyan's business alone was worth $38.5 billion. Could he make $5 billion in his lifetime? If he really got together with Su Pingyan, would he have the right to speak at home? Song Zemin began to think wildly. Everyone who had a relationship with Su Pingyan was dumbfounded. Mabo and Lin Yide called Su Pingyan and asked him to treat them. If they didn't treat Su Pingyan well, they would really go crazy. They knew in their hearts that they were no longer on the same level as Su Pingyan. In the United States, the Ocean Protection Charity Fund was a fund that had been established for about 2 months. The fund's headquarters was located in Las Vegas, which was very inconspicuous. On this day, a huge sum of money was remitted into the fund account from abroad. In just one day, the Ocean Protection Charity Fund had been completely deserted. You couldn't find anyone there at all. The funds in the account were also quickly transferred away. No one knew where they went. Su Pingyan had a phone call with Nibble, who said that the money had been received. Both of them looked forward to the next cooperation. Su Pingyan's quick payment made the generals very satisfied, unlike other companies, which would talk about conditions for a kickback. A few days passed, and the popularity of Su Pingyan had declined. At the headquarters of Apocalypse Group, Su Pingyan and Chen Qingshan were drinking tea in Su Pingyan's office. This was the first formal meeting between the two this year. Mayor, I admit that the Renewable Resources Research Institute has already achieved mature results, But I am still hesitant about where to put this project. I don't need to tell you the reason, but the mayor should know it. Brother Zhang said that as long as I put the new project on his side, I don't need to worry about the land and infrastructure, and personal income tax is not impossible to negotiate. The Magic City and Beijing City are even more powerful. Of course. There are also some places that have offered much more favorable conditions than you. I can't take care of it recently, but I have to make a decision in the next few days and can't drag it on. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he slowly drank tea. Chen Qingshan took a deep breath and asked, "What is the project?" "According to national policy, domestic waste disposal is tax-free," Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face. "Pinggan, you already have a lot of money. Are you short of money now? Isn't it good to pay more taxes to make the country richer and stronger?" Chen Qingshan directly brought up the national justice. "Did I pay less according to the law? How much tax do the top 10 real estate development companies in the country pay? How many companies are headquartered in China? I can play tax evasion more than them. Have I done it? The headquarters of my Shianki group is there," Su Pinggan said, staring at Chen Qingshan's eyes. Chen Qingshan was silent. He knew very well what Su Pinggan said. The nature of Su Pinggan's company has not changed, and the headquarters is still in China. It has already explained a lot of things. If he keeps biting this matter, it is completely pushing Su Pinggan away. "This is your hometown. Don't you want your hometown to be better?" Chen Qingshan immediately changed the subject. Su Pinggan smiled. "Yes, I really didn't realize that Chen Qingshan was so talkative before. I guess this is Chen Qingshan's true nature. I underestimated Chen Qingshan before. If I don't want my hometown to become better, the Poseidon branch will not be located in J City, the Super Paint Factory will not be located in J City, and the Apocalypse Group headquarters will not be located in J City. Tell me, why am I doing this?" Su Pinggan easily counterattacked. "Pinggan, although there are fewer people watching your taxes now, there are still many people watching you. Giving you a big tax reduction will bring you greater public pressure," Chen Qingshan said, leaning against the sofa. "Never let go easily. If you relax a little today and a little tomorrow, sooner or later one day you will not be able to satisfy Su Pinggan's appetite, and at that time, the city will be even more uncomfortable. Why isn't Zhang Jianbin afraid? Why aren't those cities and counties that contacted my Apocalypse Group and invited me to invest afraid?" Su Pinggan asked directly. Chen Qingshan opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Just when he was about to speak, Su Pinggan spoke again. "I won't make things difficult for the mayor. It's enough to have 2 major companies and a research institute in my hometown," Su Pinggan said with a calm face. "I originally wanted to look up to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. Do you think I am a fool? I don't care whether you want to give it or not. Nowadays, there is no need for Shianki Group to ask for policies everywhere as before. Today, it can be said that the two of them parted unhappily." Chen Qingshan did not let Su Pinggan send him off, and Su Pinggan did not go downstairs. He continued to drink tea alone, with a calm face, not happy with things or sad with himself, and his state of mind was even better. When he came to the door of Wei Dongshuo's office, he pushed the door open and entered without giving the secretary time to stop him. He did not knock on the door and pushed the door open with a dark face. Wei Dongshuo was startled. When he saw Chen Qingshan's face, Wei Dongshuo waved his hand and the secretary left and closed the door. He went to the side and made a cup of tea and placed it in front of Chen Qingshan. "What's wrong? Who made you so angry?" Wei Dongshuo asked. "Who else can it be? Our big entrepreneur is now cooperating with Americans. He is awesome. I am not even as good as a fart in front of him," Chen Qingshan said angrily. "Tell me in detail what happened," Wei Dongshuo asked calmly. Chen Qingshan took a few deep breaths and then told him everything in detail. Wei Dongshuo now understood why Chen Qingshan was angry. He was also very angry. However, Su Pinggan could not be blamed for this matter. Wei Dongshuo had figured out what was going on. Su Pinggan was now waiting for the attitude of J City. J could not give Su Pinggan what he wanted, and the new project would definitely be implemented in other places. Chapter 207 Bitter Fruit. "Old Chen, I am also responsible for this matter. We are indeed not bold enough. We have not changed our minds and still look at Su Pinggan and Shianki Group with the old perspective. Things are different now." Su Pinggan said something very right. "Other places dare to give him that kind of preferential policy, why don't we dare to give it to him? It is not easy for him to keep the project until now. It is because we have not changed our minds. Wei Dongshu looked at Chen Qingshan and said seriously. Old Wei, give a little today, give a little tomorrow, there will always be a day when we have no resources to give him. What should we do when that day comes? Chen Qingshan said with a frown. Let's not discuss this issue first. Let's discuss why other cities dare to give him such a big force. Wei Dongshu looked at Chen Qingshan and said. They dare to give it, isn't it for? Chen Qingshan said here without saying anything. He already understood what Wei Dongshu meant. There is one thing we must consider. The top management of Apocalypse Group is very opposed to Su Pinggan's decision to keep the headquarters in J City. It's not just one person, but all of them. It's not easy for Su Pinggan to hold on until now. Now that we can't show great courage, it's obvious that Su Pinggan's decision is wrong. At least the location of the headquarters is wrong. This is a weakening of Su Pinggan's prestige. So, he talked to you today with a lot of anger, Wei Dongshu said slowly. What should we do now? I just had a fight with him, Chen Qingshan asked. That's easy, Wei Dongshu said with a smile. He turned back to his desk and started dialing directly. It was Su Pinggan's number. The two said a few words on the phone and agreed to have a meal together in the evening. Then he hung up the phone. Old Chen, if he agrees to have dinner, it means he still prefers us. Correspondingly, we only need to come up with policies that are equal to those of Zhang Jianbin and other places, and the new project of Shianqi Group will still belong to J City. Su Pinggan is a businessman, just let him make money. He is willing to invest to drive employment and market prosperity. We can definitely get it back from other places. If all the people in J City can live a well-off life, I dare to report to him again to exempt all taxes and fees. Wei Dongshu fully showed his courage this time. He had to show his courage. The old leader came to Wei Province as the leader of the inspection team. A few days ago, he went to the provincial capital to meet the old leader, and was scolded by the old leader. This harsh reprimand also made Wei Dongshu realize that he had made a big mistake. The more he thought about it these days, the more he realized that his mistake was really big, because Chen Qingshan also made a mistake under his influence. He originally planned to discuss this matter with Chen Qingshan in 2 days, but Chen Qingshan couldn't help but go to Su Pinggan today. Let's do as you say. I'm going to get busy calculating the subsidies for other companies, Chen Qingshan said with a tired face. Wait a minute, let's discuss the subsidies for companies, Wei Dongshu said to Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan sat down again and looked at Wei Dongshu in confusion. Subsidizing other companies was a resolution that had been passed in the meeting. It seemed that Old Wei had a new idea. Old Chen, after Shianqi Group and Su Pinggan started paying taxes, our financial problems are now very abundant. However, I think the subsidies for those companies can be completely cancelled, Wei Dongshu said expressionlessly. Chen Qingshan was startled and wanted to speak, but Wei Dongshu waved his hand to stop Chen Qingshan from speaking. Why are these enterprises that need subsidies not doing well in business? It's because these people's minds are not focused on running the business. They can live very comfortably relying on subsidies. Calculate how long the city has been subsidizing them. I looked at the statistics yesterday. The shortest has been 6 years, and the longest has reached 12 years. They have been losing money every year and receiving subsidies every year, which has formed a bottomless pit. Our finances can support subsidies now, but we can't continue to fill this bottomless pit. The annual subsidies and tax reductions and exemptions are enough to pay the workers of those enterprises. Their lives are too comfortable and they have no motivation to make progress. Instead of this, we might as well let them go bankrupt directly. We spend the same amount of money to subsidize the workers anyway. Why should we support these parasites? Increasing skills training for workers and increasing support for workers' entrepreneurship will bring rewards. Although there will be some pains, we can bear the taxes and fees of Apocalypse Group. It's a pity that we let go of such a good opportunity. Wei Dongshu looked at Chen Qingshan with gleaming eyes. Do you really think so? Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshu, and Wei Dongshu nodded seriously. Old Wei, to be honest, I have wanted to do this for a long time, and I have already made a plan. The first step, Chen Qingshan began to talk about his plan incessantly, and the whole plan was linked together, which made Wei Dongshu look at him with admiration. Old Chen, since you have already made such a perfect plan, why don't you do it? Wei Dongshu asked very curiously. My senior officials, the relationship between more than 100 companies in the city is complicated, and my strength alone is not enough. Besides, we didn't have the loose finances now. If we are not careful, It will affect stability. As long as the senior officials support me, I have the confidence to implement this plan, and those backward products that do not have the ability to develop will be directly eliminated and replaced by a group of dynamic enterprises, Chen Qingshan said with shining eyes. I support you. We will have a meeting tomorrow to officially carry out this matter. Wei Dongshuo made the final decision. The two discussed for more than an hour, and Chen Qingshan immediately said, completely different from when he came. His spirit and energy returned, and he strode away from Wei Dongshuo and returned to his office. In the evening, Wei Dongshuo, Chen Qingshan, and Su Pinggan had dinner together in a private restaurant in the suburbs. Su Pinggan toasted Chen Qingshan with 2 glasses of wine and talked about it. After the meal, both the host and the guest had a good time. Wei Dongshuo promised Chen Qingshan that he would give the Shianqi group the greatest discount. At the same time, he would report the reduction of Su Pinggan's personal income tax tomorrow. With such a promise from the two, Su Pinggan had to express his opinion. Su Pinggan directly stated that Wu Sike would contact the city tomorrow to take down a few plots of land, and the recycling project would start. After the dinner, the two sides separated. In Wei Dongshuo's car, Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo were both full of emotion. This Su Pinggan had a childish temper and had to be coaxed to go. Su Pinggan was sitting in his car, and he was also full of emotion. Blowing out the lights and removing the candles, it would not light up, and no problem could be solved without getting angry. The next morning, after the meeting in the city, the news was passed down, and the CEOs of nearly 200 companies had the urge to vomit blood. From today, all municipal financial subsidies will be cancelled, and those who think that the business can no longer operate can apply for bankruptcy. A group of CEOs began to move around, but this time they couldn't find anyone. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan had a high degree of consensus. What the head and deputy squad leader decided must be implemented. A group of CEOs also figured out why the senior officials and the mayor were so confident to make such a decision. It was all because of the taxes of the Apocalypse Group. With the tax support of the Apocalypse Group, the city had nothing to fear. A CEO said during dinner that it would be better if the Apocalypse Group did not pay taxes. Another CEO next to him said that you could have strongly demanded that the Apocalypse Group be taxed. The city has the meeting record. The angry CEO flipped the table directly, and a group of people left unhappily. At the beginning, they all spoke up and demanded the disclosure of the tax payment details of the Apocalypse Group and Su Pinggan. Now, the bitter fruit has come and they can only swallow it. There are some who are really stupid. They directly submit bankruptcy applications, and the court approves them in seconds. The relevant departments count the number of workers, provide unemployment insurance, and start re-employment skills training. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. If unemployed people want to start their own business, they can submit applications, and the city will provide financial policy support. Now the city is not short of money, and there is plenty of capital to play with. Moreover, after you go bankrupt, the factory will no longer belong to you. It will be auctioned directly to repay debts, and the excess will be used for security subsidies for unemployed people. The city's investment has been reduced a lot, causing several CEOs to spit blood and stay in the hospital. Those with more powerful connections directly went through the provincial channels, but this time it didn't work. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan's reform plans have been approved by their superiors. With the support of their superiors, the two are even more fearless. The remaining business owners now completely understand that the good days are gone, and they must find another way, otherwise, they will die. During this period of time, the city was turbulent, but Su Pinggan was sitting on the Diaoyute, regardless of the flood outside, just guarding his own 1 acre and 3 points of land. They are not good people, and one less person will die. A few days later, Jizu Ai came back with a report. The bloody storm in the stock market really made Jizu Ai worry. With the investigation of some industries, Jizu Ai was even more frightened. Many companies were insolvent. Now they were completely playing the trick of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Once a certain capital chain had problems, it would be the first domino to fall. The company had no other choice but to go bankrupt. Many of these companies had a loan relationship with Jizu Ai. Fortunately, he withdrew in advance, otherwise, he would have to jump off the building and lose billions. Even if Su Pinggan didn't blame him, Jizu Ai would not forgive himself. Now he was really lucky. When he arrived at Su Pinggan's office, Su Pinggan made a few jokes with Jizu Ai, and then he started to read the report. Ho Minghe accompanied Jizu Ai for tea. Zhuai, why is the steel plant so heavily in foreign debt? Su Pinggan rubbed his head and said. Mr. Su, this is still a small number. The ones I picked are companies whose assets are greater than their external debts. There are also many companies that are insolvent. You won't know until you investigate. You will be shocked once you investigate. I really didn't expect the water here to be so deep, Zhuai said with emotion. Chapter 208 I'm afraid someone will vomit blood. After listening to this, Su Pinggan shook his head slowly. Those that are not losing money are all state-owned enterprises, and they will not be acquired by your private enterprises. Instead of acquiring these money-losing goods, it is better to directly build a new steel plant. Steel mills are a must. If you want to build a flying vehicle to leave this dimension within the specified time, you must have hard materials. It is necessary to start planning and improve step by step now. Mr. Su, if you really want to invest in a steel mill, I suggest you invest abroad. In China, you can't avoid losses anyway, because the country's environmental protection policies are getting stricter and stricter now. I heard that the authorities intend to formulate a control on the opening time of steel mills. If there is really such a policy, we will face great losses if we invest. Zhuai expressed his concerns. Is there any news about biochemical engineering? Su Pinggan put down the information and asked Zhuai. Yes, the state plans to increase environmental protection efforts for industries such as biological preparations and chemical production, Zhuai said very affirmatively. So, in the future, our super paint production will encounter raw material shortages or price increases, Su Pinggan said with a frown. Boss Su, this year it is unlikely to have any impact, but next year it is hard to say. The chemical companies that supply our paint company are all polluting. Once the country really adjusts its policies, it will be a big threat to our production, Zhuai expressed his concerns. I'll take care of this matter. The upstream industrial chain must be guaranteed. Not only the super paint, but also the auxiliary materials of super fish oil must be guaranteed, Su Pinggan said with a frown. Boss Su, next month we will have another big expenditure. The construction of the Science and Technology headquarters in Hangzhou has begun to be accepted. The rest is decoration and landscaping. We must pay the balance to Xiancheo Construction Group, Ho Minghe said on the side. How much money do you need? Is it enough on your side? Su Pinggan asked, raising his hand to drink the tea in the cup. He was spending money everywhere, and there was a tendency to spend more and more. It requires 3.6 billion, and I have enough funds to pay it. After the payment, I will have more than 3 billion funds left, Ho Minghe reported truthfully. Tomorrow you transfer 3 billion to Zhuyi's Shanxi capital, and I will allocate funds to you tomorrow. Zhuyi, buy stocks of excellent companies, and make an agreement with them when necessary. The controlling party can buy them back at 3 times our purchase price after a year. If we miss the time, we can decide on our own. We must maintain a minimum profit of more than 3 times. Be brave to speak up. Your boss is poor, Su Pinggan said as he looked at the two of them. If the outside world hears what Mr. Su said, I'm afraid some people will vomit blood because of anger, Zhuai said with a smile, and Ho Minghe also laughed. Mr. Su, there is one more thing, that is the bank. If we have a bank in our hands, it will be much more convenient, at least it will save a lot of handling fees. Our handling fees will cost hundreds of millions a year, which is not a small number, Ho Minghe added. Do you have a goal when you say this? Tell me what you think, Su Pinggan said directly. Su Pinggan knew very well who Ho Minghe was. Since he said this now, he must have some ideas in his mind. Boss Su, our Shanxi group is different from other collective enterprises. Our current accounts involve a lot of foreign currencies. The best way is to acquire a bank in Macau or Hong Kong. After acquiring the bank, apply to establish branches in the mainland. We don't need many. We only need to establish them in cities where our Shanxi group has branches. This will facilitate our currency exchange and settlement, Ho Minghe expressed his thoughts. This is a good idea. I am currently using CCB, and I need to pay CCB a lot of handling fees every year. It will be much more convenient if we really have our own bank, Zhuai said. I have no objection to establishing banks in these two places. Which one do you think is more cost-effective, acquiring one or establishing a new one? Su Pinggan looked at Ho Minghe and asked. I tend to acquire one, clean up the internal affairs, and recruit a group of new people to run it. It's just that a candidate for the president is not so easy to choose. He must be a very stable person. Ho Minghe's opinion is very clear. I'll handle this matter. I'll notify you when there's news. Your finance department should be prepared to send someone. You must be principled." Su Pinggan looked at Ho Minghe meaningfully, and Ho Minghe nodded seriously. The three of them discussed in the office for quite a while. Su Pinggan called Feng Xia to arrange a place and notify Wu Sike and Lei Peng at the same time. The six of them had lunch together, and Feng Xia went to arrange it immediately. Lei Peng had a good alcohol tolerance. When he had lunch with Su Pinggan would never get drunk. Basically, Su Pinggan would ask Lei Peng to drink with him when the internal staff drank. Everyone knew Su Pinggan's rules. If you drank at noon, you should rest directly in the afternoon. You were not allowed to go to work with alcohol. Therefore, they arranged the afternoon things early. Even if they were not there, it would not delay anything. Sure enough, the others were all dizzy, but Su Pinggan was fine. Lei Peng helped Su Pinggan block more than half a caddy of wine. Drinking so much more was nothing to Lei Peng. According to Lei Peng, he used to drink more than 2 caddies of wine. After returning home, Su Pinggan went to sleep directly. He was not woken up until he finished his meal. He drank 2 bowls of porridge and ate 2 sesame cakes. After eating and drinking, he went upstairs to drink tea. At night, the only tea suitable for drinking was black tea. Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Su Pinggan took it and answered it directly. The call was from Barry. "Boss, the new high-temperature and corrosion-resistant coating project led by Dr. Best was successful," Barry said with excitement. "Did you guide him?" Su Pinggan asked calmly. "I gave a little hint, but Dr. Best patted me on the shoulder and ran to the laboratory. I really didn't expect him to break through in half a month. The effect was twice as much as Dr. Best expected," Barry said truthfully. Su Pinggan slapped his head. "Twice? If you tell him all the processes, it is not a problem to increase it by 2 times. He didn't think about whose technology it was. According to Su Pinggan's prediction, Best would have to wait until the end of the year to break through. Barry, you have to pay attention. The technology I showed you is at least 50 years ahead. You have to understand the value of this technology," Su Pinggan said, rubbing his head. With a technological breakthrough, he has one more enemy, the United States. At present, the United States has the most advanced high-temperature and corrosion-resistant coating in the world. It is used on American aircraft, rockets, and missiles. The technology is very strictly controlled. "I understand, boss. I will pay attention." Barry knew that he had changed the time of the breakthrough without authorization, which would greatly disrupt Su Pinggan's plan. Apply for patent technology immediately, and seal the technology temporarily. Don't delay the bonus, including your own bonus, Su Pinggan said calmly. "Thank you, boss," Barry said sincerely. "How did you prompt Dr. Best?" "Tell me in detail," Su Pinggan asked. Dr. Best's high-temperature resistant technology involves a group of elements, rhenium, which is a group of metal elements rarer than diamonds. The United States is the largest consumer of rhenium metal, controlling the global sales market, and has always been in a monopoly position. Since rhenium can be widely used in jet engines and rocket engines, about 80% of the world's rhenium is used to produce aircraft engines, which is of great significance in military strategy. Other countries do not have the application technology of rhenium. Even if you have this element in your own country, you cannot use it. Moreover, the reserves of rhenium are very low. Therefore, Americans have kept the price of rhenium very low, about 300 yuan per gram, which is one of the important reasons restricting my country's aircraft engines. Rhenium is strictly controlled by various countries. Best wanted to create a cheaper high-heat resistant coating. For this purpose, research has been carried out for more than 10 years and a lot of results have been achieved, but Dr. Best has not been very satisfied. After the research institute where he was located was acquired by the Apocalypse Institute, Dr. Best began to study graphite coatings, but there has been no great progress. When he was distressed, he communicated with Barry, and Barry said something that gave Dr. Best a lot of inspiration. Alloys can achieve characteristics beyond the original metal properties. Why can't graphite be nucleated with other metals? The melting point of tungsten also reaches more than 3,000 degrees. Can it be combined with graphite? Now it can't be combined. Can it be fused by increasing the temperature? A sentence made Dr. Best, who had already entered a dead end, get out of the misunderstanding. Changing the molecular arrangement of graphite, making the branches of graphite completely attached to tungsten, the temperature of more than 3,000 degrees cannot be fused, Can the temperature of 4,000 degrees or above solve this problem? With a new idea, Best immediately began to conduct experiments. In just over half a month, he spent more than 8 million yuan and finally solved this problem perfectly. A new generation of high heat-resistant materials came out. The melting point was raised to more than 6,000 degrees, which is twice the original estimate. The cost is much lower than rhenium. After testing, the temperature below 4,000 degrees does not pose a threat to this new material and has no effect. This is an extraordinary success. Do as I say, Su Pinggan rubbed his head and said. There was nothing wrong with Barry's words. Although it was very ordinary, it worked for Best, who had already reached a dead end, but it was useless for others. Boss, there is one more thing. Professor Boris's new screen material has made a great breakthrough. I talked to Dr. Boris. The breakthrough was achieved after Dr. Boris had a new idea under the stimulation of alcohol after the party that day. It is expected to be fully formed in about half a month. Barry reported another thing. Su Pinggan covered his face. What the hell, a drink can lead to a breakthrough. Follow the rules. When you authorize others, you cannot grant exclusive authorization. Do you understand? Su Pinggan said. I understand, Barry said. Chapter 209 number 107, it's them. After hanging up the phone, I thought seriously for a while. If there is a breakthrough, don't hide it. It should be launched on the market. The new screen is still very marketable. This achievement should be licensed. I can't take care of it now. France, Paris, Tina returned to her home after get off work. As soon as she entered the house and turned on the lights, she was stunned. 3 big men were sitting on the sofa in the living room, and 2 of them were aiming guns at her. Don't worry, Miss Tina, we just want to talk to you about something, please sit down, said a middle-aged man sitting in the middle with a smile on his face. Tina took a deep breath, walked over slowly, and sat down on the sofa opposite the 3 people. Seeing that the 3 people didn't speak, the one sitting in the middle waved his hand, and the 2 next to him put away their pistols, left here, opened the door and went out. Who are you and what do you want? Tina asked. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nasher. I hope Miss Tina can do us a favor. Nasher looked at Tina and said calmly. What do you want me to do? Tina said. There are 4 documents in it, all of them are beauties, with good figures, looks, education, and first-class beauties. What you need to do is to hand this document to Su Pinggan of Shianki Group. We know that he is looking for assistance through you, and these 4 are the assistants we selected for him. Nasher stared at Tina and said. Tina sat there without moving, with a look of surprise on her face. How long has Su Pinggan told her that he needs an assistant? How did the other party know? Could it be that she was being monitored? No, it was not her, but Su Pinggan who was being monitored. Thinking of this, Tina looked at Nasher with a look of surprise, and Nasher smiled slightly. This is your commission, 50,000 euros. If you can let Su Pinggan choose any 2 people in this document, we will reward you again. Nasher took out a bag and put it on the table. What if I refuse? Tina looked at Nasher and said. This is not a good suggestion. If you refuse, I think you must pay the price. Nasher said this without a trace of expression on his face. If I do this today, after the matter is exposed, I will face the double pursuit of the Apocalypse Group and the company. I can't afford this price, I can't accept it. Just pretend that we haven't met today. Tina looked at Nasher and said seriously. As long as you don't tell anyone, who can know? Nasher said with a smile on his face. Su Pinggan is very smart. The Apocalypse Group is not a small company. The personnel I provide will definitely be investigated. I don't know who you are and how powerful the forces behind you are. If it is leaked, I can't afford the consequences. Another thing is that my current job is very good. I don't want to get involved in these things. Tina clearly refused. She said that she couldn't get involved in this matter. Otherwise, she would die without knowing how she died. Nasher frowned. Tina's attitude made him very dissatisfied, but he couldn't kill Tina. He was worried that it would alert the enemy. Once Su Pinggan had doubts, it would cause unpredictable consequences. Tina, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. You know what the consequences are of rejecting us. After Marshall finished speaking, he took out a bullet from his pocket, slowly put it on the table, and left with the information and money. Tina stood up and took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet nearby. Without using a blanket, she drank several mouthfuls directly from mouth to mouth. She was panting heavily. It was impossible not to be afraid. No one could be calm when being pointed at by two guns. She picked up the cup next to her and poured a glass of wine. She slowly returned to the sofa, staring blankly at the bullets on the table. After a while, she picked up the cup and took a sip. This matter is not so simple. She must not participate in it. Otherwise, no matter which side, they will not let her go. One night passed. The next day, Tina came to the headquarters to work early. After a while, she took her small bag and went straight to the president's office. After the secretary asked for instructions, Tina was allowed to enter. There was not only the president in the room, but also an old man sitting on the sofa. Tina looked at the President Wells and did not speak. The old man sitting on the sofa next to her smiled when he saw Tina's performance and was about to stand up, but Wells waved his hand to stop her. "Tina, this is Mr. Aiden, the director of our company. You can speak directly, no problem," Wells said with a smile. "President, Mr. Aiden, last night," Tina said, and then she took out a bullet in the transparent bag from her small bag and placed it on the desk of President Wells. The atmosphere was awkward, and the expressions on Wells and Aiden's faces were very solemn. They looked at each other. "Tina, go and have a rest first, I'll tell you what to do later," Wells said directly. Tina nodded, said hello to the two and left. Wells and Aiden were the only ones left in the room. Wells raised his hand and pressed the phone next to him. "I won't see anyone for the time being, don't let anyone disturb me," and then he hung up. He took the bullet and left the desk and came to the sofa, placing the bullet on the table. "I didn't expect them to find Tina's head so quickly. What should we do?" Wells said to Aiden. Aiden scratched his head. "We can't get involved in this matter. Supingan is not a person without resistance. From his several ways of doing things, we can see that he is also a daring person. Besides, he is not a person without resistance. Black Fox Security Company has hundreds of people in Somalia, Africa. Those people are fighting all day long. Once the matter is exposed, will he let us go?" Aiden said with a frown. "Also, I talked to Fitch, the big director of the Ground Weapons Group. The transaction volume between Supingan and the weapons group has exceeded 70 million euros. It can be seen that the people over there are very powerful. If they really retaliate, we can't bear it," Aiden added. "It's not okay to directly reject Supingan's request. This will make him lean on the headhunting company in the United States. It will be a big blow to our reputation," Wells said with a frown. "HMPH, these people won't just look for Tina. So far, only Tina has told the company the truth. You must investigate carefully. Tina can be used as a backup force. If there are no other problems, give her some more work. Our company is not without any power. This matter can only be dealt with by the people behind the scenes. We will not participate. If they want to make trouble, they should not involve us. I will have someone send you some photos later. You can ask Tina to identify and see if there is anyone who looked for her last night," Aiden said directly. "Do you need to notify other directors about this matter?" Wells said. "I will notify Joyce and Danny. It's enough for them to know. Others don't need to know. They don't have the ability to do this. I will arrange it," Aiden said directly. Tina sat at her desk, drinking coffee and lost in thought. Will the company solve this matter? If not, what should she do? Do she need to leave France? If it doesn't work, she can only run away. Ding 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 ding, the phone on Tina's desk rang, and Tina picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm Tina," Tina blurted out, a standard answer. "Tina, come to my office," Wells' voice came over. "I'll be there right away." Tina stood up, and the phone was disconnected. Tina tidied herself up and walked towards the president's office. When she arrived at the door, she explained her purpose. The secretary let her in directly. Tina pushed the door open and went in. Wells was the only one in the office. "Come and see if there is anyone here that you saw last night," Wells said with a serious face. Tina nodded and walked over to check on Wells' computer. 10 minutes later, Tina found Nassauer's photo. "President, this is it. He calls himself Nassauer," Tina said very confidently. Wells came over to confirm and copied Nassauer's photo separately. "Tina, don't worry, this person won't harass you anymore. You were able to inform the company immediately, which the company is very satisfied with. The board of directors is also very satisfied. The key customer department is still short of a deputy director. Work hard and make good results this month. I will nominate you to take over as deputy director. The company will not treat people who are loyal to the company unfairly," Wells said to Tina. "Thank you, President. I won't let you down," Tina looked serious. Wells nodded and let Tina leave. Wells took out his mobile phone and dialed a number directly. Soon the call was connected. Confirmed, Aiden's voice came over. Confirmed, number 107, I heard from Tina that he called himself Nasher, Wells said directly. Number 107, it turned out to be them. Let me take care of this matter. Everything in the company is going on normally. We must complete the selection of Su Pingin's assistant. Find a time, you can mention this matter to Su Pingin in a subtle way, Aiden said directly. I understand that Su Pingin inspects the research institutes in Europe every year. The next time he comes to Europe, I will talk to him, Wells said. Just keep it in mind, Aiden said directly, chatted for a few more words, and hung up the phone. In a suburban manner, Aiden, Joyce, and Danny were sitting in the garden with a glass of red wine in their hands. Aiden hung up the phone and smiled. Number 107, an Australian. I thought he was from the United States, but I didn't expect it to be from Australia. There is no difference. Many people in institutions like Australia are paid by Americans. The Australian Prime Minister doesn't even know what they do. It doesn't make any difference to say they are Americans, Danny said calmly. Did the Americans just reach a super pain cooperation with the Apocalypse Group? Why would they start now? And it's an important position of assistant. As Tina said, Su Pingin told her about this not long ago, Aiden said with a frown. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Dare to compete with the electric tiger for food. This is normal. With the development of the Apocalypse Group to the current level, Su Pingin cannot do without a senior assistant. The contact person for the Apocalypse Group to cooperate with us is Tina. It is easy to get the result by analyzing Tina's actions. As for the fact that it was Australia that took action, this is also easy to understand. In order not to provoke Su Pingin and the military, after all, Su Pingin has just reached a deal with the military. If the Americans come forward to investigate, I am afraid they were silenced by the big guys in the military before they even started. Who knows whether they are targeting Su Pingin or secretly collecting evidence of this transaction. The best way is to silence them. Let Australia come forward now. If something goes wrong, just push it to Australia. Nothing will happen, Joyce said sarcastically. This little trick is not a clever trick. Aiden and Danny nodded at the side. They have experienced a lot of things like this. With more experience, there is nothing to be surprised about. To be honest, how did the military get in touch with Su Pingin? This kind of thing will not have any results if we don't talk face to face. And DuPont didn't make trouble. This is very unusual, Aiden asked, shaking his glass. I don't know the situation before. I know a little about DuPont. Although the paint purchases have stopped, other products have increased by more than 1 billion orders. This is a deal that has been made. The U.S. military operates independently. The U.S. president may not know what they do. It's not a big deal to contact Su Pingin secretly. The key question is whether there will be other deals. Su Pingin can't just be described as lucky. It's lucky to get super fish oil, but it's not something that ordinary people can do. To use super fish oil cards in the United States, South Korea and Vietnam, in the confrontation with the White House, there are only two beneficiaries in the end. One is the president and the other is Su Pingin. It can be seen that he has certain skills, and his courage is extraordinary. He has money, people, and force. This kind of person is very dangerous, Joyce analyzed seriously. I can't believe that there is really a person in the Celestial Empire, Danny said with a smile. Danny, don't underestimate China. Don't forget that hundreds of years ago, China was the leader of the world. As a race with a long-lasting civilization, they have great resilience. Why are countries around the world controlling the flow of high technology into China? It's because of this worry. They are worried about their resurgence. China's economy is developing too fast. They have come a long way in just a few decades, which took us about 200 years. I have discussed this with several members of the U.S. Congress. Some senior U.S. officials are very worried. They are very worried that Russia will open up technology to China. The combination of the two is what Americans are most worried about. This is also the reason why the White House is not provoking Russia at the moment. Joyce shared what he knew. What is the purpose of planting a nail around Su Pingin now? As far as I know, the British side seems to have taken action as well, Aiden asked from the side. The Apocalypse Group has risen too fast because of its super fish oil, and China's economy has also developed too fast. The economic exchanges between Europe and China have increased year by year. It is unrealistic to impose restrictions on China as before. Companies in the European region will not agree. This is not on the interests of Europe. The rise of other companies has a strong official background. Su Pinggan is an exception. As far as I know, China's state-owned assets have approached Su Pinggan several times to acquire shares, but were rejected by Su Pinggan. In this way, a company with a relatively clean background is needed by both parties. It can be regarded as a bridge. Otherwise, how could Su Pinggan's acquisition of the research institute be approved? You can look at the data. Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Austria, Iceland. These countries' trade with China has grown very fast in recent years, especially Italy, which even sold all its weapons companies to the Apocalypse Group. European countries are facing big economic problems now. They must have a strong growth point. Otherwise, there will be big problems in the domestic economy. At that time, it will be a big storm. China is a good choice. As far as I know, a delegation from the Italian government will leave for China next week. The Italians are very smart and this step is ahead of many countries, Joyce said with a smile. The Americans secretly asked the Australians to arrange the assistant in order to incite Su Pinggan to defect, Danny said with his eyes wide open. Ha, Danny, you finally understand, but I think they made a wrong calculation this time. Su Pinggan is not Cao Jingwei, and it is not so easy to defect. Su Pinggan would rather bear high taxes than change the nature of the company. From this point, we can see Su Pinggan's character. Cao Jingwei is a bad person. He has no principles in doing things and is not worth looking up to. Su Pinggan is different. He has his own principles in doing things. Only those who do things with principles will be respected. There is an essential difference between the two of them, Joyce said with a smile. Tell me, if Su Pinggan knew that Australia was plotting against him behind his back, what would he do? I really want to see a good show, Aiden said, shaking his glass, and Joyce and Danny also laughed. It's very simple. At present, he will pretend that nothing has happened. In the future, Australia will definitely suffer a heavy loss, Danny said with a smile. We will not participate in this matter. If you want to watch the show, I will analyze it in a few years and you will see that someone will not be able to resist jumping out. Su Pinggan's several major research institutes invest more than €6 billion every year. What does this mean? Will there be no results? To be honest, I have been paying attention to information in this regard. The number of patents applied for by several research institutes is very large. This kid is planning and knows very well how to wield the patent stick. At that time, there will be a good show to watch. Many people will not be able to resist. Joyce smiled, very happy. A good show will be staged soon. In the office of Xian Chao, Su Pinggan sat opposite Chen Qingshan and drank tea quietly, while Chen Qingshan frowned and looked thoughtful. Can you guarantee that there will be no problems with the supply? Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan and said. Don't worry about this. I will keep the heating company operating normally first, and will connect it after the power plants are built, Su Pinggan said with a smile. It's not so easy to approve a power plant. This needs to be approved by the direct department in Beijing, Chen Qingshan said with a frown. Su Pinggan is a bastard. When something happens, it's a big deal. He is just a small fourth-tier city mayor and doesn't have that much power. Mayor, give me an accurate message. If it doesn't work, I will talk to Brother Zhang directly. We talked about this matter a few years ago, and he was very interested. Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan meaningfully. Don't use Zhang Jianbin to pressure me, Chen Qingshan said very unhappy. Su Pinggan shrugged with a smile on his face. Domestic garbage can be processed, why can't other garbage be processed? Chen Qingshan asked. The technology is not good. Plastic waste degradation is a big topic. It's not so easy to break through. Frankly speaking, if my European Research Institute hadn't broken through the new generation of technology, I wouldn't take action. If the experimental results in J-City, I will promote this project nationwide. At that time, the power shortage can't be completely solved, at least most of it can be solved. One power plant in each city, I can supply electricity and heat at a price lower than that of electric tigers, Su Pinggan said calmly. HMPH, Diane Lau who won't agree. You've moved their cheese, and they will definitely not let it go. Diane Lau who is a state-owned enterprise? Chen Qingshan said while looking at Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an was really bold, and he dared to compete with Dian Laohu for food. If the country doesn't approve, I'll go abroad for experiments. Many countries welcome it, Su Ping'an said indifferently. Chen Qingshan looked at Su Ping'an in front of him, and felt helpless. I'll give you a reply within a week. I have to discuss this matter with senior officials. Besides, this matter still needs approval from the direct department, Chen Qingshan said helplessly. As soon as possible, I can't wait forever. I need to go to Hangzhou in the next few days. I hope there will be a good result before I leave, Su Ping'an said seriously. He left Chen Qingshan's place with ease. Chen Qingshan stood at the window and watched Su Ping'an leave in the car. He couldn't help but say bastard, shook his head inside, and turned to leave the office to find Wei Dongshuo. Really, garbage power generation can achieve this effect? Wei Dongshuo was shocked. He didn't expect Su Ping'an to launch such a large satellite again. Garbage power generation is not a new technology, and it can't achieve the effect that Su Ping'an said. Wei Dongshuo came from a direct department. Chen Qingshan didn't understand why Wei Dongshuo knew what technology was needed. He meant that the project was launched only after the research institute in Europe had a new breakthrough. He threatened me with Zhang Jianbin all the time, and I had the urge to beat him up, Chen Qingshan said unhappily. Wei Dongshuo thought seriously for a while. Old Chen, I analyzed that the power plant would be easily approved, but it is difficult for the power plant to supply electricity to residents. The energy of the power tiger is beyond imagination, and the country will not easily let go of this loophole. The power plant is easy to approve. How is this possible? Chen Qingshan was a little surprised. Old Chen, you underestimate the status of Shianqi Group in the top management. Shianqi Group is not just a business card to the outside world, but also a great mission. The country secretly supports it. Otherwise, do you think those tax exemption policies will be so easy to approve? 10% personal income tax reduction. Who has this treatment? Wei Dongshuo looked at Chen Qingshan meaningfully and said. Chen Qingshan was completely stunned, and it took him a while to recover. His individual tax application was approved. Chen Qingshan couldn't believe this fact. He was the number one person in the entire Celestial Empire. This was a treatment that no one else had. I just came home. I was too tired today. I'll update more later. Chapter 211. You will suffer more. What do you think? This bastard has guessed a little bit now. This time, I said this to you with a certain degree of testing. If he tests it out, the next move will definitely be bigger. Su Ping'an is bolder than you think, Wei Dongshuo said with a hint of sarcasm. This is his calculation. Chen Qingshan immediately sat up straight with a look of anger on his face. No one is in a good mood when being calculated. Old Chen, be more open-minded. Don't be afraid of him making money. As long as Shianqi Group can play a good leading role, we will achieve our goal. Look at the current domestic enterprises. Take private enterprises as an example. R&D investment is growing continuously. The several enterprises that were poached after listening to Su Ping'an's speech have invested heavily in new projects. The technical content of these projects is leading the industry. Now it can be said that both production and sales are booming. This is the credit of Shianqi Group. With Shianqi Group, a mature enterprise, paving the way in front, there will be more enterprises following behind. The improvement of national basic science and technology will be improved step by step. When our basic science and technology is comprehensively improved, what kind of strength will the country be? Wei Dongshuo looked at Chen Qingshan's serious face and said seriously. This is a big chess game, a big situation that the top management has worked hard to manage, which is changing the overall situation imperceptibly. Therefore, the banner of Apocalypse Group is very important, and it can only be done secretly, not openly. If you dare to support Apocalypse Group openly, Europe and the United States will definitely increase restrictions on Apocalypse Group, step by step, and when the overall situation is determined, there is no need to worry about this. At present, Apocalypse Group must make money, and stimulate those entrepreneurs with the power of money, so that these entrepreneurs can also learn from Apocalypse Group to invest in research and development on a large scale. Not to mention the state of Apocalypse Group of more than 6 billion euros, the top management will be very satisfied if they can maintain growth. More importantly, the top management admires Su Ping'an for daring to invest so much money in research and development. Not to mention the Chinese enterprises, even the big companies in Europe and the United States have not invested so much. This bastard is really lucky. Chen Qingshan was jealous. All the good things belong to him. Su Pinggan, is he the illegitimate son of God? And there is a feeling of powerlessness in his body. This is also good for us, Wei Dongshuo said in a low voice. Chen Qingshan was stunned again. There are too many shocking news today. It is estimated that our positions will not be moved, but our levels will change. I have received news that we will be promoted to higher level soon. The better the development of Shianki Group is, the more beneficial it will be for us, Wei Dongshuo said in a low voice. This is the best news I have heard today, Chen Qingshan said with a wry smile, and Wei Dongshuo also smiled, expressing his understanding. Hurry up and write a report. I will submit it in person. The superior leader has explained that any report involving Su Pinggan can be submitted directly to his desk, Wei Dongshuo said directly, and Chen Qingshan nodded seriously. Domestically, the bosses of the companies that supply the Poseidon branch and the paint company are all having a headache. The two companies have issued a notice requesting the modification of the supply contract. The new contract has been sent to various companies. After arranging people to review it, the bosses of these companies are in a big headache. The new contract stipulates that if the production is stopped due to environmental protection issues and the supply cannot be made on time, the losses of Shianki Company must be compensated. Even if your company has an explosion and cannot supply, it must compensate the losses of the two companies. This is fatal. The two companies need a large amount of goods, and the compensation for the loss is also a huge amount of money. If they don't sign, they will face the fate of canceling the order. The bosses have communicated with the two companies and know why. It is understandable to worry, but it is unacceptable to bear the loss. What should we do? It will cost a lot of money to add environmental protection equipment. 100 million cannot solve the problem. At least 300 million is needed to solve the problem. No one wants to spend this money. The deadline given by Poseidon Company and Shianki Paint Company is 1 week. 2 days have passed. What should we do? They are all headaches. Several meetings have been held, but there is no satisfactory result. It is known that the intensity of environmental protection is increasing year by year. Originally, we considered to take it 1 day at a time. When the time comes, we will negotiate with the government. We can't let all enterprises shut down. At that time, it will have a great impact on downstream enterprises. At that time, both parties will compromise, stop production for a period of time, and add a few million equipment to deal with it. But now if we can't supply the two companies of Shianki on time, the huge compensation is simply unbearable. That afternoon, Wei Dongshuo signed Chen Qingshan's report and sent it directly to the mailbox of the superior leader. At the same time, he called the superior leader to communicate. The report was printed out. The superior leader looked at it and couldn't help laughing. This Su Pinggan really dared to ask for policies and compete with a power tiger. This courage is really extraordinary. He took another route at a price lower than the power tiger. It would be a miracle if the power tiger agreed. After thinking seriously for a while, he approved it directly and handed it over to the superior leader for decision. The electricity price is cheaper, the cost of the enterprise will also decrease, the profit will increase, and the economy will be better. The local government will not stop it. It depends on the superior leader's opinion. The next day, the news reached the direct department. The inevitable news began to spread internally. The Power Tiger department immediately refused to work. Damn it, Su Pinggan, you are tossing in other industries, but now you dare to make trouble for the tiger. It's simply courting death. The top leaders also began to study Su Pinggan's report. Opinions from all sides were very fierce. There was a lot of opposition to Su Pinggan building another power grid. At this time, something happened in J City. The area where the Apocalypse Group is located had a power outage, and it took 3 hours to repair it. The reason was that rats had gnawed the power supply lines. After listening to the report, Su Pinggan smiled and said nothing, while Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo frowned. Such an obvious targeting, do you really think that everyone can see it? Isn't it just to warn Su Pinggan? The two of them reported the matter directly. This matter can't be concealed, especially at this critical point. Let the superiors decide what to do. The senior executives shook their heads and smiled after receiving the report. Such a low-level method, why bother? The voices of opposition suddenly dropped a lot. Many supporters sighed, not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Isn't it that you are doing this that makes everyone feel uneasy? The senior executives inside the Electric Tiger are also angry. This is what that idiot did. This is completely passive. The arbitrary blocking of corporate electricity will make the senior executives even more dissatisfied. The leader personally went to the senior executives to admit the dislocation and promised to find out who did it and give everyone an explanation. The leaders of the Electric Tiger department are very clear about the positioning of the Apocalypse Group and are very humble. 3 days later, the top management made a decision that the garbage sorting power generation project could be approved, and the project of building a power grid would not be approved. The power generation from garbage could be sold to the power grid. The news was directly fed back to J-City. At the same time, the internal staff of Diane Lau Hu also started to take action. In one day, 6 senior executives retired, 11 leaders of the power supply department of J-City were given serious punishments, and 2 leaders and 9 employees were fired, which was considered an explanation to everyone. A senior executive of the Diane Lau Hu department came to J-City in person and personally assured Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan that such things would never happen again. He hoped that the two would persuade Su Pinggan to give up this idea. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan personally went to Shianqi Group and seriously discussed the matter in Su Pinggan's office. Su Pinggan smiled and agreed directly, which surprised the two. Su Pinggan looked at the two and shook his head and smiled. You don't see the value of this project at all. Technology is developing day by day. The cost of changing now is small. When the day comes when you have to change passively, the cost will be greater. Do you really think this is an ordinary project? I will let you see the real value of this project. The project will also be launched abroad. Don't say I didn't remind you then. I don't really care whether the project can be passed. I won't mention it again. Su Pinggan's indifferent expression surprised Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. The two left with doubts. They didn't let Su Pinggan see them off. Su Pinggan stood in front of the large French window and watched the two leave in the car. The energy revolution has begun. You can't stop it. When the time comes, you will be forced to change, and you will be more miserable, Su Pinggan said to himself. He turned around and went back to find Wu Sike. He discussed with Wu Sike for a morning. Wu Sike's notebook recorded a lot of things. The matter of negotiating with Chen Qingshan was handed over to Wu Sike. Su Pinggan would leave J-City the day after tomorrow. There was no work in the afternoon. These days, Su Pinggan worked half a day every day. He drove to a manor near the mountain. The manor covers a large area. Su Pinggan bought another piece of land to build it. Su Pinggan lived here a lot of the time. When living with his parents, many things need to be avoided, which is very inconvenient. He bought a piece of land 2 years ago and built such a small manor. The vehicle was in the parking lot. Su Pinggan walked towards the villa. Miao Yiai came to greet him. The two hugged and kissed. Miao Yiai had been here for a few days. Although the two broke up, it was not so easy to break up. Miao Yiai did not regret following Su Pinggan without a name or status, because Miao Yiai knew in her heart that it would be difficult to find another person like Su Pinggan, and the other one also let it go. The one from Hong Kong TVB could persist for decades without a name or status, and finally got a name, so why couldn't he? Miao Yiai was completely let it go. Su Pinggan didn't want Miao Yiai to find a boyfriend. It's not like he couldn't support a woman. He had a strong possessiveness. Whenever Su Pinggan thought of Miao Yiai having a boyfriend again, Su Pinggan was in a bad mood. After a few talks, the two of them finally talked it out. They agreed to give Miao Yiai an explanation in the future. If Miao Yiai agreed, Su Pinggan would arrange the rest of the matters. Miao Yiai would definitely have no objection, so the two of them now maintained secret contact. Chapter 212. This matter must be clarified in person. In the evening, Miao Yiai took Su Pinggan's arm and walked in the garden. I really don't want to leave tomorrow, Miao Yiai said slowly. If you don't want to leave, just stay. I'll deal with Song's Hemin, Su Pinggan said with a smile. I just sighed that it would be boring to do nothing. Although filming is a bit hard, I also gained a lot. However, I feel that Mr. Song knows about us, Miao Yiai said seriously. After sending you away tomorrow, I will go to Jinling the day after tomorrow. I guess Mr. Song will be in a bad mood again, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Pa, Miao Yiai hit Su Pinggan's arm. Miao Yiai knew about Su Pinggan and Song's and Ayu's affairs. Although it was nothing now, it would be soon. Miao Yiai had met Song's and Ayu and understood Song's and Ayu's attraction to Su Pinggan. I really don't know how many women will be around you in the future, Miao Yiai said with resentment. Let it be, Who can say what will happen in the future? Su Pinggan said while looking at the starry sky in the sky, yearning for high-dimensional time infinitely, and really wanted to see what the high-dimensional world looked like. The two walked around the garden and went back to rest. Miao Yi was leaving tomorrow. In the morning, when Su Pinggan woke up, Miao Yi had already left. He lit a cigarette and smoked for a while, then got out of bed, opened the windows of the bedroom and the living room, and went to take a shower. After washing and eating breakfast, he went to the company. Today, there was a big news in the J City government. The city decided to reform the environmental sanitation department. The reform was presided over by Mayor Chen Qingshan himself. This news shocked the people in the environmental sanitation department. Many people began to move. Chen Qingshan's actions were really fast. Su Pinggan got the news at home. After everything was negotiated, the environmental sanitation department in the city would be abolished. Some of the staff would be taken over by the Shianki Group Clean Energy Company, and the other part would be diverted. After resting at home for a day, Su Pinggan left J City the next day and flew directly to Jinling. Hangzhou had already sent the vehicles over. Su Pinggan got off the car and Su Zhangyang led the team to take over the fleet. Su Pinggan walked aside. Song Zinai was waiting on the side. He didn't expect Su Pinggan to come. He wanted to shake hands with Su Pinggan, but Su Pinggan opened his arms and hugged him, and blew a breath in Song Zinai's ear. Rogue Song Zinai said directly, and Su Pinggan smiled. Get in my car, let someone drive your car over, Su Pinggan said directly. I'll drive my car myself, Song Zinai said stubbornly, and then turned around and got in his own car. You have to lead the way, I don't know how to get there, Su Pinggan said while holding the car door, and Song Zinai rolled his eyes at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan smiled and got in his own car. Song Zinai led the way in front, and the motorcade followed and drove towards the reserved hotel. The hotel was reserved by Song Zinai, and this was discussed by the two of them yesterday. Neither of them noticed that there was a man holding a telescope not far away looking at Su Pinggan and Song Zinai. After the motorcade left, he immediately took out his phone and made a call. In Beijing, in the office of the chairman of Brothers Pictures, a water cup was smashed to the ground with a bang. Song Zhamin held the table with both hands and panted heavily, with a gloomy face. You bastard, Miao Yi just left you and you went to find my daughter. Do you think I am easy to bully? Song Zhamin roared, and he hated Su Pinggan's behavior. He became more and more irritated, picked up the keyboard and hit the computer screen. Song Zhamin was like a madman at this moment. It didn't take long for the whole office to be smashed into a mess. A person sat in a chair panting. He picked up the phone and dialed it. Soon, the call was connected. Uncle Song, what's the matter? Mabo's voice came out. Tell that bastard Su Pinggan to stay away from my daughter, otherwise I will fight him to the death, Song Zhamin roared directly, scaring Mabo who was drinking tea in the office. Mabo was stunned for a moment and then reacted immediately. What did Su Pinggan do to make Song Zhamin react like this? Could it be that Song Zinayan was taken down by Su Pinggan? This was too fast. It was impossible. Both of them were rational people and it would not develop so quickly. Uncle Song, what happened? I treat Zinayan as my sister and I will not watch her suffer, Mabo said with a serious face. That bastard, Song Zhamin gritted his teeth and told the story again. Mabo covered his face directly after listening. Su Pinggan was just looking for trouble. What on earth was he thinking? Mabo was also angry in his heart. Uncle Song, I will go to Hangzhou immediately. I analyzed that he would stay in Jinling for 2 days at most. I will ask him in person. I want to see what he wants to do. I will never agree to this. Don't do anything on your side. You know Zinayan's temper, Mabo persuaded. Okay, I'll give you 3 days. If there is no reasonable explanation, I will fight him. Song Zhamin was now furious. The phone call was hung up. Mabo scratched his head. What did Su Pinggan want to do? How could he do such a mean thing? No, this matter must be asked in person. Song Zinayu must not be hurt. He immediately began to arrange the company's affairs and planned to drive directly to Hangzhou the next day. He must ask in person. Su Pinggan had already arrived at the hotel room at this moment. He looked very satisfied. The room arranged by Song Zinayu was very suitable for Su Pinggan's habits. The two sat down to drink tea and chat, talking and laughing very comfortably. You take a rest, I will treat you to dinner tonight. Song Zinayu looked at Su Pinggan and said. Okay, I will prepare the wine tonight. Su Pinggan said directly. I don't drink tonight, Song Zinayu said directly. Little guy, let me drink too much and do stupid things. You won't drink too much red wine, Su Pinggan said with a smile. I drink juice. Song Zinayu didn't give him any chance. Su Pinggan smiled and made an indifferent expression. Song Zinayu stood up directly with his bag, and Su Pinggan politely sent Song Zinayu to the elevator before returning. Boss Su, we need to check it out. Su's Hangayan came to Su Pinggan and said. Thank you for your hard work, Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face. Su's Hangayan nodded and immediately led people to start checking. After about 10 minutes, he gave Su Pinggan a safe gesture and led people away. Looking at the time, it was almost noon, so he might as well have lunch later and rest. He sat down and took out a book to read slowly. When it was almost time, he took people to eat. In the evening, the restaurant arranged by Song Zinayan was located on the bank of the Yangtze River. The scenery was very good. He gave Su Pinggan face and drank 2 glasses of red wine. After dinner, Song Zinayan went downstairs and planned to separate. It was a little unsafe to be with Su Pinggan. Let's go for a walk together, Su Pinggan said with a smile. It's this time, aren't you sleepy? I forgot that you slept all afternoon. I can't compare with you. I'm tired all day and must go to bed early, Song Zinayan said directly. It won't take too long, let's walk along the river, Su Pinggan said, and came to Song Zinayan and bent his arm directly. The meaning is very clear, let Song Zinayu hold his arm. Song Zinayu really can't do anything about Su Pinggan's shamelessness. If you don't want to, we can hold hands. We don't have much time to meet, so we should cherish this time, Su Pinggan said with an unchanged expression. You and I haven't reached that stage yet, let's just walk like this. Song Zinayu glanced at Su Pinggan and took the lead to walk forward. Su Pinggan smiled and followed quickly. After walking for a while, Su Pinggan spoke first. Is it tiring to work in a comic company? Of course it's tiring. The work you receive must be completed on time. You can't rush too much? If you rush too much, the details of the art staff will not be handled properly, which will affect the next cooperation, Song Zinayu said slowly. It's not possible not to accept outsourced work. This is the main source of income. Although there is help from my father, it is impossible to launch animated films every year. The last animated film failed, and the company's board of directors had complaints about Song Zinayan. Have you ever thought about creating an animated film yourself? Su Pinggan asked. With Song Zinayan's channels, it shouldn't be a problem to release it. I did a movie before, it was very miserable, my dad was implicated by me, now I can't do it, besides, I can't afford it, Song Zinayu said slowly. The two talked while walking. Not far away, they saw a young couple in front hugging and kissing. This is love, let's try it, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Try you, big head ghost, I know you have no good intentions. Song Zinayu hit Su Pinggan with a red face, turned around and was about to go back. They had come here, how could Su Pinggan let Song Zinayu go back easily? He directly pulled Song Zinayu's hand into his arms, hugged Song Zinayu, looked at Song Zinayu with his eyes, and Song Zinayu's face became even redder. Let me go, Song Zinayu said after struggling twice. Su Pinggan didn't say anything but stared at Song Zinayu, which made Song Zinayu a little flustered, raised his foot and stepped on him. Su Pinggan couldn't help but screamed, and let go of Song Zinayu. You are so cruel. Su Pinggan squatted down and rubbed his feet and said with a painful face. You deserve it, Song Zinayu said fiercely on the side. Su Pinggan stood up, gritted his teeth and took 2 steps, raised his hand to hold the tree next to him, his face full of pain. Song Zinayu looked at him and said, I'll help you sit over there. Su Pinggan nodded with a painful look on his face, and Song Zinayu came over to help Su Pinggan. Suddenly, Su Pinggan tilted his head, kissed Song Zinayu on the face and ran forward. Song Zinayu was completely stunned. You bastard, don't run. Song Zinayu was not going to take it anymore. He was so easily taken advantage of that he was furious. After chasing Su Pinggan for a while, Su Pinggan slowed down to let Song Zinayu catch up. As a woman, hitting her a few times was like tickling. Song Zinayu hit her a few times and was hugged by Su Pinggan. Just as he was about to speak, Su Pinggan lowered his head and kissed her. He was soon struggled away by Song Zinayu. Looking at Su Pinggan, he became even more angry. Su Pinggan looked at the anger on Song Zinayu's face and knew that he had crossed the line. Chapter 213 The boss said someone is looking for trouble and wants to break his legs. Should we fight him? Zinayan, don't be angry. Su Pinggan just said this and Song Zinayan turned around and left without listening to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan could only follow behind and kept saying nice things. After a while, Song Zinayan stopped and looked at Su Pinggan. There was hatred in his beautiful face, which made Su Pinggan feel a little scared. Su Pinggan, I think it's better for us to talk about some things. Yes, I admit that I have a little affection for you, but this affection is not enough to make us fool around. I hope you understand this. In addition, I hope you break up with Miao Yi. I don't want you to have any connection with her. Last year, Miao Yi secretly looked for you twice after breaking up with you. Do you really think I don't know? Don't forget what my dad does. Song Zinayan looked at Su Pinggan and said seriously. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment, looked at Song Zinayan, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, turned around and walked a few steps, holding the railing, staring at the river in a daze, and slowly turned around after a long time. Have you forgotten our agreement? Su Pinggan said directly. I haven't forgotten. Is your behavior just like that of an ordinary friend? Song Zinayan said without giving in. Zinayan, I can't deny that I have a good impression of you. I admit this. At present, I will not break up with Miao Yi. You know this very well. If I really break up with Miao Yi completely, do you agree with me like this? Su Pinggan said calmly. Song Zinayan was furious. When he wanted to speak, Su Pinggan waved his hand and stopped Song Zinayan from speaking. You know what kind of person I am. When we first met, we talked openly. If you don't want to continue the relationship, I won't pester you. Let's go. I'll take you back, Su Pinggan said calmly. You bastard, I don't need you to take me back, Song Zinayan said directly and turned around and left, leaving Su Pinggan there. Su Pinggan made a gesture to Su Zhangjiang in the distance. Su Zhangjiang understood and escorted Song Zinayan back. He immediately arranged for someone to handle it. Su Pinggan turned around and looked at the river, but did not move. This time Su Pinggan went to Jinling with his own calculations. The first calculation was to prepare Song Zhemin mentally, and the second calculation was to prepare Song Zinayu mentally, so as to avoid trouble in the future. In other words, he broke up with Song Zinayu completely. What he needed around him was someone who was considerate, not someone who was jealous. If the house was not peaceful, how could it be a home? It was necessary to take precautions in advance. This was a bit unkind and unfair to Song Zinayu, but for the sake of the future, he had to do it. Su Pinggan knew very well that it was impossible for him to remain calm. Instead of making a mess in the future, it was better to solve this problem earlier. Song Zinayu was arrogant and Mabo's recognized sister. From this point of view, Su Pinggan could not do anything wrong, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Mabo. The only way was to let Song Zinayu accept it herself. This was also an excuse Su Pinggan found for his lust, but at present Su Pinggan really couldn't control himself. Deep in his heart, he didn't want to control himself. He did such a thing in this contradictory mood. Success is a good thing, but if it fails, it is also a good thing to end it early. There is another fundamental purpose, which is a weakness that Su Pinggan intends to expose, lust, to attract the enemy to attack this weakness, which is the aspect that will cause the least loss to Su Pinggan. If the enemy really arranges a woman to approach Su Pinggan, Xingling can find out, so Su Pinggan can be prepared in advance, which is better than the opponent attacking from other channels. It's just that Su Pinggan will not tell anyone this reason. If you want to deceive those professional institutions abroad, you must start the layout from the domestic level, and make everyone think that Su Pinggan is a lustful person, and lust is Su Pinggan's weakness, paralyzing everyone, and no mistakes can be made. Su Pinggan stayed against the railing for about an hour, thinking about a lot of things. The river brazier made Su Pinggan's brain particularly active. Just thinking about it, ding 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 the phone rang, and he looked at it and answered it directly. Boss, why are you calling me at this time? Su Pinggan said with a smile. It's nothing serious. I'm at the Hangzhou base right now. I'm bored and want to ask if you're in Hangzhou. If you're not, I'll leave the day after tomorrow, Mabo said as he sat on the sofa. I'm really not in Hangzhou. I'm in Jinling. I'll leave for Hangzhou tomorrow. Let's meet then, Su Pinggan said calmly. Okay, brother, I'll stay for a few more days and meet you before I leave. I'll also give you a check, Mabo said directly. You're so polite to me. This is not a Mabo I know, Su Pinggan said with a smile. He knew very well that Mabo was here to inquire about the situation. Mabo must know about his trip to Jinling. Okay, that's it. Give me a call when you get to Hangzhou and I'll come find you, Mabo said. Then he hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. I hope you're not messing around, Mabo said to himself. Su's Hangayang slowly came to Su Pinggan's side. Mr. Su, the people who followed him reported that Songs and Ayu went to the bar and didn't go home. Arrange a few people to pick them up, bring them back if they are drunk, and break their legs if they are blind. Su Pinggan glanced at Su's Hangayang with cold eyes. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Su's Hangayang immediately went to the side to make a phone call to arrange it. He knew very well that Su Pinggan was already angry. He lit a cigarette and took a few puffs, flicked his finger and flew far away, and soon fell down. His final fate was to fall into the river. Su Pinggan turned around and returned. Su's Hangayang followed him and nodded to Su Pinggan, meaning that it was arranged. More than half an hour later, Su Pinggan returned to the hotel, sat on the sofa and drank tea, and rested after hearing the news about Songs and Ayu. More than an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Su Pinggan said. The door was pushed open, and Su's Hangayang came in with two people carrying Songs and Ayu, and put Songs and Ayu on the sofa. Songs and Ayu had no reaction at all and collapsed. Someone drugged him, but I don't know what drug it was. The other party is a foreigner. We broke his leg. The police came, and a brother stayed to deal with the matter, Su's Hangayang reported. Foreigner Su Pinggan said, and the murderous intent in his eyes appeared. Contact lawyer Wu and ask him to arrange someone to go there. Don't let our people suffer. When you send someone over, find out his name and what country he is from. Report to me tomorrow. Su Pinggan said with a fierce look in his eyes. Yes, Su's Hangayang said, and turned away. Su Pinggan turned around and looked at Songs and Ayu, sighed slowly, went to the side to get a glass of water, tested the temperature, and it was just warm. He brought it up to Songs and Ayu's side, straightened Songs and Ayu and began to feed Songs and Ayu water. After reluctantly drinking half a cup, Songs and Ayu couldn't drink it anymore. He raised his hand and took a few pieces of paper to wipe the water off Songs and Ayu's body, then stood up and sat opposite Songs and Ayu. Why bother? Is it necessary to get drunk? The police station is now in chaos. 3 foreigners were sent to the hospital. One after another said that they would notify the embassy. The one who beat them also said that they were the bodyguards of Su Pinggan, the boss of Shianki Group, and these 3 people drugged the boss's girlfriend. Both sides were more difficult to deal with than the other. The director of the police station, Shang Daibao, was walking back and forth in his office, wondering what to do. If things went wrong, it would cause an international incident, but Su Pinggan was not someone to be trifled with. If things went wrong, he would be called a traitor, and then he would lose his job and go to jail. Both consequences were unbearable. He reported to his superiors and was scolded. If he had known this would happen, he would not have sent out the police. He would have been fined, but it was better than being bullied by many people now. Boss, the lawyer is here, from the Tongda law firm in the city, and he wants to bail out the man who beat people, a policeman came to report, reporting directly without closing the door. Shang Daibao's mind was bigger again. Tongda law firm had connections in Beijing, and they had connections everywhere. It was not something that a small police station director like him could handle. Drag it out first, be polite. The police left, and Shang Daibao was now sure that this matter really involved Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan's cooperative law firm was Tongda law firm, and everyone knew this. The last bit of luck in his heart was extinguished. Not long after, the branch director Qin Bateo came and scolded Shang Daibao to vent his dissatisfaction. On the way, Qin Bateo had already reported to the municipal bureau and was severely scolded by the director Liu Quan. Are you sure that the other party is Su Pinggan's man? Qin Bateo asked. Confirmed, the people from Tongda law firm have come, Shang Daibao reported truthfully. Tell me in detail what happened, Qin Bateo said directly. This matter must be resolved. At least a charter must be produced before the director Liu Quan comes. The matter is very simple. Songs and Ayu drank too much? The 3 foreigners saw an opportunity and approached him, saying that they wanted to drink together and make friends. When Songs and Ayu was not paying attention, they put a pill into Songs and Ayu's cup. Songs and Ayu drank it directly and soon became unconscious. When the 3 were about to help Songs and Ayu leave, the people arranged by Su Pinggan came out. They originally planned to take Songs and Ayu away directly, but they didn't expect the 3 foreigners to be so arrogant. Zhang Xiaoqiang, the leader of the team, was also a person who was not afraid of making things worse. He had also been to France for training. The instructor said that no matter what country he was from, if he offended our apocalypse group, he should be killed without mercy. Killing was impossible, but beating him up was not a problem. The three men directly started beating the three foreigners to the ground, and then kicked them hard a few times. When they wanted to end it, a team member said something. The boss said that someone wanted to break his legs. Should we beat him up? The others looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Beat him up, Zhang Xiaoqiang said. Chapter 214 The fighting personnel have been punished according to the Public Security Management Regulations. Su Pinggan's instructions must be carried out without compromise. He directly broke the legs of the three foreigners. The people watching around him scattered. It can be seen that these are ruthless people. Those who dare to beat foreigners like this are definitely not simple people. When several people started fighting, someone called the police. When Zhang Xiaoqiang heard the sound of the police car, he made a prompt decision and asked others to escort Song Zinayu away and stay. He was afraid of nothing. Ordinary people were afraid of foreigners, but Xianqi group was not. The boss had many foreigners under his command. He had fought with foreigners several times during training. It was not a big deal. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't care about it at all. In this way, the police station brought Zhang Xiaoqiang back and called an ambulance to send the three foreigners to the hospital. This is what happened. Xiong Debao reported everything. At this time, Su Zhangyang had already driven to the police station. Su Zhangyang understood Su Pinggan's meaning. Although Su Pinggan didn't say it, Su Zhangyang knew what to do. Song Zinayu's matter must be suppressed. As for the fight, it was no big deal. After whispering to lawyer Chu Changsong for a while, Chu Changsong understood what was going on. Don't worry, I will negotiate with them later. How can they say they are fighting? Let's deal with it according to the country's laws. We have no objection, Su Zhangyang said bluntly. Chu Changsong was stunned for a moment, and more or less understood what Su Zhangyang meant, and nodded slowly. It is indeed an international company. It is so arrogant that it dares to torment foreigners like this. It is indeed Su Pinggan's subordinate. Soon, a policeman asked Chu Changsong to talk upstairs. Chu Changsong followed him, and the others were waiting downstairs. At this time, Liu Quan, the director of the municipal bureau, also drove to the police station. They went upstairs to discuss how to solve the matter. After talking about it, it still fell on the three foreigners. What are their nationalities? Chu Changsong asked. 3 Americans, they should know each other and agreed to drink together, Xiong Debao said on the side. Act in accordance with the law. We are a country under the rule of law. Deal with it according to the laws and regulations, Liu Quan said directly. I think we should stop here today. Tomorrow I will meet with General Manager Su to discuss this matter. Fighting after drinking is a violation of public security regulations. Both parties are responsible. Let's deal with it according to national laws and regulations, Chu Changsong said on the side. Everyone nodded. Now the country is not the Qing dynasty. It is ruled by law and no one has privileges. Excuse me, Lawyer Chu. It would be best if this matter can be resolved smoothly. Now stability is the first factor, Liu Quan said on the side. I will take the person away. Don't worry. We will pay the bail in full, Chu Changsong said. Okay, Dabao, you handle it according to the relevant procedures, Liu Quan said directly to the director Xiong Dabao, giving Su Pinggan a face. It is more important to solve this matter satisfactorily. Chu Changsong went downstairs. Xiong Dabao handled the procedures for Chu Changsong according to the Public Security Management Regulations. Chu Changsong paid the fine and left with his people. After seeing Chu Changsong off, several people returned to the office to discuss this matter and were relieved. Let your people prepare a report. This is a fight after drinking. As for the foreigner's broken leg, let them negotiate on their own. This is a civil dispute and does not meet the criminal standard, Liu Quan set the tone. After a night, Song Zinayu slowly opened his eyes, turned his head and looked around. He was stunned. Wasn't he drinking in a bar? How could he be lying in a strange room? This is not his home. Thinking about it, his face changed. He lifted the quilt and saw that he was wearing pajamas, which were not his pajamas. It was over. Could it be that he was drunk and his body was picked up? He felt it carefully. No, he was not violated, intact. Who changed his pajamas? Song Zinayu got out of bed, opened the bedroom door and came out. His face was very shocked. He saw Su Pinggan lying on the sofa and sleeping alone. Could it be that Su Pinggan changed his clothes? Song Zinayu got angry, walked over and slapped Su Pinggan's arm. Su Pinggan woke up, and soon found Song Zinayu standing opposite. He sat up and said, "You woke up. Who changed my clothes?" Song Zinayu stared into Su Pinggan's eyes and questioned. "I asked 4 ants to help you change. Think about it, you vomited everywhere," Su Pinggan said with a frown. Song Zinayan was stunned for a moment, looking at Su Pinggan, who looked calm, and began to try to recall that he had left a drink. How could he be with Su Pinggan? And slowly Song Zinayan began to recall. Time passed little by little. Song Zinayan remained in a daze, and he had remembered what happened. He couldn't help vomiting the wine, and Su Pinggan helped him to go to the bathroom to clean up, and he vomited several times during the period, and his clothes were all covered with the wine. Su Pinggan left, and then several ants came in, cleaned him up and changed into pajamas, and helped him to the bed to rest. After recalling clearly, he realized that he had wronged Su Pinggan, with an embarrassed expression on his face. "Sorry," women's direct reaction, "you know," Song Zinayan said embarrassedly. Su Pinggan pointed to the sofa opposite, and Song Zinayan sat down. "These are all trivial matters. You are drunk and unconscious, do you know? How dare you go to the bar alone and get drunk with people you don't know?" Su Pinggan began to teach Song Zinayan a lesson with a stern face. Song Zinayan lowered his head and said angrily, "Do you know that in order to save you, one of my bodyguards injured someone and was arrested by the police station?" Su Pinggan glared at Song Zinayan. "Ah," Song Zinayan groaned, and lowered his head again without saying a word. He recalled that he had been drinking with 3 foreigners. If it weren't for Su Pinggan's people who saved him, he knew what would be waiting for him in the end. "Is everyone okay?" Song Zinayan asked weakly. He felt a little sorry for being arrested because of his own affairs. "I don't know, there will be news later. I told them in advance that if they found someone harassing you, they would break their legs. I didn't expect them to really break the legs of 3 foreigners, Su Pinggan said as he spit out the smoke from his mouth. After hearing what Su Pinggan said, Song Zinayan felt much better. "This bastard still cares about me, otherwise he wouldn't have said so." The tension in his heart was relieved a lot. Will they go to jail? Song Zinayan felt worried again. According to the law, this is a civil dispute. It violates the public security regulations and you won't go to jail. "Zinayan, you can hit me or scold me if you are angry. If you are not satisfied with me, you can just refuse. Just treat us as ordinary friends. There is no need to humiliate yourself. What if something happens? How can I explain to Mabo and your father?" Su Pinggan began to scold Song Zinayan with an unhappy face. If something really happened, his friendship with Mabo would be over. Looking at Su Pinggan with an angry face, Song Zinayan couldn't refute. He was in the wrong. What Su Pinggan said was reasonable. In the middle of the night, a girl ran to the bar and got drunk and unconscious. The probability of an accident was too high. Listening to Su Pinggan's scolding, Song Zinayan didn't know why. He lowered his head and said angrily. Su Pinggan said a few words and looked at Song Zinayan's performance, and couldn't say anything. Dang dang dang, the knock on the door sounded. Su Pinggan glanced at Song Zinayan and stood up to open the door. At the door, a waiter was standing at the door holding Song Zinayu's clothes. Su Pinggan recognized him. He was one of the people who cleaned up Song Zinayu last night. He also gave a tip of 100 yuan. "Sir, the clothes have been washed. I'll bring them to you, thank you," Su Pinggan said politely, took out a $100 bill from his pocket and handed it over, and took the clothes at the same time. "Thank you, I'll take my leave first." The aunt took the tip and left with a smile on her face. The meticulous service really paid off. "I must improve my professional level." Su Pinggan came back with the clothes. "Go wash and change. We'll talk about anything later." Song Zinayu was very well behaved at this moment. He took the clothes and nodded, went to the bathroom to take a shower and change clothes, and Su Pinggan sat down, lit a cigarette, rubbed his head, and went back to talk to Mabo. The matter between him and Song Zinayu was over. Too willful. Once he got angry with me and made something happen, everyone around him would be uncomfortable. If you can't afford to offend him, just hide. Exhaling the smoke in his mouth, Su Pinggan found that this was the best solution. Outside, the internet was already in an uproar. An article, "A Rage for a Beauty," was completely screened. Why was it screened? Because this matter involved Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan's bodyguard had an argument with 3 Americans outside the bar and started fighting. The Americans were injured and went to the hospital. It was forwarded crazily by countless people. Reporters began to gather in Jinling as if they had discovered a new continent. They must find out the truth of this matter. This time the police reacted quickly. The hospital was blocked and they began to investigate the leaker. The police also held a press conference to announce the case. Several people had an argument outside the bar after drinking and then developed into a fight. Foreigners have never beaten Chinese people. This is a civil dispute. The fighters have been punished in accordance with the public security management regulations. As for the injuries of the fight between the two parties, the parties can solve it by themselves or through legal channels. The police will cooperate in accordance with the relevant provisions of the law. When Su Pinggan and Song Zinai were drinking tea in the living room, Chu Changsong arrived and reported the matter. Su Pinggan looked at Song Zinai, who lowered his head and said nothing. Lawyer Chu, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. Please go to the hospital and negotiate with the 3 people who are doing the cleaning. We will agree to any reasonable request and directly reject any unreasonable one. If the other party wants to take legal action, we will fight to the end, Su Pinggan said calmly. Chu Changsong was stunned for a moment, then he reacted immediately. He was indeed Mr. Su, and he insisted on doing it. I'll go over right away. Please rest assured, Mr. Su, this matter will be resolved satisfactorily, Chu Changsong said calmly. These 3 bastards had better not go abroad, otherwise, Su Pinggan stop talking here. Chu Changsong understood Su Pinggan's meaning very well. As the big boss of an international company, it was too easy for him to handle such matters abroad. Chapter 215 You're fooling me. Dan 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 dang Song Zinai's phone rang. I'll take you there, Su Pinggan said, and stood up with Chu Changsong and walked outside. Song Zinai answered the phone. The two talked outside for a while, and Chu Changsong left. Su Pinggan returned, and Song Zinai answered the phone with a look of discomfort on his face. He could hear that it was Song Hemin's roar. Song Zinai immediately made a shushing gesture, and Su Pinggan smiled and sat aside without saying a word. I'm fine. It was his people who saved me. I can take care of myself, Song Zinai said impatiently. After repeatedly assuring that he was fine, he hung up the phone and comforted Song Hemin. After hanging up the phone, Song Zinai rolled his eyes at Su Pinggan, looking unhappy. Su Pinggan patted his thigh, and Song Zinai snorted and didn't move. Song Zinai was very impatient to be stared at by Su Pinggan. After a while, he slowly stood up and walked over. When he came to Su Pinggan pulled him into his arms. Su Pinggan lowered his head, and Song Zinai dodged by tilting his head. Stop it, Song Zinai said. What are you going to do about this? There are rumors out there, Song Zinai said with a worried look on his face. Who cares? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. What are we worried about? We'll just stay in the hotel for a few days. Call to arrange the company's affairs, Su Pinggan said calmly, and Song Zinai nodded. The two were in love in the hotel. Reporters from outside had gathered outside the police station that was handling this matter. Xiong Debao looked at the reporters outside with a helpless look on his face. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The city leaders had already arrived at the municipal bureau and were now waiting for news. If they could get evidence, everything would be easy. Ding 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 ding, Liu Quan's cell phone rang. He looked at the incoming call number and answered it directly. Director Liu, if you find something, it's not too much to shoot them, Dong Mingtang's voice came from the phone. Tell me in detail, Liu Quan became alert. Dong Mingtang must have found real evidence to say these things. Director Liu, we found hallucinogens in the residences of the 3 people, and found a lot of videos on one of them's computers. They should have filmed it themselves. According to the translation by someone who knows foreign languages, this is a video of the 3 of them colluding to knock out a student. Their work permits have been found. They are foreign teachers of XX school. I really want to shoot them. They have harmed no less than 12 people, Dong Mingtang said with gritted teeth. Okay, I now approve you to control them immediately. They are not allowed to see anyone in the hospital. Take the evidence back to the bureau and find a way to contact the victim. These scum must be brought to justice and give an explanation to the people, Liu Quan said with hatred. Yes, I will arrange it immediately, Dong Mingtang agreed immediately. Dimings is the captain of the criminal police team. He immediately began to arrange personnel. There was a criminal police officer at the hospital. After receiving the call, He immediately called on others to start making arrangements and notified the hospital that no one could approach these 3 people without permission. They were serious criminals. Liu Quan has made a detailed report to the city leaders. You are right. We are not the Qin dynasty. As long as the evidence is solid, we can arrest them. We will complete all legal procedures immediately and prosecute the 3 people at any time. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Liu Quan was in high spirits. Also, hold a press conference to report the fight and the current situation. Pay attention to protecting the victims. They have been hurt and we must prevent them from being hurt again. In addition, monitor the so-called XX school for me to see if there are any people who are doing things in collusion. We will never tolerate it. The city leaders gave orders with a dark face. Yes, we will do it immediately and will give the people a satisfactory explanation. Liu Quan stood at attention and saluted. The city leaders nodded and left. The city was still waiting for the report. 2 days later, the police station held a press conference to report the whole incident. At the same time, some evidence was released and it was officially announced that the 3 people would be prosecuted. Anyone who violates the law in the Celestial Empire will be severely punished by law. Those who beat people will be punished according to the public security management regulations. If they should be fined, they will be fined. No one will be treated preferentially. The People's Police have the ability to protect the people and let people live and work in peace and contentment. There was a lot of applause on the internet, thinking that the police were responsible. The only thing that was not happy was that they did not get the legendary photo of Su Pinggan's girlfriend, which became the biggest regret. Many reporters left, and only a few people did not give up and were still looking for clues. Chu Changsong paid the fine on behalf of Su Pinggan. After negotiating with the municipal bureau, the matter came to an end, and Su Pinggan could take people away at any time. Let's go wash up, Su Pinggan said softly. Su Pinggan took a deep breath and went to the bathroom with Song Zinayu in his arms. After washing, he came out in a bathrobe. Su Pinggan began to boil water and make tea. When are you leaving? Song Zinayu asked. Tomorrow, Mabo will still be waiting for me in Hangzhou. I think it's for you that he came to ask for punishment, Su Pinggan said with a smile. You deserve it. You sent Miao Yi away and then came to provoke me. It's better to let Mabo beat you up, Song Zinayu said very unhappily as he sat next to Su Pinggan. Song Zhemin had told Song Zinayu everything, and Su Pinggan also admitted it. Su Pinggan smiled and didn't say anything. This kind of thing is getting worse and worse. Silence is the best way. Why don't you say anything? I've touched your pain point. You have the courage to do it but not the courage to admit it. Song Zinayu looked at Su Pinggan and didn't say anything. He was inexplicably angry. Why don't I admit it? I'll find you a few more sisters, okay? Su Pinggan said after looking at Song Zinayu. Su, you dare? Song Zinayu couldn't stand it immediately. He raised his hand and started to do it at Su Pinggan's waist. It hurts, stop it. Su Pinggan forced Song Zinayu's hand apart. Humph, Song Zinayu snorted and didn't say anything. I've told you the reason. Why are you still entangled in this matter? Su Pinggan said very unhappy. I feel uncomfortable when I think of you and Miao Yi together, Song Zinayu said aggrievedly. Okay, be obedient. I'll give you an explanation in a few years. For now, no matter how big the grievance is, you have to endure it. Do you understand? Su Pinggan stared at Song Zinayu with a serious face. Song Zinayu looked into Su Pinggan's eyes, and nodded reluctantly after a long while. Tell me the truth, how many women do you have outside? Song Zinayu looked at Su Pinggan and asked. 10, Su Pinggan said casually. Song Zinayu was about to get angry again after hearing this, but looking at Su Pinggan's calm face, he knew that Su Pinggan was just talking in anger, so he slowly suppressed his anger. Pinggan, please don't hurt me, Song Zinayu said while holding Su Pinggan's arm. Zinayu, you know Miao Yi's affairs very well. She has me in her heart. If I really break up with her completely without any mercy, do you agree with me doing this? Su Pinggan said softly. You just bully me. Song Zinayu was a little depressed. If Su Pinggan was really heartless and ungrateful, Song Zinayu would not look down on Su Pinggan. It was precisely because Su Pinggan and Miao Yi were emotionally invested when they were together, and he did not play with women, that Song Zinayu more or less approved of him. He still felt uncomfortable when he thought about it. Zinayan, if there are any scandals about me, don't mind it. Hang on for a few years and everything will be fine. Believe me, I will definitely give you an unprecedented wedding, Su Pinggan said slowly, and Song Zinayan closed his eyes and nodded. It took about 4 hours to drive all the way to Hangzhou. Su Pinggan slept in the car for such a long time. Not long after returning to the villa, Ma Bo arrived. The two went to the study to drink tea and chat. Why do you look so listless? Ma Bo felt very strange when he saw Su Pinggan's state. I just left Jinling, what do you think? Su Pinggan looked at Ma Bo with an unhappy face and said. The original plan was just to test it out. It didn't matter whether it succeeded or not. It would take a day or two to finish the business and go directly to Hangzhou. As a result, so many things happened. Boss, have you seen the news? She went to the bar alone to drink and was drugged. My people were arrested to save her. She was covered in vomit. Get out of the way, you are fooling a fool. Can't you let a woman clean her up? Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Ma Bo stared at Su Pinggan with his eyes. After so many years together, how could he not understand Su Pinggan's heart? This kid must have no good intentions. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Where can I find someone? I can find someone randomly. Are you at ease? Su Pinggan retorted stubbornly. Don't give me that. She is my sister. I will not watch her suffer. I tell you, you break up with Miao Yi straightforwardly. If you are embarrassed to ask, I will handle it. Miao Yi will definitely have no complaints. Ma Bo made a prompt decision. Zinayan has accepted it. What's the point of you sticking your nose in it? Su Pinggan looked at Ma Bo and said slowly. Chapter 216. Is there a better opportunity than now? She knows everything. Ma Bo was a little surprised by the news. Don't you think about who her father is? Can you hide this from her? We have discussed this issue seriously. Zinayan will not dwell on this matter, Su Pinggan said slowly. Ma Bo was confused. Song Zinayan actually accepted it. Is he kidding? If you don't believe it, call and ask yourself, Su Pinggan added. Ma Bo didn't understand this matter very much. Song Zinayan could actually accept that Su Pinggan had a woman outside. This completely overturned Ma Bo's cognition. Is this still the Song Zinayan he knew? How could it be so incredible? How did you play it? Ma Bo looked at Su Pinggan. There must be other things in it. It is absolutely abnormal for such a weird thing to happen. It must be asked clearly, otherwise, Ma Bo's heart will not be calm. I didn't play it. I just told them the truth. I can't control myself now. I hope they can understand. Give me a few years. After a few years, I will calm down and give them an explanation, Su Pinggan said and spread his hands. It's so simple. Ma Bo didn't believe it. It's that simple. She has a master's degree in psychology. Do you think I can fool her? Su Pinggan said unhappily. After that, he took up the tea and drank it in one gulp. What did her father say? Ma Bo asked a realistic question. She said it herself. I said that I would talk to Song Zinayan in person when necessary. As a result, she took the matter over and talked to her father herself. Su Pinggan spread his hands after speaking, indicating that he was also helpless. Pinggan, you have changed a little now that I can't recognize you. I understand this. However, I hope you remember one thing. I treat her as my sister, Ma Bo said slowly, with a sense of helplessness in expectation. I also hope you remember one thing. I treat you as my brother. I would rather lose billions of dollars in business than have any unpleasantness with you, Su Pinggan said, staring into Ma Bo's eyes. Ma Bo didn't say anything, but raised his teacup directly, and Su Pinggan also raised it. The two small teacups touched, and they both drank it in one gulp. Everything was unspoken. There was no need to say so much between brothers. After changing the topic and chatting for a while, Ma Bo took out a check from his pocket and put it on the table. Keep it, Ma Bo said directly. Su Pinggan took it and put it away without saying a word. Damn, you're quick, Ma Bo said unhappily, while Su Pinggan smiled. It's different from before. The cost is too high. I tell you, with so many research institutes, I actually spend more than 6 billion euros a year, Su Pinggan said with a sigh. So much? Ma Bo was really surprised. Really, without these investments, I can't keep the product advanced. You saw that Poseidon has just launched a new product. The research investment in this project is as high as 2 billion euros. Otherwise, how could there be a breakthrough? Su Pinggan looked painful. There are 30 pills in a bottle, and you sell it for 5,000 a bottle, which is higher than super fish oil. You are really shady, Ma Bo said directly. He has seen the new product on the market. This product is not very effective for ordinary people, but for some special people, It is really a good thing. The price is not high at all, Su Pinggan said slowly. Kyle has already spoken to Su Pinggan on the phone. Many countries have already purchased this product, which is specially used by special personnel. It is a must-have. At present, they have received orders of up to 2 billion euros. Looking at you like this, I am willing to set up a research institute, Mabo said seriously. You can definitely set up one and concentrate on studying the tea industry. This is a big industry. If you find the right researchers, you can invest about 20 million a year. In 2 years, you will definitely get something. It is not a problem to launch a high value-added product, just like me now. Let consumers slowly form a habit. The new product launched by Shaanxi is definitely a world-leading product. At present, it has been recognized by a group of people. As time goes by, more and more people will recognize it, Su Pinggan said very affirmatively. Let's talk about business. I came here this time to ask for your opinion on the price increase of tea industry, Mabo said with a serious face. Why do you have this idea? What happened? Su Pinggan asked with doubts. So far this year, more than 30 colleagues have come to me and asked me to raise prices. My prices make them very uncomfortable and they can't stand it anymore. If I don't agree, they will lower the price. Mabo said this with a helpless look on his face. This is a good thing. I won't raise the price, let them lower the price and see who can't stand it in the end. Su Pinggan expressed his opinion very clearly. According to the current price, my net profit will be less and less every year. The reason is that other costs have begun to increase, especially labor, which has increased a lot. It is estimated that this year's net profit will be more than 2 million lower than last year, Mabo sighed and said. Su Pinggan put the check that Mabo had just given him on the table, staring at Mabo with his eyes, making Mabo a little confused. You are thinking of raising the price when there is such a great opportunity. What is the core of the tea tycoon's plan? The ultimate core is to form a hidden monopoly and reduce the number of competitors, keep the price unchanged and let them smash the market at will. We should expand when we should, and eat away at them little by little until your every move can affect the price of the entire tea market. Is profit a problem? It's totally worth it to make a few million less now. I support you if the funds are insufficient. Don't forget how they treated you in the beginning. You said in person that you would make them pay the price. Is there a better opportunity than now? Force them to stop operating and eat them up. The tea base will continue to expand. In the future, you have the final say on the price of tea. Su Pinggan looked at Mabo meaningfully and said. Okay, let's do it this way and see who can't bear it in the end. By the way, I hope you can call Sandeezy. He is also in a difficult situation this year. Mabo looked at Su Pinggan and said seriously. What about Winuten? Is it difficult? Su Pinggan asked directly about Zhang Winuten's affairs. You don't need to worry about Winuten. His cash flow is very sufficient. Winuten is relatively stable. Even if you support him with 100 million, he won't take big steps. All the shares have been taken back. So far, 5 big hotels have started construction together, Mabo said with a sneer. I'll call Sandeezy and ask him to come over. I'll tell him that I'll provide him with a 2 billion interest-free loan. I'll see if those companies that suppress him can stand it, Su Pinggan said with a smile. You're really shady. As far as I know, those old companies are also struggling now. The stock market crash has caused serious losses. They can't stand Sandeezy's market crash, so they started to suppress him together, Mabo said with a smile. I'll call now, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and then he picked up the phone and started dialing. Great lover, why did you think of calling me? Lin Yi's voice came over, and Mabo and Su Pinggan both laughed. I'm in Hangzhou, and the boss is here with me. Come over and let's discuss the suppression of your side. We brothers are not so easy to bully, Su Pinggan said with a smile. It's just right. If you don't call me, I will call you in a few days. Those old guys are completely crazy this time. They have united to suppress me comprehensively, Lin Yi said unhappily. He has been under a lot of pressure recently. Come over tomorrow, let's get together, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, you wait for me in Hangzhou. I will be there tomorrow. I will drive there and arrive in a few hours, Lin Yi said directly. Although the pressure on him is not completely gone, it is also mostly gone. The two talked for a while and then hung up the phone. Su Pinggan and Mabo continued to drink tea and chat. Mabo did not go back today and stayed directly at Su Pinggan's place. After having dinner in advance, Su Pinggan went to rest directly. He had no energy at all. Back in the guest room, Mabo looked at the phone and thought about it, and dialed directly. Soon, Song Jimin's voice came out. Mabo, what did Su Pinggan say? Song Jimin said with a dark face in the living room at home. Uncle Song, Zinan knows about this matter, right? Mabo asked directly. There was a silence on the phone. Yes, Zinan knows everything. Tell Su Pinggan not to deny it. It's not easy to take advantage of my daughter, Song Jimin said with a dark face. Uncle Song, I strongly suggest that we don't interfere in this matter. Let Zinan and Su Pinggan solve it themselves. As long as they don't object, we should turn a blind eye. If we continue to entangle, it will not be a good thing for Zinan. After all, Zinan has accepted this matter, Mabo said helplessly. Song Zinan has accepted it, so we shouldn't follow suit. I don't accept it, Song Jimin shouted, raising his hand and smashing the cup directly. Uncle Song, if you really want to do good for Zinan, don't interfere. Otherwise, Zinan will blame you for the rest of her life, Mabo said directly. The expression on Song Jimin's face changed back and forth. He really couldn't swallow this breath. How could his daughter agree to such a thing? Song Jimin's head was smoking, and he stood up and walked back and forth. Uncle Song, I just talked to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan promised that in a few years, he would give Zinan a world-renowned wedding. There must be something we don't know about this. We must not interfere, otherwise it will cause irreparable misunderstandings, that would really ruin Zinan's life. You and I both know that Zinan is a very opinionated person. There must be other reasons for agreeing now. Let's wait for a few years. A few years will pass quickly. I made it clear to Su Pinggan that if he betrays Zinan, I will fight him to the death, Mabo said, rubbing his head. Song Jimin really calmed down. Mabo's analysis was good. There must be other things involved. Although his daughter was not very good at business, she was still quite shrewd in dealing with people. There must be other reasons for agreeing to this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. It's really unacceptable not to give a good arrangement. Song Jimin really couldn't figure out why his daughter agreed to accept Su Pinggan's embrace. However, what Mabo said was not wrong. If he intervened in this matter forcefully, he might have a falling out with his daughter and Su Pinggan. At that time, I'm afraid that things would really be irreversible, but it was really uncomfortable for Song Jimin to hold his breath in his chest. Uncle Song, don't suppress Miao Yi. If you suppress Miao Yi, it will only make Su Pinggan pity Miao Yi more and have opinions about Zinan. Believe me, if there is no result in a few years, you can only ask me, Mabo continued to persuade. Okay, I hope you don't forget this sentence when the time comes. Song Jimin hung up the phone and threw the phone out. With a pop, the phone hit the wall and broke directly. Song Jimin sat down and panted. Don't be angry, drink some water. Song Jimin's wife, Song Zinan's mother Wu Hufang, came over with a glass of water and persuaded on the side. Wu Hufang heard when Song Jimin smashed the cup. She understood why her husband was angry. The old couple only had one daughter, Song Zinan, and they loved her like a baby. Now her daughter actually accepted other women with her boyfriend. How could she not be angry? Overnight, Su Pinggan got up early and started running. After a day of recovery, he had recovered a lot. As a young man, recovery is fast. In addition, with the conditioning of Zingling during sleep, he had recovered almost all. After returning from exercise, Mabo also got up. They had breakfast together. There were 4 bowls of porridge, 20 soup dumplings, and 2 bowls of medicinal food. Mabo was a little surprised. He thought about it and kept silent. His expression was very bad. Su Pinggan knew very well why Mabo looked unhappy. There was no way to explain this kind of thing. Song Zinan was so attractive. He had great perseverance to insist on leaving. In ancient times, the king would never hold court early. After finishing the meal quickly, he greeted Mabo and said, "Boss, when Sandizi comes, go directly to the company. We will take a photo and send it out to build momentum and see how those people will respond," Su Pinggan said directly. "You go, I will contact Sandizi and meet directly at your place," Mabo said directly. Su Pinggan nodded and left in the car. Su Pinggan had just arrived at the company when the phone rang. He looked and saw that it was Peng Yiden from Xianchao Construction Group who called. Su Pinggan understood what was going on. "Brother Peng, why do you think of your brother today?" Su Pinggan said with a smile. He had drunk several times with Peng Yiden, and they had long called each other brother and younger brother. "Pinggan, brother, thank you. The finance department has received a balance. You are the first private company I have met that pays so straightforwardly," Peng Yiden said with emotion. Although Xianchao Construction Group is a state-owned enterprise, it also has a lot of debts outside. It is the first time that Su Pinggan has done things so straightforwardly. Billions of funds were directly allocated after the acceptance was completed. It is really pleasant to cooperate with Xianqi Group. Don't be polite, this is what I should give you. You have helped me a lot by completing the construction on time and with quality, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Don't be polite. Come to Beijing when you have time. I will arrange it. Let's have a good gathering. Peng Yiden is also a very generous person. Su Pinggan agreed immediately. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while and hung up the phone. Su Pinggan breathed a sigh of relief. Now all that was left was the decoration. In a few months, the technology headquarters could be put into use. Su Pinggan sat on the sofa and drank tea slowly. The printer next to him started working. Xingling had already started printing the decoration plan, which was specific to the species of each tree and the standard of each screw. All decoration items have strict standards and can be produced by domestic manufacturers. At the same time, the installation position of the wind tree is reserved. Su Pinggan is considering whether to let the carbon crystal solar panel come out. Once it comes out, this is an epic-making product, and the impact will be too great. To give a simple example, the electricity generated by a solar power station can only supply one town. If the scale does not change, it can easily supply 7 towns with surplus. If the new inverter also breaks through, the efficiency will be further improved, and there will be no problem in supplying 10 small towns. The great change of the world's energy pattern has inevitably begun. However, I must lay out a game in advance. The electric tiger will definitely not let me make money easily. What should I do if I get stuck? The best way is to create an established fact and make him helpless. When Su Pinggan was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Su Pinggan said. Wei Xiaoxin pushed the door and came in. Mr. Su, Mr. Yi is here, Wei Xiaoxin reported. Bring Mr. Yi here, Su Pinggan said slowly. Wei Xiaoxin nodded and went out, and soon brought Yi Changlin in. Xiaoxin, study administrative management when you are free, go, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Wei Xiaoxin was stunned, and Yi Changlin next to him smiled. It was obvious that Su Pinggan was going to promote Wei Xiaoxin. Why don't you thank Mr. Su? This is your chance, Yi Changlin couldn't help but remind him, and Wei Xiaoxin immediately understood. Thank you, Mr. Su, I will strengthen my study immediately and never let Mr. Su down, Wei Xiaoxin said excitedly. Go ahead, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Wei Xiaoxin bowed to Su Pinggan excitedly and went out, with an excited look on his face. As expected, the people around the boss are promoted quickly, so they must strengthen their studies and must not miss this opportunity. Boss Su likes this girl, Yi Changlin said with a smile, while taking out a cigarette and handing it to Su Pinggan, and lighting it for Su Pinggan. Yes, this little girl is quite smart, and it's time to give her some responsibilities. It depends on whether she can improve herself quickly. The technology headquarters will start bidding for decoration soon, and they also need a dedicated manager. Another thing is that I will soon be equipped with 2 high-quality assistants, and her position will be a bit awkward. Every time I come here, I have to clean up and serve tea and water. It's so hard. It's really unreasonable not to give her a good arrangement, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Indeed, this little girl is quite diligent and serious about her work. We decided to send her here because of her seriousness, Yi Changlin said with a smile. After all, Wei Xiaoxin was from his subordinate. With this intense relationship, resources will definitely be tilted to the game department. How is your side? Lao Ding is now running around the world, and Lao Qiao has also launched a lot of projects. He is very busy. Now you are the only one missing, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Mr. Su, in a few months, the first version will be completely formed, and the ideas for the subsequent versions will also be available. This time we have invested a lot of money and purchased a lot of music copyrights. At the same time, We also pay people to make a lot of exciting music. The investment is absolutely huge. The epic feeling is very heavy. In terms of playability, the people in the test department are reluctant to leave, Yi Chenglin said with a smile. Please arrange it and send it to me in advance. I want to test it myself. As I said, it cannot be put on the market if I don't pass it. Su Pinggan did not believe Yi Chenglin's words completely. Mr. Su will know when the time comes. For this game, let's not talk about other things. The programming department alone eliminated many people, and the planning department was forced to quarrel with me countless times. We really paid a lot for this project, Yi Chenglin sighed. Don't be sentimental. Let the facts speak for themselves. I really hope those people can listen to my opinions. Otherwise, I don't mind a big purge, Su Pinggan said expressionlessly. Yi Chenglin was shocked. He really underestimated the status of this project in Su Pinggan's heart. Don't you think about how much I invested in this project? Let's not talk about the personnel, let's talk about the equipment. It's actually more than $200 million. Which game company in China has such an investment? How much did we spend on copyright? No less than 100 million. The average salary of the staff in each department is more than 7,000. How much does a company with more than 1,000 people spend every month? I invested so much, but I can't make a game that satisfies me. What's the point of keeping them? Su Pinggan said with a serious face. After listening to this, Yi Chenglin suddenly felt the pressure. He really didn't do a detailed account before, but now he realized that if this game couldn't satisfy Su Pinggan, a major cleanup of all departments would be inevitable. The two began to discuss. Yi Chenglin secretly remembered Su Pinggan's request in his heart. He must conduct a comprehensive supervision after returning. Everyone must feel the pressure, otherwise, no one can save them. When the two were discussing, ding 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 ding, Su Pinggan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and answered it directly. We are at the door, but we can't get in. Please send someone to lead us in, Mabo's voice came through. I'll ask my secretary to pick you up in person, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Hang up, Mabo said very straightforwardly. Boss Su, I'll go back first, Yi Chenglin stood up and said directly. I'll take you there, Su Pinggan also stood up. The two men walked to the door. Su Pinggan watched Yi Chenglin get on the elevator, then turned to look at Wei Xiaoxin and said, Xiaoxin, two of my friends are at the door. You go there in person and arrange for the cart to be parked and bring them in. One is called Mabo and the other is called Lin Yide. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll go right away, Wei Xiaoxin said, and he went straight to the elevator. Wei Xiaoxin was full of motivation today. Su Pinggan smiled at Wei Xiaoxin's back. Then went back to the office and started washing cups in boiling water, waiting for Mabo and Lin Yide to arrive. Last year, they were too busy to have time to get together, so they had to find time to get together this year. In just over 10 minutes, Wei Xiaoxin came in with Mabo and Lin Yide. The three of them shook hands and sat down on the sofa. Xiaoxin, don't let anyone disturb me. By the way, notify my place of residence and ask them to cook a few more dishes at noon, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Chapter 218 Palms, this is the best way to cut leaks. Your place is really nice, much better than my office, Lin Yide said after looking around. Is this a problem for you? If you want to renovate it, it will take only a few minutes, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Let's talk about business first. I'm being suppressed very badly now, especially in the air conditioning compressor, which makes me very uncomfortable, Lin Yide said seriously. Brothers are like this. No matter what we do, we always talk about business first. After talking about business, we can have fun as we want. Therefore, Lin Yide got straight to the point. Is the problem with funds serious? Su Pinggan asked. It's not a big problem. Although it's a little tight, it's not a big problem. The most critical problem now is that I can't get the key equipment. I rely entirely on inventory support, Lin Yide said directly. Which company is it? Su Pinggan asked with a frown. At present, most of the compressors in China are supplied by Hitachi of Japan. I contacted a small factory in Japan before, but now they are out of stock. A few old men sent representatives and gave them a contract that the Japanese could not refuse. Hitachi abandoned me, so now my compressors are out of stock for air conditioners. When Lin Yide said this, his face was gloomy. Su Pinggan thought about it, took out his phone and dialed it directly. It didn't take long for the call to be connected. Hello, Mr. Su, how can I help you? A standard Japanese-style celestial Chinese appeared. Kawada, Mr. Lin Yide of Lin's Electric Group is my brother. You can search our relationship on the internet. Hitachi is out of stock now. I can only ask you for help, Su Ping'an said calmly. Mr. Su, I will investigate it immediately and get back to you within 2 days, said Wada Ono very politely. Thank you, I won't let my friend work in vain, Su Ping'an said politely. Both sides said a few polite words and hung up the phone. Your friend can solve this matter, Lin Yide said with doubt. I am not friends with him. When we had a falling out with Star Company, Vietnam was blind and jumped out. It was him who contacted me to take away half of Vietnam's superfish oil share. At that time, he promised me that as long as the matter involved Japanese companies, he could communicate through him. He should be backed by the Japanese government. Now it depends on his ability. If I can't solve your problem, I will turn against Japan and give up the Japanese market, Su Ping'an said calmly. That's nice. I won't say anything else. Lin Yide raised his teacup after speaking. Su Ping'an and Mabo also raised theirs. When the three of them clinked their cups, everything was self-evident. Su Ping'an's guess was correct. Wada Ono was a member of the Japanese government. After talking to Su Ping'an on the phone, he immediately began to investigate Lin Yide's identity. The relationship between Su Ping'an and Lin Yide was no secret, and the results came out soon. Wada Ono looked at it and sighed for a long time. Report it truthfully. Hitachi is not so easy to talk to. He doesn't have enough face, so he can only ask his superiors to come forward. He immediately wrote a detailed report and submitted it. Hideon Zaioi has the right to report directly to the top management on all matters related to the Apocalypse Group, and the report goes directly to the top management, which is very efficient. Old Lin, the compressor issue has been resolved, and this matter can never be let go. Su Ping'an said to Lin Yide. I know, I have made a plan. The compressor issue has been resolved, and I will reduce the price by 300 yuan per unit. Let's see what they will do. If I don't reduce the price, the product can't be sold. If I reduce the price, there will be no profit. Let's see who can't bear it. You support me with 50 million funds. I plan to not make money this year and not let them have an easy life, Lin Yide said viciously. Okay, wait for 2 days and we will announce it together. I will announce another false news and give you a 2 billion interest-free loan. Let's see what they will do, Su Ping'an said with a smile, and Mabo and Lin Yide laughed. Su Ping'an's news was quite sinister. The reason why those companies did not dare to hit Lin Yide hard in the past was that they were worried that Su Ping'an would strongly support Lin Yide behind the scenes. The financial strength of the Apocalypse Group was too strong, which was an aspect that everyone was wary of. The reason for the heavy blow this time is that it has reached the point where it has to hit Lin Yide. Lin Yide's plate is small and he does not have his own direct factory. They have their own direct factory, with many employees and high costs. However, they have also received many preferential policies from the government, and with the means of tax avoidance, they still have a lot of profits. This time the stock market fluctuations have made them a little anxious. They must improve their performance, and getting rid of Lin Yide, the troublemaker, has become a key. Boss, Ping'an, I have the idea of going public. What do you think? Lin Yide looked at the two of them and said this out of the blue. You are not mistaken, you have finally resisted the investment of relatives and friends, and now you actually want to go public, Mabo said in surprise. Old Lin, I don't have a problem with insufficient funds. There is no need to go public. Once you go public, you will face multiple supervisions, Su Ping'an also persuaded on the side. Regulation has its benefits. In addition, I can let you buy shares, and with my shares, I can have 100% control. This way, I will have a lot of extra funds and resources. The electrical appliance market is different from yours. Sometimes, I need help from connections. Absorbing a few powerful capitals will help me in many ways, so that I can develop rapidly. When necessary, you can also support me to take back the shares. Capital pursues profits. As long as the price is right, they will take action. At that time, I will directly delist, the market will open up, and my business will develop. I will be fearless. Now, relying on the family's connections is very limited. I must increase new connections, Lin Yide expressed his thoughts. Su Ping'an and Mabo began to think seriously. Lin Yide said the truth. Different industries have different environments. Su Ping'an now more or less understands why the CEOs of those electrical appliance companies often show up. Participating in various forums and dealing with people from all walks of life is all for the better development of the company. It is really not easy. My own ideas also need to be changed. Everything is because people in the arena cannot help themselves. How do you plan to allocate the shares? Mabo asked. I control 40% of the shares, and you and Ping and each control 10%. In this way, we will form a controlling interest. 15% will be used for market circulation. And the remaining 25% will be used to absorb 7 powerful capitals. Lin Yide has obviously thought about this issue for a long time. Old Lin, after the listing, you must do your best to raise the stock price. When the opportunity is right, directly increase the number of shares by 10 times, increase the number of shares to build a deep moat, and then scrape a huge amount of funds. With a huge amount of funds, all projects can be carried out. At that time, you have the final say on what you want to do, Su Ping'an said with a smile. Ping'an, you really learned bad things. In the past, you hated this kind of cutting leaks the most, Lin Yide said to Su Ping'an. It is very clear what Su Ping'an means. If it is found that the stock is 100 million shares, it will be directly expanded to 1 billion shares. The stock price will inevitably fall. At that time, any bad news will make shareholders sell their stocks in fear. The stock price will inevitably fall sharply. At this time, if a batch of stocks are acquired, the stock price will inevitably rise. The proportion of controlled shares will increase, and the company will be safer. In about a year, the stock price will inevitably rise slowly. When the stock price rises, the value of the controlling shareholder will inevitably rise. At this time, slowly selling a batch of stocks to cash out is the best way to cut leaks. Isn't this for your consideration? My principles have not changed. I will not go public and will not do things to cut leaks, Su Ping'an shrugged and said indifferently. The honest and lovely Su Ping'an in the past will never come back again, Mabo sighed on the side. Su Ping'an's face was black. He understood what Mabo meant. In his heart, he was still fighting for Song Zinan. Both of us have made it through. Is it interesting that you are still not giving up? He looked at Mabo, and Mabo looked at each other without hesitation. Oh, looking at this situation, you two are having an affair, Lin Yide said while touching his chin as he looked at the two of them. Get out, Su Ping'an and Mabo said in unison. Maybe they were too synchronized, and both of them were unhappy and looked at each other. Tisk and tisk they said in unison again, looking at each other in shock. This is too fucking synchronized. Ha ho ha ho ho Lin Yide laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Tell me, what made you like this? Lin Yide said with a smile on his face. Old Lin, let me tell you, judge for yourself, has this bastard changed? Mabo told everything about Su Ping'an, Song Zinan and Miao Yi, and Lin Yide was stunned. So there are so many things in this, calling you a love saint is not wrong, how did you play it? This kind of thing would not be accepted by any woman, but they both accepted it. It's incredible, Lin Yide said to Su Ping'an. He was very curious about Su Ping'an's manipulation skills, and Lin Yide was confident that he could not play to this extent. Unless he promised to marry a person, otherwise, the two women would definitely make a big fuss. Did the boss tell you the reason? Why are you asking me? Su Ping'an said very unhappy. Fortunately, the boss took action in advance, otherwise, my cousin would have fallen into the fire pit. My uncle urged me no less than 10 times to arrange a blind date between you and my cousin. Lin Yide looked at Su Ping'an meaningfully, and Su Ping'an and Mabo were both stunned. Old Lin is still principled. Much better than some people, Su Ping'an immediately said, and at the same time, his eyes drifted to Mabo. I didn't agree because I didn't want my cousin to fall into the fire pit. I have seen through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. You are a pervert, Lin Yide said with contempt. Su Ping'an's face turned black, and Mabo laughed. Chapter 219. The time passed quickly while the three of them were talking and laughing. After checking the time, the three of them left the company and returned home. The food and wine at home were ready, so the three of them could have a big drink and relax completely. In Japan, Naganagal saw Wada Ona's report and frowned. This Su Ping'an was too ungrateful. We gave you the face of super fish oil, but you actually took advantage of it. We gave you the permission of Shianki Group, but now you are standing up for other people's companies. Naganagal was unhappy. He took the report to the boss and reported the matter truthfully. Have you figured out why Hitachi didn't supply this company? The boss asked. I asked Hitachi about this. This is an internal fight among Chinese companies. The 5 large electrical appliance groups collectively put pressure on them to cut off the supply there, Nagarnagal reported. Stupid. If you supply them with goods, they will not invest resources in research and development. Now they are out of stock. What if this company develops its own products with the support of Shaanxi Group? Isn't it training opponents for themselves? The boss said unhappily. This company is not big, and it doesn't have the financial strength to carry out research and development, Nagarnagal asked with a frown. Does Shaanxi Group also have no strength? The big man raised his eyelids and glanced at Nagarnagal, and Nagarnagal sweated. Don't forget, Shaanxi Group has strong funds. It is not difficult for the Research Institute in Italy to study compressors, or it is not difficult to directly obtain authorization from some European compressor companies to produce in China. European compressor companies have been eyeing the Asian market for a long time, but we rely on low costs to force them not to intervene. Once Shaanxi Group introduces it to China, we will lose our voice in this area. This technology is not high-tech, and patent protection has long passed. How much does it cost to build a compressor production plant? Tens of millions of Shaanxi coins can do it. At that time, let's see how Hitachi cries. The big man looked at Nagarnagal and said unhappily. Nagarnagal had an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face. He still didn't consider the problem comprehensively enough. The national struggle is not that simple. A simple little thing will trigger a series of problems later. Su Pinggan of Shaanxi Group said that there will be some rewards. Should we talk to him seriously? We will gain a lot more, said Chang Yechuan respectfully. The boss narrowed his eyes and stared at Chang Yechuan, and Chang Yechuan began to sweat. You have been with me for so many years, why haven't you made any progress? I will give you 1 day. Think about it carefully and come back to me tomorrow. If the answer does not satisfy me, you can retire. After the boss finished speaking, he waved his hand. Chang Yechuan suppressed his inner fear, bowed respectfully, and slowly retreated. The boss looked at Chang Yechuan's back and sighed slowly. He was really worried about the next generation. Interests must be fought for, but they must also be treated differently. For some countries, it is a must to fight for profits. For some special national personnel, favors are much more important than a little profit. A good opportunity for Su Pinggan to owe a favor, but he actually thought about fighting for some benefits. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. Let Su Pinggan owe a favor, and he will receive greater benefits later. Why don't they understand such a simple truth? The boss was confused about the thoughts of the people below. After Nagarnagal returned, he thought about it seriously and didn't think that he did anything wrong, but the boss's expression was obviously very dissatisfied with his approach. Why is that? Is there a better way? After arranging the work, he went home directly. After lunch, he took a shower and sat alone on the soft couch in the study, drinking tea and thinking. There were 2 huge Chinese characters Xian Chao in front of him. Looking at these 2 words, Nagarnagal began to think deeply. Overnight, Nagarnagal didn't eat dinner. He stayed in the study alone until the early morning. Looking at the stars in the sky, his heart suddenly moved, as if he had grasped something. He returned to make a pot of tea again and thought about it according to his feelings. After more than 20 minutes, Nagarnagal smiled bitterly and shook his head. Boss is wise, I can't catch up. He completely understood that the boss's intention was really too far-reaching. Papa clapped his hands, and soon a woman in a kimono came in. Arrange some food to be brought over, a little lighter, Nagarnagal said directly. Hi. The woman bowed and left. The next morning, Nagarnagal went to the boss in high spirits. After talking with him, he left and took a car to the headquarters of Hitachi to visit the chairman of Hitachi Group, Kawamura Takashi. After talking for about an hour, Nagarnagal left Hitachi Group with satisfaction. When he returned to the office, he found Wada Ono and gave him a serious exhortation. Wada Ono bowed and left. In Hangzhou, China, Su Pinggan's office, Wada Ono called. After listening, Su Pinggan rubbed his head and hung up the phone. The Japanese are really smart. Wada Ono just said very politely and did not make any requests. He just said that for the friendship between the 2 sides, the senior management directly put pressure on Hitachi Group. Please ask Su Pinggan's friends to contact Hitachi Group and place orders at any time. Unlimited supply at normal prices. It is easy to exchange interests, but it is not so easy to repay favors. This time, I was calculated. For Linyide, I have to owe him a favor. What price I will pay in the future is still unknown. During lunch, Su Pinggan went home and met with Lin Yide and Mabo. Old Lin, ask your people to contact Hitachi Group. The compressors will be supplied at normal prices. There will be no problem, really. Lin Yide was a little bit unbelievable. Su Pinggan solved the problem with just one phone call. Su Pinggan smiled bitterly and said, really, I just received a call from the Japanese side. You can contact them at any time. There will be no more restrictions, no conditions were put forward to you over there, Mabo asked with a frown. Su Pinggan's expression was abnormal. There must be something wrong. This is the most headache. The other party didn't put forward any conditions, but it's difficult to deal with it. Su Pinggan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Mabo and Lin Yide both understood what Su Pinggan meant. Favors made Su Pinggan owe a favor. When to use it was in the hands of the Japanese. I am afraid that when he uses it in the future, he will make more profits. I'm a burden to you, Lin Yide said with a long sigh. What are you talking about? We are destined to be brothers in this life. It's good enough if we don't let this life down, Su Pinggan said while looking at Lin Yide. That's right, don't think too much, we will live up to this life. Mabo raised his cup after speaking. Su Pinggan and Lin Yide also raised theirs. The three cups clinked, and drank together. The three smiled at each other and began to discuss, counterattack. They must fight back. It is not the character of the three brothers not to get back after suffering a loss, and began to seriously discuss the counterattack plan. During this period, Lin Yide made several phone calls. First, he confirmed with Hitachi, and then arranged for people to go to Japan to purchase compressors. At the same time, he arranged for people to start counting the inventory. After counting the number, he directly promoted the market, even if he didn't make money. Lin Yide has a lot of inventory here, and the recent batches of goods are in the warehouse. Lin Yide dared not promote sales until the compressor issue was resolved, and painfully controlled sales. Now, there is no need for any patience. The next day, Lin's Electric Appliance Group issued an announcement for a big promotion, with a direct reduction of $500 for each air conditioner, and a big gift package was also given. This news was notified to all offline dealers, and a notice was also issued online, and the big promotion started one day later. Lin Yide's move made several giants confused. Did they cut off his compressors? How dare he do this? Isn't he afraid of not being able to deliver the goods? Does he have other channels to get compressors? Let's see what happens. The sales of several companies have increased in the past few months. Without Lin Yide, the troublemaker, life has been much better. This shows that the strategy of suppressing Lin Yide is correct. In the afternoon of the same day, another big news broke out. Su Pinggan's Weibo was screened. Brothers roar, thousands of troops come to meet. This Weibo was forwarded by many people. Su Pinggan wrote very straightforwardly, Lin Yide was besieged, and as a good brother, he must join the war. The first batch of ammunition has been delivered with an interest-free loan of $2 billion. If the problem cannot be solved, then $5 billion, $10 billion. I hope you old guys don't run away. We will keep fighting and see who can't stand it in the end. Brothers roar, thousands of troops come to meet. Following closely was Mabo's Weibo. Mabo's words were also very straightforward. He had limited funds, but it was no problem to take out 100 million yuan. He was ready to provide it to Lin's Electric Appliance Group at any time, without interest. Zhang Wenhun's Weibo was also updated. Like Mabo's, he was ready to provide 100 million yuan of interest-free loans to Lin Yide at any time. This time, we brothers will never give in. Netizens were excited when they saw the news. The competition among electrical appliance manufacturers must benefit consumers. Dongdong.com has quickly opened pre-sales, and orders have begun to increase crazily. A direct reduction of 500 yuan, plus a big gift package. This kind of strength is rare. Lin Yide is getting financial support from Su Pinggan and is starting to get angry. Several old electrical appliance companies got the news and were all confused. MMB, can you be a little more rogue? What should we do? Follow the price reduction, 500 yuan. After deducting other expenses, there is basically no profit. What you fear will come true. With Su Pinggan's financial support, Lin Yide has nothing to fear. Even if he has to purchase expensive compressors from Europe, he can afford it. After all, the cost of Lin Yide is much lower than theirs. Overnight, after a night of fermentation, the orders of Lin's group's flagship store on Dongdong.com reached a peak. Other big-name electrical appliance manufacturers also began to fight back, lowering prices and promoting sales, and arranging people to start financing and loans. Chapter 220, Such a loud tone, such a madness, such a piss. The entire electrical appliance market was filled with smoke. A week later, Mabo, Zhang Wenhan, and Lin Yai jointly launched another big promotion. If you purchase a certain amount of electrical appliances, you will get a small can of tea for free. As the amount increases, you can enjoy a weekend tea-based leisure, free of food and accommodation. If the amount of electrical appliances purchased reaches a certain level, you can take a free XZ tour, free of food and accommodation, provided by Zhang Wenhan's travel company. The addition of these two major promotions has further stimulated people's desire to buy. Online and offline sales are booming, which makes several major electrical appliance groups extremely painful. Sales are plummeting. At this time, an even worse news came. Hitachi supplied Lin Yai. The compressors of a whole cargo ship have arrived at the shore and were taken away by Lin Yai's people. The new electrical appliances have begun to be produced over time. Several elderly people angrily called Hitachi. They angrily accused Hitachi of violating the covenant, and Hitachi also complained. Su Ping'an threatened the Japanese government with super fish oil. The Japanese government forced Hitachi to accept Lin Yai's order. There was nothing they could do. Su Ping'an, you son of a bitch, an old man yelled and smashed the phone. What you fear will come true, what you worry about will appear, what should you do? Now financing is not going smoothly, and loans are not going smoothly. The bank is not stupid. They all know how much deposit Su Ping'an has in CCB. The chairman of CCB once said that CCB works for Su Ping'an and has to pay a sky-high interest every month. The chairman of CCB will get angry when this matter is mentioned. This shows how much cash reserve Su Ping'an has. The Guangdong Stock Exchange went to discuss the listing of Shaanxi Group with Su Ping'an, but was directly retorted by Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an made a stupid suggestion to find a company from the Guangdong Stock Exchange that dares to burn 30 billion cash with Su Ping'an. Both parties will burn 30 billion cash each, and then discuss this matter. If you can't find a company of this level, don't talk about listing. Su Ping'an's tone is so big, so crazy, and so pissy. People outside don't know, but people in the financial circle know about this matter. Comprehensive analysis shows that Su Ping'an is really not joking. Burning 30 billion cash will really have no effect on Shaanxi Group. We don't dare to compete with Su Ping'an, the troublemaker, for cash. You still want to compete with loans. Are you stupid? Your company is finished and you can't pay back the money and have to pay off the debt with a bunch of electrical appliances. Who will our bank sell to? But the bank can't offend these big customers, so it can only drag it slowly, which is also very uncomfortable for the bank. When one plan failed, another one came up with another one, asking the government to solve the problem. They hoped that the government would come forward to talk to Lin Yai about stabilizing the market price, otherwise, they would not be able to bear it and would have to lay off employees. The government agreed to it considering the problem of workers' unemployment. As a result, Lin Yai didn't accept it and directly said, "Why didn't you care when they joined forces with Japanese companies to block my equipment? Since you didn't care at the beginning, don't care now. Don't agree to end the promotion." The person in charge of contacting Lin Yai reported the matter back, which made many leaders unhappy. Damn it, you started the trouble first, and now the other party has fought back and come to us. Aren't you playing us like monkeys? More than 20 days had passed. When the major electrical appliance groups calculated their accounts, they found that they were actually losing money. They started to resort to trickery, laying off employees, shutting down some production lines, and temporarily giving employees a holiday, forcing the government to solve the problem. The unemployment of workers had a great impact. In order to keep the workers' jobs, they had to talk to Lin Yai again. Lin Yai had also discussed this matter with Su Ping'an, Mabo, and Zhang Wenhan. The promotion had been going on for so many days and could be stopped. Lin Yai didn't have much inventory left, so it was necessary to slow down. The promotion could be stopped, but since they had provoked this matter, they had to pay compensation. Each of the 5 electrical appliance groups would pay 100 million yuan in compensation and would not accept other conditions. If they went bankrupt, I would acquire them and would not cause the workers to lose their jobs. The second negotiation failed, and the matter was delayed for a few more days. The 5 groups jointly asked a big boss to mediate and called the chairman of the 5 electrical appliance groups and Lin Yai over. At the same time, Zhang Jianbin also went to Su Ping'an's office. Mabo and Zhang Wenhan also went there. This matter had been going on for so many days and it was time to end. It would not be good for anyone to continue like this. Hangzhou, Shianqi Technology Building, Su Pinggan's office. Su Pinggan and Zhang Jianbin were drinking tea and chatting, not talking about Lin Yide, but other things. Now the Shianqi Group Technology headquarters has begun to decorate in green. Every day, many trees with roots are transported to the construction site, and the ground is greened. The construction of the stream in the park has been carried out in full swing. Zhang Jianbin went to see it once and could imagine what kind of scene it would be after it was completely completed. Beautiful. This is the word Zhang Jianbin could think of, and through the report of the people below, Shianqi Company has very strict requirements for building materials. The materials must be verified environmentally friendly materials, and then there are many tests such as hardness, toughness, corrosion resistance, etc. At present, people from the 6 major testing companies are on the construction site, and they have to check the materials every day. There is also a small big news. Shianqi Technology headquarters is not a complete version, and a lot of places are reserved. These places are not allowed to be occupied. It is said that Su Pinggan has the ambition not to use the power grid for power supply, but to use natural energy for power supply. It is totally unimaginable that so many electronic devices here are powered by natural energy. Has the technology reached this level? Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing have discussed it several times but to no avail. Let's see what happens. I said, what happened with Dian Laohu some time ago? Zhang Jianbin asked while drinking tea. Nothing, I just wanted to lower the local electricity fee, but the higher-ups didn't approve it, Su Pinggan said nonchalantly. Is the electricity price high now? Zhang Jianbin asked in confusion. In Zhang Jianbin's understanding, the current electricity price is not high, but it is still the electricity price of decades ago, and the country has paid a lot. The electricity price is not high, but it is higher after the power grid transformation and replacement of the electricity meter. The electricity fee has increased several times inexplicably. What do you think? Su Pinggan said calmly. You have to understand this point. The power supply is tight, and many places are still restricting the use of electricity. The power grid is losing money in many places. If you really let you use another network, many people will lose their jobs, Zhang Jianbin said while looking at Su Pinggan. I understand. Didn't I say anything? Su Pinggan said with a smile. Zhang Jianbin smiled bitterly. You didn't say anything. You were protesting silently. Please start your domestic waste treatment project here too, Zhang Jianbin said while looking at Su Pinggan. This was the purpose of Zhang Jianbin's coming here today. Zhang Jianbin got the news when the project was applied for. As a big city, domestic waste is a very troublesome problem. It costs a lot of money to deal with it every year, but the effect is not good. If Su Pinggan's project can really solve this problem, it would be a great thing. The sustainable development of the city will be greatly improved. Not for the time being, Su Pinggan said directly, and Zhang Jianbin frowned. Brother Zhang, don't get me wrong. I'm not unwilling to start the project here, although the project has been designed in theory, it has not passed the actual operation acceptance. At present, Norway is the first in this field. Our project design is much more advanced than that over there. This is not something that can be solved by one company, but requires multiple companies to form a system to reuse domestic waste. First, ferment biogas and use biogas to generate electricity. The heat generated during the process is used to heat the city, the fermented garbage is dried and blended, and finally turned into a new type of fertilizer. As for other garbage, such as plastics, there is no complete solution. Now it is only the primary treatment of domestic waste, therefore, experiments and data collection must be carried out. J-City is a small fourth-tier city, which is just right for experiments. It will be promoted only after a feasible solution is found. Therefore, it is not suitable to start here at present, Su Pinggan explained in detail. Zhang Jianbin nodded to show his understanding. According to Su Pinggan, it is really not easy to start here now. After all, Hangzhou is much larger than J-City. Can biogas power generation really supply the electricity consumption of a city? Zhang Jianbin asked in confusion. Zhang Jianbin has visited the waste incineration power generation and biogas power generation in Norway. After comprehensive evaluation, he did not introduce them. First, the cost is high. Second, it does not meet the local conditions. And third, it is not completely pollution-free. There are still a lot of toxic gases produced during incineration, which does not meet the positioning of Hangzhou in the different geographical environment. Brother Zhang, to be honest, J-City and the higher-ups have not seen the value of this project at all. Now that I have been approved to implement it, although it will make some people unemployed, it will also provide employment for more people. In the future, the international situation will change. The domestic situation will be forced to change passively, and the impact will be greater, and the price will be greater. I don't care, just take it slowly, Su Pinggan said indifferently. Zhang Jianbin's heart moved. Su Pinggan's words were full of meaning. Did he underestimate this project? You want to promote this project abroad? Zhang Jianbin asked. Of course, the environment abroad is different from that in China. The city government and public electricity costs are not small. My project can save them a lot of money, and at the same time solve the garbage problem that makes them uncomfortable, as well as the employment problem. They will welcome me with both hands high, Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face. Zhang Jianbin's heart moved, and he keenly grasped the meaning that Su Pinggan didn't say. At this time, Su Pinggan said, the profits generated by this project will not be taxed a penny. Zhang Jianbin just smiled. Su Pinggan was obsessed with money. This project is also tax-free in our country, and there are subsidies, Zhang Jianbin said meaningfully. I know, so I promoted it in China first. Not everyone has the courage of Brother Zhang. Su Pinggan smiled and shook his head. Chapter 221 Crisis and Opportunity Coexist. Zhang Jianbin completely understood Su Pinggan's meaning. Chen Qingshan's side was also in a difficult situation. If you want to do something, you can't do it without financial support. Small places are in economic difficulties. It's not easy to have a big company like Shaanxi Group. The usual thinking is not so easy to change. Let's talk about business. You should persuade Lin Yide. It's no good to continue making trouble like this, Zhang Jianbin said, picking up the teacup and tasting it slowly. It's already conceded. The other party started the trouble first. Now they can't stand it anymore. It's not too much to give some compensation. If you don't want to pay a penny of compensation, there is no such good thing. If you take sides in this matter, I will also make trouble in the future. Anyway, I don't need to compensate, why not? Su Pinggan said calmly. You? Zhang Jianbin pointed at Su Pinggan and shook his head and smiled bitterly. In this matter, Lin Yide's side is right, and he is brave when he is right. Su Pinggan's Shaanxi Group is a world-class giant. Mabo's IT company has complete upstream and downstream industries, and the company's assets are now worth more than 500 million. Zhang Wenyan's Fita travel company has opened up tourist routes and invested in hotels, and the total assets are also about 500 million. Lin Yide's Lin's Electric Group has an annual marketing quota of about 2 billion. The company has few assets, but a lot of net profit. The outside world estimates that it is more than 300 million. In addition, Lin Yide has established his own research institute, so the actual value is even higher. These four companies are not small companies. The combined economic size is much bigger than the 5 electric groups, or just Su Pinggan's Shaanxi Group is bigger than the 5 electric groups. Don't look at these 5 electric groups as listed companies, each with a market value of tens of billions. If they really fight, Su Pinggan's Shaanxi Group can beat these 5. The two sides are not on the same level. Persuade Lin Yide to reduce the amount of compensation. We are all domestic companies. We will meet each other sooner or later. Is it necessary to make it so awkward? Zhang Jianbin persuaded. There is no need to make it so awkward, but why didn't you say this when those companies joined forces to suppress Lin Yide? Su Pinggan said directly. Brother Zhang, I won't make it difficult for you. You can tell them that if they don't agree to this condition, they should not develop abroad. I will knock them down one by one. You can tell them the truth. I said this. I will also suppress them. At that time, let's see if they can also ask foreign senior officials to act as peacemakers. Su Pinggan leaned back and said slowly. The voice was not loud, but it was powerful. Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and felt Su Pinggan's determination. With the influence of Shaanxi Group in the international arena, it is completely possible to suppress these companies. Other countries will not intervene. After sending Zhang Jianbin away, Su Pinggan called Lin Yide, Mabo and Zhang Wenyan and clearly expressed his opinions. He would never compromise and must compensate. If the pressure was too great, he would just agree to do it himself abroad. If the compensation amount was lower than this, he would rather not have it. Anyway, they had already torn their faces apart, so there was nothing to worry about. Opinions from all sides were raised, and the boss was also having a headache. He slowly reconciled them. Su Pinggan's words were also notified to the 5 major electrical appliance groups. The 5 chairmen believed that Su Pinggan, a gangster, could do such a thing. After 2 days of reconciliation, an agreement was reached. Each company had to pay 100 million yuan in compensation, and Lin Yide had to restore the normal price within 5 days. Lin Yide agreed. After returning, the brothers discussed and posted a notice directly on dongdong.com. All promotions will end in 4 days. There will be no such promotions in the future. The orders that were originally declining began to increase crazily again. Consumers are not stupid. Such a strong promotion will definitely not continue. If you miss this village, you don't know when the next time will be. Lin Yide really has no stock, not one unit. An announcement was issued, and the subsequent shipments will be made one after another, and a set of coupons will be given to users as rewards. This coupon can be used to deduct travel expenses, tea purchase expenses, and super fish oil purchase expenses. After the statement was issued, no one had any opinions. It was very affordable. It was completely acceptable to play for a few days and receive the goods. That night, when Su Pinggan was watching TV at home, the phone rang. He picked it up and answered it directly. "Tina, what's the good news?" Su Pinggan said with a smile. Tina shook her head and smiled. Working with Su Pinggan, there are both crises and opportunities. Now she has been promoted to the deputy director of the company's major customer department, and her benefits in all aspects have increased. "Yes, I have selected 6 people for you. The information has been sent to your email. You can check it at any time. Please notify me when the interview time is confirmed. I will take them there," Tina said directly. "Thank you for your hard work, Tina. I will treat you to a meal when I arrive in Europe," Su Pinggan said directly. "I will remember what you said. I will feel unbalanced if I don't kill you hard," Tina said bluntly. Being pointed at with a gun, this kind of pressure has not passed yet. If she doesn't kill Su Pinggan, she will feel choked up. "Okay, I will call you after reading your resume," Su Pinggan said with a smile. The two of them were polite for a while and hung up the phone. Finally, they came. With an assistant around, things in all aspects will be much faster. I am a little too busy to handle it alone, and I am annoyed to make a phone call. The next day, Su Pinggan arrived at the company as usual, drinking tea and reading the messages sent by Tina. Slowly, Su Pinggan smiled. Next time he goes to Europe, he must thank Tina. Or, in other words, he must thank her when she brings people to the interview. The 5 people selected are all elites, and they are young and beautiful girls. Among them, there is a Chinese, which makes Su Pinggan even more satisfied. Liu Wenjun, female, Chinese, 24 years old, graduated from the University of Copenhagen, fluent in Chinese, English, German, French, and Russian. Andrea, female, Danish, 23 years old, graduated from the University of Berlin, fluent in Chinese, English, German, French, and Italian. Belle, female, Australian, 25 years old, graduated from the Royal Academy of Spain, fluent in Chinese, English, Spanish, and Egyptian. Candice, female, American, 24 years old, graduated from Harvard Business School, fluent in American English, Chinese, Japanese, and French. Darina, female, British, 23 years old, graduated from the University of London, fluent in English, Chinese, French, German, and Russian. Yoko Watanabe, female, Japanese, 24 years old, graduated from the Royal Academy of the Netherlands, fluent in Japanese, Chinese, English, and Russian. The 6 beautiful girls have all received professional secretarial training and have internship experience in large companies. However, they must also be investigated, even if it is to assess the investigation department that Barry is in charge of. These people are high-quality personnel trained for the chairman or president of the world's top 100 companies. If your company does not reach this level, you will not be exposed to such high-level talents. VACE has a place in small and medium-sized enterprises. In the world's top 100 companies, the first thing to consider is your wisdom and ability, and then your figure and appearance. Being the chairman or assistant to the president is not that simple. After operating on the computer, the email was sent. Looking at the time, Su Pinggan did not call back. It was 4 o'clock in the morning in Paris now. Let's call in the afternoon. Zingling, you should also investigate these people, Su Pinggan said in his mind. Okay, Commander, Zingling agreed and fell silent. After lunch, Su Pinggan rested in the office for a while, went to the game company, and played a few games with the people in the testing department. Red alert. As a result, he was abused. The people in the testing department are all veterans in playing games. They did not show mercy because Su Pinggan was the big boss. After losing a few packs of cigarettes, Su Pinggan left. This is a place for Su Pinggan to relax. If the testers lose, there is no reward. If Su Pinggan wins, he will be rewarded with a pack of cigarettes. After returning to the office, he drank a few cups of tea, looked at the time, and started dialing directly. Boss Buck's voice came over. I sent you an email. You need to carefully examine the people in it. 3 of them will become my assistants, Su Pinggan said seriously. Boss, don't worry. I will use the most stringent force to examine them. Buck knew the importance of being Su Pinggan's assistant. He must adopt the most stringent standards to examine them. Not only the person, but also the family background must be examined. I trust you to do the job. How is that person now? Is there anything abnormal? Su Pinggan asked, asking Stone's man Ruth. Nothing abnormal has been found for the time being. He is quite strong. He is currently helping me train people. If the boss hadn't specifically instructed me, I would really keep him by my side or send him to Gavin's side. This is a good player. He has very strong combat ability and fighting ability. He is also very strong in physical strength. His individual ability is better than York's, Buck said truthfully. Try it out and see if he is willing to go to Gavin's side to hone his skills for 2 months. Su Pinggan said this expressionlessly. Boss, I have a suggestion. Send him to the UK as a team leader. This will be carried out during the Unified Assessment and Training of Team Leaders next year. This is in line with the company's procedures and will not appear to be targeted, Buck expressed his opinion. Su Pinggan thought for a while. Just do as you said. Instruct the person in charge there to pay attention and not to approach the core area, Su Pinggan instructed. I understand, there will be arrangements, Buck said seriously. There is one more thing. You conduct a secret interrogation. If there is no problem with the personnel, filter the area around the station, Su Pinggan said with a serious expression. What happened, boss? Buck keenly felt the weight of Su Pinggan's words. Be careful. The Americans have investigated me and know about your relationship with me. I talked to Gavin on the phone and there is no problem over there. I don't know if they are still watching you now. Although there is nothing illegal on our side, I don't like the feeling of being monitored, Su Pinggan said slowly. Chapter 222 Who is protecting you behind the scenes? I understand, boss. I will arrange it. Gavin told me about this. I arranged for people to conduct a careful inspection of the surrounding area at that time. No problems were found. Recently, I will secretly review the internal personnel first. After the internal security is complete, I will conduct a careful inspection of the surrounding area. If I find anything, I will call the boss in time. Buck understood Su Pinggan's meaning. You contact Hubert. I asked him to design an encrypted satellite phone. If it has been completed, send someone to send me one. You, Gavin, York, and the general managers of several other research institutes must be equipped with one. Don't let anyone find out about the existence of the phone. If there is an urgent matter, use the satellite phone directly to contact, Su Pinggan said expressionlessly. I understand. I will contact Hubert personally. Buck knew the importance of the phone. The two talked for a while and then hung up the phone. Su Pinggan put down the phone and stretched his waist. Take it slowly. Things will always be completed bit by bit. It's time to go to Macau in a few days. The next day, Su Pinggan went to the company to work as usual and talked with Kiao Yicheng and Yi Changlin. After the 3 of them communicated, the 2 left. Su Pinggan sat alone on the sofa drinking tea and reading a book, very calm. Ding 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 ding, the phone rang. I rubbed my head and picked up the phone. I really hate answering the phone now. Old Wu, is there any good news? Su Pinggan asked. I just signed a land purchase agreement with the municipal government. When do you think it's better to start construction? Wang Keshan, the boss of the first construction company, is waiting for me at the signing office. He wants to be responsible for this project, and the city is also inclined to let them build it, Wu Sike said with a smile. The drawings are with Feng Xia. Let Feng Xia make a copy for him and give him 2 days to calculate the price. If it's not suitable, just change to another one. After you're done, go to Macau directly. I'll go to Macau tomorrow and notify Lao Ho. You guys come together, Su Pinggan said easily. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Wu Sike knew what to do in Macau. After chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone. Su Pinggan put down the phone, stood up and stretched, came to the big French window, looked outside, and looked at the technology headquarters not far away. It was really beautiful, but it was too expensive. After looking for a while, he returned, packed up his things and went off work. Xiaozin, the office is closed. I'm leaving tomorrow. Don't forget to study hard, okay, Mr. Su, I will try my best, Wei Xiaoxin said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and took the people to the elevator and left. After resting for an afternoon, he called Barry in the evening and told him that he could guide the second-generation wine tree and the new inverter. At the same time, he informed Naren that he could speed up. Su Pinggan had made up his mind to start the clean energy transformation. The next morning, Su Pinggan took his people to Macau directly. The formalities had been completed. The vehicle used was the hotel's vehicle provided by the Hilton Hotel. Su Pinggan was considered their VIP customer and the vehicle was provided free of charge. In Hong Kong, Yao Xingsheng was sitting at home with a frown. There were already 7 or 8 cigarette butts in the ashtray in front of him. The whole room was shrouded in smoke. Yao Xingsheng had a lot on his mind. Yao Xingsheng had been living alone for so many years. He divorced his wife 12 years ago, and the custody of the child was awarded to his wife. Yao Xingsheng only found out that the mother and son had immigrated to Canada. He didn't know where they went and had no way to find them. 18 years ago, Yao Xingsheng was in his prime. He graduated from the Department of Finance at Cambridge University in the UK. He was a senior banker with a happy family and lived an enviable life. After 3 years of this life, Yao Xingsheng became fascinated with stock futures. At the beginning, he made a lot of money, and his family became more prosperous. Later, Yao Xingsheng invested more and more. As a result, he lost all his money in a big fluctuation. Yao Xingsheng misappropriated bank funds to make up for his losses, but he also fell into trouble. He was discovered by the bank and sued directly. 2 other good friends also participated in this matter. The 2 of them lost more money and borrowed usury. They jumped directly from the building and died. Yao Xingsheng was controlled by the police before he had time to go. Yao Xingsheng was sentenced to 3 years. At the same time, the court also seized all of Yao Xingsheng's property to repay the bank's losses. His wife could only take the children back to her parents' home. More than a month later, Yao Xingsheng received a divorce agreement. Although the marriage can be divorced, Yao Xingsheng will never give up the custody of the child. No matter what anyone says, he can only sue. The custody of the child was awarded to his wife. 3 years of prison life made Yao Xingsheng sober again. The past is unbearable to look back on. He began to find a job and live a new life. 6 years ago, he joined the Securities Department of Citibank Hong Kong branch and became a trader who obeyed orders. His life got better and better every year. He even bought a house 4 years ago. A few days ago, he received a call from Su Pinggan. The 2 talked about some things on the phone. Everything was left for Yao Xingsheng to decide. If he was willing to join Shianki, he needed to rush to the Hilton Hotel in Macau to meet Su Pinggan before 12 noon the day after tomorrow. If he refused and did not want to join Shianki, he would not have to go to Macau to see Su Pinggan. Choosing Yao Xingsheng was something Su Pinggan himself did not expect. This was the candidate given by Xingling. There were 3 candidates in total. The first one was Yao Xingsheng, the second one was a Macau native Du Zinai, and the third one was also a Macau native, Zhang Xiang. Su Pinggan did not ask for the reason and believed in Xingling's choice. Over the years, Xingling had never made a mistake in selecting people. I just arrived in Macau today, so I'll have a good rest and see what Yao Xingsheng will choose. If he doesn't come, I'll notify the second candidate. One of the 3 candidates will agree. Su Pinggan is not in a hurry at all. The next day, Su Pinggan went out to play. He went out in the morning and came back after dark. As soon as he returned to the hotel, the lobby manager came up to him and said, "Mr. Su, there is a guest from Hong Kong over there who said he has made an appointment with you and has been waiting for you." "Oh, take me to see it," Su Pinggan said directly. "This way, please." The lobby manager was very polite and took Su Pinggan to the leisure area on the side. A middle-aged man was sitting on a single sofa and had fallen asleep. Su Pinggan recognized this person when he saw him. He was Yao Xingsheng. He had dealt with him for a few days in the past. The lobby manager came to Yao Xingsheng's side and woke Yao Xingsheng up. Yao Xingsheng opened his eyes in a daze, looked at the lobby manager, turned around and saw Su Pinggan. Mr. Su. Yao Xingsheng stood up directly, and was deeply impressed by Su Pinggan. Have you arranged a room? Su Pinggan asked directly. No, Yao Xingsheng told the truth. Su Pinggan nodded and turned to look at Su Zhenggang. Zhenggang, help Mr. Yao get a room. Su Zhenggang nodded. Go ahead, take a rest, and come to see me at room 2017 at 10 a.m. tomorrow, Su Pinggan told Yao Xingsheng and turned and left. Su Zhenggang took Yao Xingsheng to get a room, and then returned. Su Pinggan was tired, so he asked the hotel to send some food to the room. After eating, he washed up and went to rest. After a night, Su Pinggan got up early, washed up, left the room and went for a run. The hotel was close to the sea, and he jogged along the leisure section by the sea. He exercised for more than an hour before returning. He had breakfast in the restaurant before returning to the room, washed up, changed clothes, and drank tea in the room. Zhanggang, what time is the flight of Lawyer Wu and the others? Su Pinggan asked. Mr. Su, they are on a 40-minute flight, and the time to arrive in Macau is 12:15. I have just arranged for someone to arrange the room in the car. I will pick them up at the airport when the time is almost up, Su Zhanggang will report. Su Pinggan nodded and stopped asking questions. The water boiled and he started to make tea. Not long after, a bodyguard came in and said, Mr. Su, the man I met in the lobby yesterday is here, bring him in, Su Pinggan said directly. The bodyguard turned and went out, and soon brought Yao Xingsheng in. Su Pinggan waved his hand, and everyone else went out. Sit down, he said while looking at Yao Xingsheng. Drink tea, don't be nervous, this is the second time we meet, Su Pinggan said with a smile. It's the second time, Yao Xingsheng said seriously, picked up a cup of tea and drank it, and he felt much more stable. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. I will tell you all the answers I can give you, Su Pinggan said slowly while looking at Yao Xingsheng. Mr. Su, we just met in the big customer room a few years ago. Why did you invite me to run a bank? Yao Xingsheng asked the biggest question in his heart. To be honest, I was also very surprised when I first saw your information, because my team selected 3 people from thousands of information, and you ranked first. I know everything about your past very well, I also know why you were in prison. Before you were in prison, you worked in a bank. It only took you 1 year to stand out from an ordinary employee and become a supervisor. You have worked in 4 important departments within the bank. You are very capable. After you were released from prison, you started working again, and invested 10% of your salary every month. You have strictly controlled the standard for so many years. It is not easy to do this. A few years ago, you joined the securities department of Citibank. Your life has become easier. Am I right? Su Pinggan looked at Yao Xingsheng and said. Yes, Yao Xingsheng admitted. I only care about one thing, strict risk control. To be honest, my bank does not need to make much money from me, as long as it can provide good service to Shianki Group. And you, after going through hardships, are very cautious in doing things. This caution is what I need, Su Pinggan also told the truth. Mr. Su, don't you worry that I will make the same mistakes again. Yao Xingsheng looked at Su Pinggan and asked this question calmly. Trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you don't trust them. This is my principle. Another thing is that the bank has internal management regulations. It is difficult to embezzle funds as before, even if you are the president. I think you should know this, you have had a painful lesson. You don't want to experience the pain again. I am optimistic about you, Su Pinggan said indifferently. Yao Xingsheng nodded. The internal management of the bank is becoming more and more perfect. It takes several procedures to mobilize funds. It is not so easy to tamper with it. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your appreciation, Yao Xingsheng said seriously. This is the first person who has been optimistic about him since he was released from prison. Do you have any questions? If not, I have a question that I don't understand, Su Pinggan said slowly. Please ask, Mr. Su, Yao Xingsheng said very calmly. You were sentenced to 3 years in prison that year. I am very curious. According to the amount of funds you embezzled, the sentence should be at least 10 years. Why is it only 3 years? Who is protecting you behind the scenes? Su Pinggan looked at Yao Xingsheng's face and slowly asked this question. Chapter 223 I feel relieved when you say that. Yao Xingsheng smiled bitterly. Boss Su, if you had asked me this question 2 years ago, I would not have said anything. But now, it doesn't matter. The Prince of XX Group fell into a financial trap. If it could not be properly resolved, bankruptcy was inevitable. I secretly helped him solve this matter. He was also one of my partners back then, but I took care of everything and did not involve him. When I was released from prison, he gave me a sum of money, which was considered a thorough understanding of the previous grievances. 2 years ago, he had completely cleaned up his Hong Kong industry and immigrated abroad. There was no point in keeping this matter secret, Yao Xingsheng said slowly with a nostalgic expression in his eyes, and Su Pinggan finally understood what was going on. Do you regret it? Su Pinggan asked. There is nothing to regret. Even if I had betrayed him back then, it would not have changed anything. It would have been better to keep a favor. In the end, he did not let me down, Yao Xingsheng said with a firm look. Su Pinggan nodded slowly. Yao Xingsheng was a smart man and a blessed man. If you were someone who was ungrateful and unkind, he would definitely not pay attention to him, and might even kill him directly. It was rare that the other party could help him. Okay, I have no questions. Now the key question is, are you willing to join the Apocalypse Group? I said in advance that if you join the Apocalypse Group, you can only leave when you retire. The president of the Apocalypse Bank is a very critical position, which will involve the company's financial secrets. I don't want to change people back and forth. We choose voluntarily and will not regret it if we choose. Su Pinggan looked at Yao Xingsheng and said calmly. Mr. Su, will the bank do anything illegal? Yao Xingsheng also looked at Su Pinggan and said seriously. No, everything the bank does is in line with the spirit of the law, but the Apocalypse Group is a private enterprise, and I don't want the financial transactions to be known by strangers, Su Pinggan said expressionlessly. Yao Xingsheng smiled. Su Pinggan was indeed cunning. What he said was in line with the spirit of the law, not the legal regulations. The change of a word gave the matter a lot of other explanations, which was not simple. I have heard of the great name of Shaanxi Group for a long time. Mr. Su thinks highly of me. If I refuse, I will be ungrateful. I am willing to join Shaanxi Group and retire in the company. Yao Xingsheng directly expressed his attitude. He has been thinking about this matter for a few days. He has considered all aspects very thoroughly. Only by getting a higher position can he get a good return and have the hope of finding his wife and children. This is the only thing Yao Xingsheng cares about. Very good, in a few years you will realize how correct your choice is today. Wait a minute, I will give you a gift, Su Pinggan said, and stood up, went to the bedroom and took out a file bag. Go back and see, 2 senior executives will come at around 12 o'clock noon. I will introduce you to each other and have dinner together, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Su, I will go back first, Yao Xingsheng said respectfully. Su Pinggan nodded, and sent Yao Xingsheng out. Xingling, verify what Yao Xingsheng said, Su Pinggan said very calmly in his mind. Yes, Commander, Xingling agreed and fell silent. If it was really the Prince of XX Group who was behind Yao Xingsheng, then Yao Xingsheng could use it without any worries. If there were other involvements, I'm sorry, Yao Xingsheng must pay the price. This matter must be verified. There is solid evidence of Yao Xingsheng's actions back then. It is not something that ordinary people can do to reduce a sentence of more than 10 years to 3 years. We must act with caution. Time passed slowly. At 12:30, Wu Sike and Ho Minghe were taken back. The 3 of them joked when they met and sat down to drink tea together. Su Pinggan reported Yao Xingsheng's affairs. I originally invited him to come here today, but he came here yesterday. I just talked to him and he will be the first president of Weather Bank, Su Pinggan said, looking at the 2 of them. Have you investigated? Wu Sike asked. We have investigated, but no problems have been found so far. We are currently investigating something that happened more than a decade ago. If it is true as he said, then there is no problem. I think he is not lying. Another thing is that the bank's internal accounts staff are sent by Lao Ho, so there is an extra layer of supervision. With the cooperation of mature bank management regulations, everything is not a problem, Su Pinggan said to Wu Sike. I feel relieved when you say that, Wu Sike said with a smile, and Ho Minghe also smiled. Lao Wu, The staff I sent out have another responsibility, which is to supervise each other. If you find a problem and tell the company in advance, and follow the company's arrangement to go along with the corruption, the part of the black money you earn is still yours, which is considered a reward from the company. If you didn't report it to the company and embezzled it together, I think Chen Killen's people would not let him go, Ho Minghe said to Wu Sike. You are still smart, this stingy guy, Wu Sike said with a smile. Su Pinggan and Ho Minghe both laughed, and each of them gave Wu Sike a fist. Ho Minghe is living a very comfortable life now. His annual income exceeds 1 million yuan, and he has bought a villa in J-City. Su Pinggan also reimbursed the money for this villa, which was considered as a birthday gift from Su Pinggan to Ho Minghe. He originally planned to give Wu Sike a villa, but Wu Sike declined and did not plan to settle in J-City. Wu Sike knew that the headquarters of Shianki Group would have to move sooner or later, and he had communicated this with Su Pinggan. Therefore, he only asked for a car worth 500,000 yuan. He asked someone to notify Yao Xingsheng to go downstairs to eat together. They ate in the hotel restaurant. They did not want to run back and forth at this time. After the meal, Yao Xingsheng was carried back by someone. Su Pinggan, Wu Sike and Yao Xingsheng were all fine. The three returned to Su Pinggan's room to drink tea. He is quite honest when drinking, not like a scheming person, Wu Sike said slowly. Indeed, he gave me the feeling today that he seemed to be very grateful to President Su. Ho Minghe looked thoughtful on the side. When he was in prison, his wife divorced him and immigrated with their children. This is his worry. I just gave him the specific information and address of his wife and children in Canada, Su Pinggan said slowly, and Wu Sike and Ho Minghe suddenly realized it. You have to recruit people with sincerity. You should trust people when you employ them. And don't employ people you don't trust. This is the secret of our Shianki Group's rapid development. You have also seen that the general managers of various branches are all devoted to their work. I am very pleased about this, Su Pinggan said slowly after taking a sip of tea. This is true, but I think the company will have to make some adjustments in 10 or 20 years. Now these general managers all obey you. The future prince has appeared, but they can't be suppressed, Wu Sike said with a smile, and Ho Minghe also laughed. You think too much? Let's talk about it later. My children will be the best ones. Each of them will be given a sum of money to do it themselves. Your status will be determined according to your ability. After you are recognized by us, you can join the Shianki Group. Only in this way can this company prosper, Su Pinggan said slowly. From what Mr. Su said, he plans to have many children in the future, which is not something a beautiful woman can do, Ho Minghe said with a smile, while Wu Sike laughed and gave Ho Minghe a thumbs up. Su Pinggan shrugged indifferently. Others didn't know about his own affairs, but these two knew them very clearly. Let's just go with the flow and see who can accompany him to the end. The three of them chatted and laughed and drank a pot of tea. Su Pinggan immediately started to boil water again. Let's talk about business. Tomorrow's negotiations with Fuda Bank will be handled by Lao Wu, and the financial affairs will be audited by Lao Ho and his people. We must prevent them from playing tricks, Ho Minghe and Wu Sike nodded with a serious face. Don't worry, I told them in advance that we will not acquire the company if the financial audit is not passed. Only if Lao Ho's audit is fine will we pay the acquisition fee, Wu Sike said seriously. I brought 5 people here this time, all of whom are financial veterans. If they want to play tricks, they will definitely not be able to hide it from our eyes, Ho Minghe also expressed his opinion. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Let Yao Xingsheng return tomorrow to handle the resignation procedures. Give him a few days. When he comes back to work, we will complete the acquisition here, Su Pinggan said slowly, and the two nodded. The three discussed for a while, drank 2 pots of tea, and Wu Sike and Ho Minghe went to rest. In the evening, Su Pinggan chatted with Yao Xingsheng. The next day, Yao Xingsheng left Bangkok and returned to Hong Kong. Wu Sike, as the full representative of Shianki Group, began to conduct formal negotiations with Fuda Bank. Fuda Bank is an old family bank. After the older generation of the Zuo family left, the younger generation of the family began to fight openly and secretly for the controlling rights of the bank. After several years of struggle, the eldest son Zuo Haiming won and obtained the absolute controlling rights of the bank. However, the bank has also suffered a great loss. Looking at the deficit figures, he was physically and mentally exhausted and planned to sell his shares directly. It happened that at this time, Su Pinggan was looking for a suitable bank to acquire, and Zingling collected information. Su Pinggan arranged for someone to contact Zhuo Haiming, the actual controller of Fuda Bank. It is well known that the Xianqi Group is wealthy and powerful. Zhuo Haiming also hopes to sell it at a good price, so he agreed. This is how today's negotiations took place. Wu Sikai and Zhuo Haiming's representative argued with each other. Finally, after both parties consulted the big boss behind them, they first reviewed the financial situation and conducted a new round of negotiations based on the financial situation. Ho Minghe led his staff into the finance department of Fuda Bank to review the finances. Su Pinggan hired a beautiful tour guide and began to tour the scenery of Macau. He went out early in the morning and came back in the evening every day, which was very cool. On this day, he only played for half a day and came back. It rained heavily outside. He rested in the afternoon. In the evening, the tour guide took Su Pinggan to the casino to play. It would be a pity not to see Macau once. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Gambling. I had a good rest in the afternoon. After dinner, I drank some tea in the room. At around 9 o'clock, I took a car out. My destination was MGM Casino. The decoration here was very artistic. Su Pinggan was also a long-lost celebrity. After parking the car, he entered MGM under the escort of bodyguards. Several people came to greet him immediately. Mr. Su's arrival makes our place glorious. Welcome Mr. Su. I am the experience of the casino. My name is Lang Mi-ai, a middle-aged blonde beauty said very respectfully. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment and smiled, and shook hands with Lang Mi-ai. You know me, why don't I remember we met? Su Pinggan asked curiously. Mr. Su's name is really unknown to many people on Earth. We haven't met, but Mr. Su's photos and name have resounded around the world many times. Lang Mi-ai is very good at speaking, and speaks fluent Chinese. I didn't expect I was so famous, Su Pinggan said with a smile. The efficiency of the casino is really high. I was recognized as soon as I entered. This efficiency is worthy of praise. Mr. Su, our boss has been friends with Mr. Su for a long time, but unfortunately, the boss is currently abroad. I'll give you 1 million chips. Please relax, Mr. Su, Lang Mi-ai said with a smile, and a waiter next to him brought a plate of chips. Su Pinggan nodded to Su's Hanggang, who was holding a plate of chips. Su's Hanggang signaled the people around him to take over. Thank you, I'll just play around down there. If there's a high-end gambling game, you can let me know, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Su, please, Lang Mi-ai said with a smile, shook hands with Su Pinggan and left politely. Su Pinggan touched his chin thoughtfully, smiled slowly, let go, and started to play around the casino with a few people to see all kinds of playing methods. In less than an hour, the 1 million chips were almost lost. Su Pinggan more or less understood why those gamblers were so addicted. The feeling of excitement was really addictive. Looking at the chips, Su Pinggan planned to leave when he lost all the chips. At this time, Lang Mi-ai came to Su Pinggan and was stopped by the bodyguard. Su Pinggan turned around and looked, waved his hand, and the bodyguard made way for Lang Mi-ai to come over. Mr. Su, there's a poker game now, the bottom line is $5 million. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested. Is there 10 million? Is your casino guaranteed for fairness? Su Pinggan asked without blinking, and at the same time pushed out all the chips at hand, overwhelming the big one. Lang Mi-ai smiled, worthy of being the boss of Xianqi Group. Mr. Su, 5 million is the most basic condition for participating in the game. At present, there are several guests, all of whom are not short of money. Everyone's funds are definitely more than $10 million. We are responsible for the fairness of the game. Okay, take me over after this round, Su Pinggan said, shaking the champagne in his hand. Okay, Lang Mi-ai said with a smile. Soon, the sieve cup opened, 665, 17 points, Su Pinggan smiled. It seems that I should have good luck tonight. After speaking, he waved and stood up. The bodyguard began to collect the chips, and Su Pinggan followed Lang Mi-ai away. Entering the elevator, we arrived at the 7th floor, in a room called Jinyu Mantang. There were several people sitting in the room, including the elderly, middle-aged, and young people. There were 9 people sitting in the room, talking in groups of 3 or 2, and there were even 3 foreigners. There were more than a dozen people standing around, who seemed to be bodyguards. Su Pinggan followed Lang Mi forward expressionlessly. Pa Lang Mi clapped his hands, focusing everyone's attention. Everyone, the 10 places are complete, everyone please take your seats, Lang Mi said, and then made a gesture to Su Pinggan, asking Su Pinggan to sit down at the gambling table. Everyone sat down at the long gambling table. Su Pinggan took out his checkbook, wrote a check, and handed it to Lang Mi. Exchange me $10 million, and by the way, give me a glass of champagne, German style. Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Lang Mi was smiling, and the others smiled and didn't care. 10 million in today's gambling game was nothing. Others also wrote checks and exchanged chips one after another. Basically, they were all for $10 million. There was no amount lower than this. Although it was a bottom line of 5 million, no one cared about this. They were all rich people. Young man, I think you look familiar. Let me introduce myself. I am Fu Qinghai from Macau. An old man looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. Hello, Mr. Fu. I am Su Pinggan from Shianqi Group. Su Pinggan said his name calmly. Others looked at Su Pinggan for a while. In the past 2 years, the name of Shianqi Group has definitely resounded throughout the world. There are really not many people who don't know it. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. It turned out to be him. It turned out to be Mr. Su. I have heard of your name for a long time. Fu Qinghai raised his glass after speaking, and Su Pinggan also raised his glass. The two clinked their glasses in the air and drank a sip. No one dared to be careless. Shianqi Group was an international giant. They really couldn't compare with their worth. People were divided into groups. People of different levels couldn't play together. Many people began to think about it. Soon, the chips were served, and the wine glass beside Su Pinggan was replaced with champagne. Su Pinggan tasted it and found it was good. The taste was German. He picked up a chip of 10,000 and threw it to the wine delivery person. The room began to be cleared, and the people who replaced them were all from the casino. They all looked very tough. A dozen people stood around, and all the guards went to other rooms outside to wait. This was the rule. The dealer was also a beautiful woman wearing a bikini, with a very hot body. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. At this time, Lang Mi came over. Everyone knows the rules, so I won't repeat them. We are responsible for the fairness of this gambling game. If anyone violates the rules, don't blame us for following the rules. Please forgive us if we offend you, Lang Mi said with a smile on his face. Everyone nodded. Lang Mi saw that everyone nodded, looked at the dealer and said start. The dealer began to deal the cards. Su Pinggan slowly looked at his bottom cards, with no expression on his face. Soon, the exposed cards were dealt. Su Pinggan's was a black heart 9, and the brown-haired foreigner had the biggest card, the ace of diamonds. 100,000 he said and threw the chips directly. Everyone followed, and no one covered their cards. The second exposed card was dealt. Su Pinggan's was a black heart 10. He looked at the cards and smiled. Wait, the one with the biggest card called. Fu Qinghai had the biggest card, a pair of J's. Fu Qinghai looked at everyone. It was 100,000 just now, let's make 1 million this round. He threw 1 million chips directly. Su Pinggan followed, and the 3 people covered their cards. The third exposed card was dealt. As a result, Su Pinggan was happy when the card was dealt. It was a black heart 8, and Su Pinggan had a straight flush. Everyone else was stunned and looked at Su Pinggan. It was already 1 million just now, let's make 5 million this time. After laughing, he threw 5 million directly. Many people began to hesitate. This is money, not paper. Time passed slowly, 2 families covered their cards, and the rest followed. Now there were only 5 left. The dealer continued to deal cards and began to distribute a 4th brand. Su Pinggan's was a black heart Q, a straight flush. The other 4, Fu Qinghai had a pair of A, an old man had 2 pairs, a young man had 3 sevens, and a foreigner had a straight flush of diamonds. A straight flush speaks, the dealer said. 5 million in the last round, let's go all in this time, the foreigner said after looking at everyone. Everyone, including Su Pinggan, frowned and looked thoughtful. The others who had covered their cards were shaking their wine glasses on the surface, but they were actually observing the performance of several people, hoping to find some clues. I don't believe you have a straight flush, I'm following, add another 5 million, the young man said, and pushed the chip dock beside him, then wrote a check and handed it to Lang Mi, who handed the check to the professional next to him for verification. Young man is bold, I follow. Fu Qinghai smiled and pushed his chips and wrote a check. Lang Mi smiled. The larger the amount, the higher his commission. He respectfully handed the check to the person next to him for verification. The old man from the two teams next to Su Pinggan smiled and folded his cards directly. If he didn't follow, Su Pinggan was the only one left. Su Pinggan looked at the foreigner and smiled, I don't believe you have a straight flush either. I follow, add another 10 million. Su Pinggan pushed the chips next to him and wrote a check and handed it to Lang Mi. The atmosphere began to become tense. Frequently asked questions. The foreigner looked at Su Pinggan and cursed fiercely and folded his cards directly. The young man shook his wine glass and looked at Su Pinggan twice. I follow, I don't believe you have a straight flush either, add another 10 million. The young man was very cruel. Fu Qinghai smiled and folded his cards directly. Now it seems that the young man has the biggest card, 3 sevens, and it is very likely to be 4 sevens. Su Pinggan's side is very likely to be a straight flush, no matter which one is bigger than his own. Do you dare to be bigger? How much more can you take out? Su Pinggan shook his wine glass and looked at the young man. 30 million, the young man stared at Su Pinggan's eyes and said without giving in. 30 million is fine, Su Pinggan said, wrote a check and threw it down. Lang Mi immediately took it up and asked someone to verify it. Everyone focused and looked at the young man. The young man began to breathe heavily. 30 million US dollars, this is all his savings. Should he bet or not? Is this Su Pinggan trying to blow himself up? All the pressure was pressed on the young man. Su Pinggan began to taste champagne with a smile on his face. The young man's eyes began to turn red. He raised his hand and drank the red wine in the glass. He pulled his shirt to release the pressure. I told you, the young man said, and wrote a check and threw it down. Lang Mi took it to verify it. Everyone, all the checks are real. If there's any problem, our casino will be responsible. Now you can open the cards, Lang Mi announced solemnly. Chapter 225. I said you won't survive for 3 days, so you won't survive for 3 days. The young man directly threw out his trump card, 4 sevens, and stared at Su Pinggan with red eyes. As long as Su Pinggan was not a black-hearted jay, the young man would definitely win. Do you know how people in the world call me? Su Pinggan looked at the young man and said, and the young man was stunned for a moment. As the luckiest person of this century, how could I lose? Su Pinggan smiled and added, flipping his hand and throwing a black-hearted jay on the table. Many people were dumbfounded. The young man was stunned, looking at Su Pinggan with absent-minded eyes, and then his eyes turned red. Lang Mi had already seen that something was wrong with the young man, and immediately said, Bai Kaiming, don't mess around, this is not the place for you to mess around. The two stared at each other expressionlessly, and Bai Kaiming suppressed his anger. The luckiest person of this century, but this is Macau, not the mainland. If you have the ability to come, you must have the ability to leave, Bai Kaiming said, staring at Su Pinggan. Oh, tell me, who are you? Su Pinggan said indifferently. Hong Kong, Sahai Society, Sanchutao boss Bai Kaiming said while staring at Su Pinggan. The murderous intent was already very obvious. Bai Kaiming, this is Macau, not Hong Kong, you can't do whatever you want, Fu Qinghai said while looking at Bai Kaiming. Humph, Bai Kaiming said nonchalantly. Boss, so you have quite a few younger brothers, Su Pinggan said nonchalantly. A lot. Do you want to experience the feeling of being hunted by 10,000 people? Bai Kaiming said while staring at Su Pinggan. I don't want to do that, but I have another bet here. If you win 100 million US dollars, do you want to play? Su Pinggan had a smile on his face, but there was no trace of human emotion in his eyes. They became very cold. The others were surprised to see Su Pinggan's performance, and they kept silent. Now it was clear that the two of them were at odds with each other, and neither of them was easy to deal with, so they would wait and see. You say, Bai Kaiming said while staring at Su Pinggan. It's very simple. I'll give you 1 day to return to Hong Kong and let your tens of thousands of younger brothers protect you. As long as you don't die within 3 days, you can get 100 million US dollars. How about it? Is it very simple? If you are worried, I will give the money to the casino, and the casino will transfer it to you directly. You won't worry about not getting the money, Right. Su Pinggan looked at Bai Kaiming with a smile on his face, which made Bai Kaiming feel a little cold. The others also looked at Su Pinggan in shock. They didn't expect that the bet proposed by Su Pinggan would be like this. This Su Pinggan is also a ruthless person. As soon as Bai Kaiming showed his murderous intention, Su Pinggan planned to kill him. You are not afraid, are you? If you are afraid, get lost. Su Pinggan stared at Bai Kaiming. You dared to kill me in front of us. If I don't kill you, anyone can step on me in the future. The word get lost deeply stimulated Bai Kaiming. His eyes were red and he stared at Su Pinggan. I accept this bet, Bai Kaiming said word by word. Su Pinggan smiled and wrote 2 checks and handed them to Lang Mi. Verify it. $100 million. If he is not dead in 3 days, transfer it to him. If he is dead, transfer it to me. I see that there is a dark cloud over his head, and he is possessed by the god of bad luck. I am afraid it will be difficult for him to survive for 3 days, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Our casino has received a check. We are the witnesses, Lang Mi said with a smile. Su Pinggan also smiled, picked up a chip and flicked it to Lang Mi with a snap. Lang Mi caught it with one hand, a chip of 100,000, as your hard work fee. Thank you, Boss Su, Lang Mi said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for you, Bai Kaiming said, stood up and left directly. After being disturbed by Bai Kaiming, no one wanted to play anymore. The gambling was over. After sorting out, Lang Mi wrote a huge check and handed it to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan smiled and said hello to Fu Qinghai, and left directly with the guards. Everyone, I think you all know what to say and what not to say, Lang Mi said as he looked at the people present. Many people nodded seriously. They didn't want to get into trouble. They would wait and see. If Su Pinggan really won, he must not leak the secret. He couldn't bear the consequences. In Lang Mi's office, Fu Qinghai and Lang Mi sat on the sofa and talked about this matter. Does Su Pinggan really have this ability? Fu Qinghai asked. Lang Mi's performance was very abnormal today. Mr. Fu, Shianki Group is an international giant. Its relations with countries around the world are very complicated. Su Pinggan and the United States have both fought secretly. Another thing, I heard from the boss that Su Pinggan has a mercenary army that has been fighting for many years, Lang Mi said in a low voice. Silk, Fu Qinghai took a deep breath. Fu Qinghai was very clear about the strength of the mercenaries that have been fighting for many years. Don't look at Bai Kaiming as the boss of Sanshitao. He is also the boss of Sihish. The two sides are not at the same level. He actually showed murderous intent in front of Su Pinggan. He is completely looking for death, Lang Mi said, shaking his head. What if Bai Kaiming is looking for trouble in Macau? Fu Qinghai asked. This possibility is very high. If he dares to look for trouble in Macau, he will not be able to leave Macau. Both a gray and white will destroy him. Who is Su Pinggan? He is a star entrepreneur in China and even in the world. If you dare to touch him, you will slap the face of the country. You are simply disliking your life too long. In this regard, no matter which country it is, celebrities like Su Pinggan are given key protection. They will not allow Su Pinggan to have problems in their country. The impact is too great. Uncle Hai, you just need to know it yourself, Lang Mi said meaningfully. Fu Qinghai is also one of the shareholders and has a good relationship with the boss. Otherwise, Lang Mi will definitely not reveal any information. It is very good for Lang Mi to get a favor from Fu Qinghai. Su Pinggan went back to the hotel to rest directly. He was in a very good mood. This year's pocket money came out. It was that simple. He had no interest in gambling. It was enough to experience it. Addiction would destroy the family. Another thing is that Su Pinggan was not worried about Bai Kaiming causing trouble in Macau. Su's Hangyang said that someone was following him. After verification, it was the Macau police. Su Pinggan was even more confident. He was arrogant and fearless. Bai Kaiming left the casino and calmed down. He thought seriously and decided not to cause trouble in Macau. This was not his home court. If something happened, he would have nowhere to run. He had to endure it for 3 days in Hong Kong before settling accounts with Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan must know that this world is not a place where you can do whatever you want just because you have money. He must get out of this anger today, otherwise, his reputation will be ruined. He found a place to rest for a while, and took a boat back to Hong Kong at dawn. He immediately began to make arrangements. He gathered dozens of capable men to accompany him in a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. At the same time, He secretly gave guns to more than a dozen of his confidants. He called Lang Mi-ai and contacted him. He was in Hong Kong and started calculating today. Lang Mi-ai smiled and said that he dared to use such a small calculation. Gangsters are gangsters and can't accomplish anything big. I informed Su Pinggan, but Su Pinggan didn't care. The bet was calculated today. It didn't matter if it was one day earlier or later. For Zingling, it was very easy and could be solved without spending much energy. Today passed peacefully. Bai Kaiming had a barbecue in the garden at night and drank beer with his younger brother. It was very refreshing. $100 million, it would be as in 2 days. Chang Meo, bring 2 girls to me for dinner tomorrow, clean ones, Bai Kaiming said to his confidant Chang Meo. Don't worry, boss, I will arrange it myself, absolutely clean, Chang Meo said on the side, and finished the beer in one breath. Bai Kaiming nodded. Chang Meo was the little boss, with dozens of subordinates running the horse farm. There were many girls, all over Southeast Asia. Every year, they gave Bai Kaiming a lot of filial piety. He was considered a relatively loyal younger brother. I was hung over at night. When I got up the next day, Bai Kaiming smiled. I thought that Su Pinggan was being stubborn. For his own safety in Macau, he paid him protection money in disguise. He would let him go after getting the money. Bai Kaiming felt very good about himself. He did not go anywhere in the villa today. At night, Bai Kaiming was very upset. On the way to the villa with the girls, Chang Meo had a car accident and was hospitalized with the 2 girls. After drinking some wine, he went upstairs directly. Bai Kaiming went to take a shower directly, intending to take a hot bath and sleep comfortably. The electric water heater flowed out warm water, which flowed from Bai Kaiming's head. Suddenly, Bai Kaiming began to tremble. The water heater leaked electricity. Bai Kaiming's mind was clear, but his body was so electrified that he could not move. After trembling for a while, white foam began to appear in his mouth. After a while, the water heater snapped and completely short-circuited. Bai Kaiming fell to the ground and was motionless. At around 9 o'clock, the younger brother who lived outside got up and walked into the villa to call Bai Kaiming to get up for dinner. He knocked on the door for a long time but there was no response. He directly broke the door and found that Bai Kaiming had fallen in the bathroom. Everyone was in chaos. At around 10 o'clock, the police arrived and began to investigate the scene. It was confirmed that the death was caused by the leakage of the water heater. In the afternoon, Lang Mi-ai called Su Pinggan, and $100 million was transferred back to Su Pinggan's account. The gambling ended. To be honest, Lang Mi-ai's back was sweating after receiving the notification from Hong Kong. No one would believe that the death was caused by the leakage of the shower water heater. Even with detailed evidence, Lang Mi-ai did not believe this fact. The news spread quickly, and everyone present at the gambling that day took a breath of cold air. Is this the strength of an international giant? If you say you can't survive 3 days, you can't survive 3 days. One by one, they all put the gambling deeply in their hearts. Su Pinggan's ruthlessness made them very cautious. A few days later, Ho Minghe had reviewed the accounts, and Wu Sikei's negotiations with Fuda Bank were more in-depth. A day later, Zuo Haiming of Fuda Bank invited Su Pinggan to play golf, and Su Pinggan met with Zuo Haiming. The two chatted happily on the court. Su Pinggan agreed with Zuo Haiming's approach. He was a smart man who knew how to withdraw early instead of wasting energy on saving the bank. The two men agreed on the price and left the rest to the people below. One day later, the two parties formally signed the contract, and Shaanxi Group acquired 62% of the shares of Fuda Bank. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.